We'll be starting in the next 1 minute. I'd request you to kindly take your seats. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier in the morning, I will be giving you company throughout the morning, as well as throughout the day, as well as tomorrow. So thank you very much for being here. Organized by CNI, WLF, Women's Leadership Summit 23. My name is Sanjay Silwal Gupta, and thank you very much one more time for being present here. Post-lunch, it's going to be a fantastic afternoon as well as evening. We have 3 panel discussions, one in business, politics, as well as empowerment, as well as we've got an amazing fireside, which I'm super excited about as well. And after that, post that, we'll be headed towards the high tea. And also to mention, we have a keynote speech. We'll be joined by a member of parliament towards the later part of the afternoon. I already got the thumbs up, and let me go ahead and invite for the opening remarks, member, CNI Women's Leadership Forum member, Rita Bhandari. Please put your hands together for her.
Namaste. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you all are all awake. I'm not hearing much because we have got wonderful speakers and moderators for this afternoon. They are going to keep us awake with their lively discussion, I'm sure. Distinguished guests, CNI President, CNI Coordinator of WLF also, VP Nirvanji, WLF Chair Chaya, CNI Vice Presidents, speakers, moderators, distinguished dignitaries, guests, welcome you all to this afternoon's session. People have been asking, why this woman leadership seminar? There are so many seminars these days, workshops that are focused on women. And they say, what's so different about this? Then for them, we answer, we are not here just to inform that women should say so-and-so, do so-and-so to climb the ladder or to break the barriers. It is not just you should do this, you should have done this, or you could have done this, but it is about women who have played key roles and how it is possible for others to also follow in their lead, and what challenges they might have faced. Leadership is all about selflessness. It is thinking about the goals of society before your own personal goals. A great leader should encourage participation, share information, and power with those that she leads, and be inclusive as well. A leader always leads the people for a better future. I feel we women are already leaders. Don't you all think so? Because we only need to be recognized, I think. We are all capable. We do multitasking, balancing home and work. We are empathetic. We are motivated. If somebody says, oh, this, I don't think women can do it, then you feel even more challenged and you want to prove that you can do it. So we are quite motivated by challenges. And we love to work in a team. We are leaders, not bosses. Through these seminars, we hope to change the mindset of our policy makers, government officers, business community, and the general public. We women do not want to be put in this common basket with disabled, elderly, Dalit, backward, deprived community in all government speeches and policies. We are capable and expect better recognition and respect. So let us hear what our speakers are going to say. There is yet so much to learn and share from each other's experiences and knowledge. Altogether, this 2-day seminar has 9 panels and 1 fireside session. We begin today with 3 sessions and 1 fireside dialogue. The first session will explore about increasing women's participation in entrepreneurship and ownership of business, focusing whether we can achieve greater equality in business leadership. When it comes to women, we always talk, oh, women are in small micro enterprises. But here in this seminar, we want to show you all that women have gone big and are inspiring others to also think big. Big is beautiful. The next session will be the everyday much discussed topic, politics. It will explore the current landscape, whether we are getting the 33% representation that our Constitution guarantees. It will investigate the structural barriers that limit women's meaningful participation and what representation actually means and how it looks for women. Opportunities don't happen. You have to create them. And if you want to see more leaders in power, more women leaders in power, you have to be bold and take the plunge. After these heavy topics, there's going to be a very lively fireside discussion by our Vice President, Mr. Nirvan Chowdhury, and Mr. Jaiveer Singh from PwC Foundation on humanitarian leadership. The last session for today will be on women's empowerment in rural Nepal, where we will get to hear stories of struggles and successes. Remember, each time a woman stands up for herself, she's already a leader and she's standing up for all of the women. These sessions will definitely give you an appetite to listen to more informative sessions tomorrow. At the end of this seminar, we also plan to hand over the summary conclusion as a declaration to the government for action. Lastly, I'd like to say, now is the time to take stand, close gaps, and remove obstacles. Time to invest in woman and girl, to move from talks to action. With this, I'd like to hand over to our MC to initiate the first panel discussion. It was an honor to present my remarks and look forward for a meaningful outcome of this seminar. Thank you for your attention.
I'd like to divert everybody's attention to our screens. We have a very special message, video message from a friend of Nepal.
This is Sonakshi Sinha, and firstly, I would like to congratulate you all for gathering at this amazing event and this amazing initiative, because it really is one step in the right direction. Having said that, fighting for equal rights, empowering women is something that we need to do because it's not there. I want to live in a world where it's a given. You know, I read a quote the other day which said that man believes that he's superior than a woman, but how can he be when man is born out of a woman? Women are way superior. I believe when every person really understands the depth and the true meaning of that very, very powerful sentence is when equality will truly set in. There's so many things, there's so many examples, there's so many instances I can give you, but you know them all already. It happens in the business world where a woman walks into an office but gets paid a way lesser salary than her male counterpart. It happens in my industry. It happens in sports, where a sportsman would get a much higher pay and much better facilities than his female counterpart. I want to live in a world where big things like this and the smallest thing, like it being very normal for a woman to open a door for a man, is not looked upon as something great. That is when I feel we'll be truly equal. And we're the only species really who has identified this difference between the male and the female and have started considering women to be the weaker sex. In no other species in the animal kingdom does it happen. So yeah, I want to live in a world where we are free of this, really. Kudos to you all for heading in the right direction. We all are in this together, I think, and we all have one goal where we see a truly free and equal world. So all the best to you all, and thank you so much for listening to the little bit that I had to say. And I hope that we all meet our goal very, very soon.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, if you can put your hands together for Sonakshi Sinha. From across the border, we'd like to thank her so much for sending us a fantastic video message for our event. And as Rita ma'am earlier mentioned, we'd like to begin. So here we go. We'd like to go ahead and start off by our first panel discussion. This is business leadership, taking gender out of the equation. I'd like to go ahead and invite our panelists. I'll begin by our speakers. Please put your hands together and help me welcome Dr. Prativa Pandey. Dr. Pandey is the founder and CEO of Catalyst Technology, as well as Herveda Botanicals. It is a research and science, she's a research and science entrepreneur. I'd like to go ahead and invite on stage our second speaker, Ameya Prabhu. Ameya Prabhu is the founder and managing director of NAFA Capital Advisors Private Limited and a partner in UP Advisors LLP. I'd like to invite our third speaker, Archana Bhatnagar. Archana is the president of Madhya Pradesh Association of Women Entrepreneurs and the managing director of Haylide Chemicals. She is also a change maker with a strong focus on green chemicals and empowering women through entrepreneurship. I'd like to go ahead and invite our fourth speaker, Ajit Bikram Shah. Ajit Bikram Shah is the director and CEO of Lotus Holdings. And our moderator, Santona Malakar. Santona is working as an associate at Safal Partners, an operations-focused investment firm. So this is business leadership, and Santona, off to you.
you for that lovely introduction of myself and the panelists, and namaste to everyone here. Delighted to be moderating this panel discussion that is on taking gender out of the equation. I welcome all the panelists once again on this session, and before we begin to the panel discussion, I'd like to set a bit of a context or a background information on why we have joined in for this panel discussion. With this panel, we are trying to explore the global movement towards increasing women's participation in entrepreneurship and in business ownership, thereby achieving this goal of attaining gender parity in business leadership by 2030. Well, I think you'd all agree with me that gender balance or achieving gender parity is not just a woman issue or a social issue, it's also a massive economic issue. There are lots of studies that show that when women hold leadership positions, the companies are more profitable. A recent Catalyst study also found that firms that have more women in management position enjoys 35% more return on equity than firms that lack gender diversity. But then there exists gender disparity in business landscape, whether we like it or not. And I'd like to share a few statistics so that we are even more convinced that yes, the gender diversity still exists. Globally, only one of 3 small, medium, and large businesses are owned by women, and this rate varies across and within regions, from a low of 18% in South Asia to a high of 50% in Latin America and Caribbean. Well, in East Asia and Pacific, South Korea has the lowest rate of women business owners, while that is just 19%, and Federated States of Micronesia has the highest with 87%. If we move to Middle East, it goes as low as 7% in Republic of Yemen to a high of 49% in Tunisia, still less than half. Thailand is over 40%. That's where the women business owners are, more than 40%. And the global pandemic that we all just came out of, maybe, hopefully, that has also disproportionately impacted women entrepreneurs than men. The World Economic Forum's recent study on Global Gender Gap report warns that it will now take 132 years, which is almost 1.5 century, 1.5 century, to close the global gender pay gap. And when we say the gender pay gap, I think what's also important to understand is not just the salary that comes to the hand of the women, that's where the pay gap lies, but is also on the anticipation and the expectation of the society that a woman should earn this much. I think there's a big disparity or bias that lies there as well. So then moving on to Nepal's context briefly, Nepal, we have more than 51% of our population is women. However, only 29% of our businesses are women-owned, and that too we should be a little dubious because it could be gender-washed because there are some policies that gives tax rebates and tax breaks for women-owned businesses. So there could be women-owned businesses in papers but not in practice. So with that, I now begin the panel discussions with the esteemed panelists. We will be in this panel broadly discussing what works and what needs to be done to gain that gender parity in business landscape, what kind of policy interventions is needed, and the likes. So I'll start with Ajit ji. Ajit ji, your business is one of the Nepali businesses that has made some achievements in terms of leading the conversation towards gaining gender parity. So then my question to you is, what initiatives or programs have you seen that have been successful in promoting gender parity in the companies you have invested in or worked with?
Thank you for that question. When the CNI organized this event, I said, there's many more people, more experienced and qualified than me to share experience, and when Sapnaji sent us the questions, I said, listen, I can't give you opinions, but I can only share what we've done over the last 30 years. So Lotus Holdings we are a family office. Today we are in real estate, healthcare, pharma, and IT. And we are one of the very unique organizations whereby the board actually has a chairwoman. And since inception 30 years back, it always, and this woman happens to be my mom, so it wasn't an achievement on merit that I earned this position at Lotus, but more family legacy that we're trying to take our values to the next level. So when 30 years ago, when my mom started this this venture, we started with our carpet production factory, and that sort of grew into. Am I audible? Yeah, yeah. I think there is a. Yeah.
Check.
Already started. Hi, can you hear me better now?
Check.
Okay. Should I restart all that again, or should I? Okay, so we are a family office. We're in real estate, healthcare, pharma, and IT. We've been around for 30 years. We employ close to 1,400 people throughout our investments, out of which, very happy to say that about 800 of them are women. And thank you. So 30 years back, when we started this business, we are one of the very unique businesses in Nepal whereby our board actually has a chairwoman and not a chairman. And when the business was started, we looked at the carpet sector, we looked at pashminas, we looked at a lot of trading stuff. And one thing we realized across the board was, it's not that women were not performing to their full potential. It's just that they did not have a level playing field as compared to men. And 30 years ago, and even now, we are simply, we're not doing anything extra for our women employees or our women partners. We are simply making sure that the level playing field is leveled, and if as soon as that happens, I think then magic will really start happening. Now, in terms of the importance of having women members in our team, I think it's a no-brainer to realize that when you have good diversity in your team, in your boardroom, in all the communities you have, then magic really happens. There's a lot of blind spot that otherwise you would have had if there was only a men-led team. So there is a lot of great stuff that actually happens. So we're not really doing this so that we're helping women out, but we're doing this so that we actually really do great stuff with this business, right? So some examples of what we did in the past was, I'll take an example of our carpet factory. We have 550 people. Out of that, 70% are women. And when we started, we realized that women were not really able to perform in their full capacity because there were things that was weighing them down, right? So, for example, let's say you had a childbirth in the family, then the woman would sort of obviously would have to attend to her baby. But then what we made sure we did was, we said, okay, let's do things like daycare, let's do sort of childcare, and even later help them with education so that the women would have time to really focus on their work. So it's again an example of how we were trying to create a level playing field for them. We gave them training because, with the training, they would learn their skills, and out of that, they would be able to really sell their skills, and then which would lead them into financial independence of some sort. So these are some examples of what we've done in our carpet factory. And when we started 30 years back with really educating the children of our women workers, that sort of grew slowly, and today that morphed into a foundation that we have that we support 2,000 children concurrently today, and 60% of them are girls. And so little steps that has happened in the past sort of has led to so much of success today for us. And over that term, what we also did was, we've inculcated the value to support these underprivileged or sort of this strata, to really make sure that they are constantly supported. And then it's in our mission statement within our company. So if we invest in a business, we make sure that there is gender diversity there, etc. So just a quick words.
Yeah, I think what I understand also is that you took your women employees in your team members as a long-term asset, you know, looked at them from a long-term view than just in a short term, and did not dismiss them for their pregnancy breaks and all that.
No, not
so
at all.
I think a big round of applause to whatever you've done and achieved
Thank
so
you.
far. Yeah, now moving next to Archana ji, I actually went and searched about you a bit, and then your wonderful work with Madhya Pradesh Association of Women, MAWE. And there in that website, there's 3 lines that I really loved, and I'm going to read that. And there it said that in the Indian scenario, women entrepreneurs have the dual responsibility of family and business. She is driven hard to prove herself and be successful in both. Any failure in the business of a woman drives her out of the commercial activity, forbidden to take the risk again. I think that also is the same for Nepal's women entrepreneurs here. So in that, you know, giving that as the context, and the fact that pandemic hit, you know, it was a disproportionate impact, especially on the women entrepreneurs, it hit it even worse. So I just wanted to ask you, you know, how have you, like, what has been your organization and your role in empowering and encouraging women entrepreneurs to become more resilient, you know?
Resilient. Thank you so much. I love that word. If we are not resilient, we are nowhere. Believe me, women entrepreneurs cannot exist. When I started my so-called entrepreneurial career 44 years back, I started with 500 rupees and a 1-year-old son. They were my assets. And starting from there, it was a very exciting journey. I wouldn't say it was a terrible journey. I was thrown out at all levels where I could, whether I approached a bank, whether I approached the sales tax office. In the sales tax office, nothing was different than what is in Kathmandu, Nepal, or back in Jabalpur in India. He saw me there and he said, "Bhabhi ji, aap kya kar rahe ho yahan pe?" And he called a rickshaw wala, said, "Bhabhi ji ko ghar le jao." I said, "What? I've come here to apply for my sales tax number." Achhe gharon ki mahilaएं sales tax office nahi aati. So coming from that background and fighting up today to where we are supporting hundreds of families across India, getting our products across borders and working on sustainability, I think has actually given me the drive or given me the motive to how can we support more women-owned enterprises. The challenges are no less. The challenges, whether I am doing 50 crore turnover or a 50 lakhs turnover, we all women face a kind of challenge. And where do you identify those challenges? For challenges, believe me, I will say one thing, that each woman has to speak for herself and her business. Unless you don't do that, we cannot make any policies. We cannot come anywhere to saying that, telling the government or telling the banks that, like you said, how have you empowered their women or how have you taken them forward? Now, I can give you a list of things that we have done, which I will briefly do talk about. But my one thing to you all is, when we get up in the morning, kisi ko chai peeni hoti, kisi ko coffee, right? You ask for that. So please ask for what is the need of your business. We all feel that to itna chota sa baat, so small, why should we put it at a public forum? But the kind of policies or the kind of access to finance, what do women face? Women face the 3 biggest challenges: access to finance, technology, and market. So at Mawe, and when did we start? The Madhya Pradesh Association of Women Entrepreneurs today. I'm proud that it is known internationally, because my passion is to take the women of tier 2 and tier 3 towns internationally. Even their products and services deserve the exposure and deserve the credit and due to it. So when I'm talking about, you said, access to finance, do you know something? That that time when I got a loan of 15,000 rupees after I got a male partner on board, because they wouldn't allow me as a woman, what can you do? I mortgaged a property of 15 lakhs for my in-laws. 15 years down the line, after I'd set up the business, I got thrown out of my own business by my male partner. It was a male ego, whatever, anyway, long story. So what I mean to say is, then when I went to the bank, what did I have? I had 15 years of experience. And that is the time I got a 15 lakh rupee worth of loan without a single penny mortgage. So what did that help teach me? It taught me that you can do the right thing provided you talk to the right people. So when we in India, I think if you are aware, we have this credit guarantee fund trust scheme called the CGTMSE scheme. Why am I talking about this? A little technical is that unless your government, the Prime Minister was here today, you have women parliamentarians, you have Vinodji here, you have so many people, you have the Women Leaders Forum. I think there should be certain outcomes as best practices of the SAARC countries, of the Indian countries, what you should recommend to your government for women-owned enterprises. In access to finance, we have collateral-free loans, which we really worked hard for. The limit from 1 crore went to 2 crores, and no mortgage is required. So that was a very big step that we could get onto it, you know. Today, the state governments also have many schemes based on the rural or the cluster scheme or whatever different kind of approaches that women are into. So based on those approaches, what Mawe has been doing is being resilient. Just keep going back to the officials. They don't listen to you. Access to markets. I would like to bring out a very important point here, that women have a lot of problem about traveling. They cannot get government contracts because they cannot, you know, they cannot, it is there. You have to grease palms, you have to entertain, you have to do blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of things happening. And there's millions of dollars. It's huge business. So Mawe got the government to say that we ask for 5% reservation in procurement of government departments. Every time I used to go and meet the secretary, MSME, he used to look at it and close the file. Ho nahi sakta. Madam, aage kya bolna hai bataiye. And I used to religiously go back to him again, or the next secretary. Finally, we were successful in getting 3% procurement for women-owned enterprises in the MSME sector, which is allocated for them from the government sector. So I think, you know, that is a huge achievement that Mawe could get. And this is through the GEM, which is the Government E-Marketplace. So now, yes, the government is trying to be very transparent, getting processes online. So the next thing we realized was that even if we got the 3% procurement, what is going to happen post-COVID? You talked about COVID. Everything went online. Women are not so computer savvy. They're just not. Even to get them to Google Meets or Zoom Meets used to be one big Herculean task. So we started, what we did was, we formed small groups. Supposing we have about 400, 500 active members, say. So about, 30, 40 of our main women were Mawe Sanganis. And we formed our groups of 10, 15 women only on WhatsApp. And we used to do WhatsApp calls with them and tell them, join this Google link by going here. Didi, connect nahi ho raha, ye nahi ho raha. But we got them to get online. Then we tied up with UNESCAP. And we had the digital marketing e-commerce model, And we had our women go abroad, the women being trained over here. So I'm trying to be brief. So these were the initiatives for access to markets, access to finance, technology. And it is a holistic development of women-owned enterprises that we need to look into. And with your government, our government has a big, this thing about manufacturing. Of course, manufacturing has to be given impetus. There's no doubt about it. But the trading and the service sector was totally overlooked. When you form your policies here, when you do, please make sure that services and tradings are also included well. So these are the kind of policies we've been working on. Implementation is another challenge we'll talk about later.
Sure, thank you. I think joining to this thread of conversation, I'd like to go to Prativa ji and then come to Ameya ji. What Archana ji said is that, she really looked into how women, looked into the behaviors of women. They're not tech savvy. You need to have your own approach to get them online, join meetings, and about the policies. So I know that you're also working via FWIN on policy level besides being an entrepreneur yourself. So then, one of the things, if we are talking about increasing women's participation in entrepreneurship, we need to have an ecosystem. And my question to you is, do we have an ecosystem in Nepal that is conducive to the women entrepreneurs? And what kind of policy interventions do you think should be brought into action to make it even more conducive? Thanks.
You can hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for the question. It's a very heavy question when we bring the word ecosystem, because we're looking at the whole thing holistically. I would start with something around, as an individual also, after coming back to Nepal 8 years ago after my education, what I saw was the biggest thing that was lacking for me as a scientist was innovation ecosystem was really weak, and entrepreneurial ecosystem was really weak. So if you want to do something around innovation in entrepreneurial space, it's even much harder, right? And to do that, what I also realized is I can't just be a scientist, or I can't just be an entrepreneur, or I can't just lobby for policy. And I realized as individuals at this stage in Nepal, all of us have to wear different hats, multiple hats. And that's what she was talking about, lobbying with the government while being an entrepreneur. She can't just focus as a mother or an entrepreneur or an expert. You have to be in different spheres. And one of the best ways to do that would be through something called different kind of forums, CNI, FWIN, and things like that. You brought up FWIN. FWIN is FWIN means Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association Nepal. It's an organization that has chapters in 61 districts and touches 3,000 women entrepreneurs. So we have earned this over 20 years at FWIN, but what we really are trying to do right now is stepping on that knowledge, institutional memory, and building on the ecosystem, working with others. And some of the initiatives that FWIN has taken is a business development center that we recently launched. And there, what we're really trying to do is the same. Build a platform for women entrepreneurs or aspiring women entrepreneurs and try to untie or open the bottlenecks. Identify the bottlenecks and open it. Not only be centralized around Kathmandu, but also work with other 3,000 women outside of Kathmandu by decentralizing our services. And one of the ways that can accelerate to do this is digital space. So what we're really doing here is we have an app, and we also have online platforms through which we're trying to decentralize not just information, but also access to information and different things. And so we're working on that as well. We have had different trainings, but we're also making our library of trainings that can be institutionalized. We can train master trainers, and we can sort of bring this outside of Nepal as well. So those are some of the things we're doing at an ecosystem level. As an individual also, I am part of Science, Technology, and Innovation Implementation Council in the Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology, but also supporting intellectual property policy as well as industrial policy, and through which what I see is it's not just like single policy that we can make. It has to be an intersectional policy that it's cross-cutting, right? So when you say innovation, it has to touch upon industry as well, and that's one of the things that we're working on, where we need to bring different ministries together and coordinate and cooperate with each other to make these policies. Because what we see is these are built in their own silos, and there are a lot of repetitions and non-alignment. So that's something I'm working as an individual, as council member, as well as we're trying to lobby through FWIN as well. And we're also trying to do this in a more evidence-based way. So we are creating these knowledge partners, because an organization cannot exist on itself. So we're collaborating with other knowledge partners to build evidence and lobby with the government so that it is heard. And then, it's not just, oh, women trying to do this, but there are evidences around this. So these are some of the things we're doing through institution, as well as I'm doing as an individual, as a scientist, as well as an entrepreneur.
Well, many, many hats to don, definitely. A big round of applause. seems like very much of a hard work. And also, yeah, I mean, it must be that people do not understand that there exists gender disparity, that there exists so much of work for women to, get the level playing field, that the disparity exists, I suppose. Just to, further add to this, I'd like to bring some statistics in highlight right now, is that the World Bank states that due to gender inequality in lifetime earnings, the world is losing half of the global GDP. And that only 6.7% of board chairs globally are female. And that's because, one gets to the board chair via C-suite, the top-level management positions, and that too is very low, just 4.1%. It doesn't even touch double digit, and it's just 4.1% in the top management. So, given that fact, I'd like to move to Ameya ji. You have that investor profile. You're working on a range of companies. Yourself on board of many of them. So how do you evaluate gender diversity and inclusion in the companies you invest in, assuming that you do push for that? And what metrics or indicators do you use? That would be my question.
Hello. Hello. Now it's on, yeah. Thank you, Archana ji, for giving a voice to the men. Thank you so much. Thank you. No, I think firstly, thank you for your question, and such an honor and a privilege to be here in a room full of amazing ladies representing the, CNI and the cross-section of Nepalese society. And at the outset, I think that, I'll answer your question in two ways. Firstly, my mother chairs an organization called Manav Sadhan Vikas Samstha, where I'm a trustee myself. And the focus is on skill training and skill development for women. And a large percentage of our women actually do go on to be entrepreneurs. And this is in rural Maharashtra, also in Mumbai. And there I would like to, slightly respectfully disagree with Archana ji on one point, because I actually see them being extremely tech savvy, at least the younger women who are coming up, and who are actually coming up, who are becoming hairdressers, who are now getting, we have pastry chefs, we have nurses, and the beauticians, and a large percentage of them actually are tech savvy and are setting up businesses. And if you see, it's a very interesting stat that she mentioned about women who own businesses, but one of the highest percentage of, which there was a report that was released a few years back that surprisingly, we always think that certain, like the West is always ahead, other parts of the world are behind, but the highest percentage of female business ownership in the world is actually in Ghana. 48% of businesses in Ghana, it's not Latin America, it's Ghana, are owned by women. And even if you see Botswana, Namibia, Uganda, these are all countries with female business ownership in the late 30s. Now this is organized female business ownership. Now what do I mean by that? If you start looking at disorganized female business ownership, all you need to do is aap sab dukaan mein jate hain, aap sab market mein jate hain. If you go to any place in India, you'll see females leading the roost when it comes to selling vegetables, when it comes to selling fish or whatever other things that you buy. So that is the disorganized female entrepreneurship. So I think the key problem that we are trying to solve for is that you see a lot of females in disorganized entrepreneurship. How do you bring that from disorganized to organized entrepreneurship, wherein you are in a corporate setting, and that's where you can drive value, because the disorganized business by definition is more cash flow oriented. The organized business by definition is more cash flow plus value oriented, where you can actually create institutions, create long-term value. And one of the reasons that she mentioned that only 4% of chairs one of the things we started, and I still state, we don't say chairman anymore. We say chairperson. Even when it's my mother, it's not a chairwoman, she's a chairperson of the organization. But I think that's the key problem you're trying to solve for. Now, again, the problem is different in different parts of the world. Now, if you go to Afghanistan, unfortunately, girls can't even go to school there today. That's, if you ask me, the biggest scourge on this planet, that girls can't even go to school. And the problem is going to be in the future that today there are still female doctors. They are saying that women can't go to non-female doctors. So what's going to happen 25, 30 years from now? Or hopefully the Taliban, if there is a God, don't last that long. But the point is that what's going to happen then? So similarly, but then you go to Finland, And in Finland, 80% of the cabinet are women in politics. All the top positions, and if so, female empowerment is not even a thing to talk about in Finland because it's so strong. I mean, businesses are owned by women. In politics, they are very active. So I mean, these are two diverse ends of the spectrum. Similarly, I come from the city of Mumbai, and when we see female, she asked me about investing in companies. I have friends of mine, or if I call them a female entrepreneur, they get very offended. They're like, I'm just an entrepreneur. Why do you have to call me a female entrepreneur? You know, I'm just an entrepreneur. Why do you have to put gender into that? You know. Similarly, when I was addressing one of the summits, and they said, how do you give preference? I mean, and how do you give? I mean, so there are a lot of women who actually want to be, again, a lot of entrepreneurs who want to actually say that, listen, we are entrepreneurs first. It's incidental, we are women. But there are other parts of the world, I mean, especially where I would say Jabalpur is a great example, where there are solutions, there are market access, there are incentives, and there are a lot of requirements needed so that women can play a greater role in the workforce, greater role in entrepreneurship. So what Archana ji is doing is phenomenal. What she's doing in Nepal is phenomenal. So I think this one t-shirt fits all solution is not what we can bring in. There are different solutions for different parts of the world. For example, what will be again surprising to know is we say India's per capita GDP is about $2,300 on nominal basis, about $6,000 on a PPP. But if you see the city of Mapsa in Goa, where I originally come from, the GDP per capita of Mapsa on PPP is the same as the city of Porto in Portugal, which is the second largest city of Porto. So if you start putting developing country indicators to a city of Mapsa, you're actually doing something. Actually, you're misallocating resources. Is the fundamental thing. So I think when it comes to promoting female entrepreneurship, I think when it comes to giving greater, I would say, access to female entrepreneurs, giving incentives to female entrepreneurs, I think we need to do a very targeted delivery system. If you give it to a woman in Chennai, Bombay, Delhi, more often than not, they already have access to, I mean, most of the entrepreneurs have been to Wharton, have been to Harvard, probably better schools than I've been to. So, I mean, probably I'll need more access than them in certain cases. But jokes apart, I think we need to get the solutions to the people who really need them. And I think, and what's most encouraging for me is I am seeing a huge increase in entrepreneurship in rural India. I, of course, speak from an Indian perspective, but in rural India, but even when I go to certain parts of Africa where we have business, we go to the villages, you see the increasing participation of women, again, in disorganized businesses. So I think and maybe through CNI, through all of your efforts, one problem we can really solve for is how do we graduate the immense participation of women in disorganized entrepreneurship towards organized entrepreneurship. So if we can structure these questions, ideate on them, take all of your help, Ajit's help on solving this, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, with that, I think that just gives me a good platform to now move to Archana ji. Archana ji, you know, I mean, he talked about the younger women becoming more tech savvy, you know, and tech-enabled businesses coming up. So, and you too mentioned tech as one of the way to become resilient, you know, especially in the resilience, yeah. So then, are there any specific sectors or industries that are more conducive to promote gender equality? You know, if you could suggest a few. And I think there's another theme that goes around, especially in India, is vocal for local, you know?
I didn't get you.
Vocal for local, where you are trying to promote local.
Yeah.
So if you could just elaborate a little more on those.
Yeah, that's right. First of all, Ameya, I totally agree with you when you were talking about the technology. But shall I tell you something? We also need to understand that basically women, I'm not talking about right now, I'm talking because we have membership across. See, they get free at the age of 45 to 50 to do something. There's been a sea change. Today, a young girl pass out of college or even in college goes through an entrepreneurship development course, right? And there are skill trainings like you are doing across, and like you are supporting so many people on education. So the exposure to the young people today is massive. The difference between a mother trying to use a mobile phone or, you know, whatever, latest technology was vis-a-vis a young kid, there's a vast difference. So the technology challenge lies for women in the age of 50 plus. They've started their businesses by 45 and 50 plus, and bringing them into the mainstream, bringing them into the organized sector is the challenge. But yes, the younger generation is really a go-go, because each one, you look at here, you talk about vegetable and fish sellers. Even she has a mobile phone today, right? So business is so much better. She gets order for their fish or vegetables on the phone nowadays. So they are doing much brisker and much better business that we are doing. And like you were talking about that, what are the businesses local for? To get gender parity. See, gender parity is something like he said, even I don't believe in this, that we have to fight for gender parity there. Your product, your service should be as good as any male. And then you demand. Yes, if your product is less, if your price is more, why should gender parity come in there? Nobody, like very rightly Rita Bhandari ji was saying, that we are not here asking for reservations or anything basis vis-a-vis because we are women. If I'm in business, I'm a woman in business, the gender fact now, like Ameya also pointed out, has to come in later. So all of us women have to realize that we have to produce a world-class product and service. Parity would come in due to our family restraints, that we have a restraint of traveling. We have a restraint of taking part in exhibitions or going for export markets outside. You see, so there are many other things. Finance, yes, it doesn't come in very easily to women. That is a gender bias. That surely is, and it lies with the bankers, it lies with everyone. So what Mawe, what personally that I have done is that we've been speaking to SIDBI, we had been speaking to the top Apex banks and things, to RBI meet. We say one thing, that you have set up a particular scheme. In the particular scheme, what is the financial allocation to women-owned enterprises? Give us the figures. Let's set targets that essentially banks will have to finance this much percentage of women loans. Because women loans, the minute they go to the bank, they just go down. They brush down. So that is where a gender parity issue comes in. Women workforce. If I'm a woman and I employ more women, it's going to naturally go down. I'll give you a small example. My new factory was being built, and I saw these labor women with their children in the hot sand, you know, putting their children there. I was heartbroken. Cutting a long story short, I gave them the offer to work in my factory. My factory manager got a heart attack. He said, "Madam, aap to kuch bhi karti hain. How can you get laborers like this to come?" I said, "My factory, I'm the boss, I'll see." In 3 months' time, those women knew what pH value was. They were standing outside the laboratory with a tin of toilet cleaner or floor cleaner to get the pH value tested. So gender parity has to be actually driven by women themselves. We ourselves have to fight, have to give equal opportunities to women. Tell our sons, tell our husbands, treat your sister, your wife, your mother, your daughter at equal levels. When I get back home, that cup of tea can be made even by my son, not only my daughter. So that's when we start on that, gender parity and things, you know, marginalized.
Yeah, I think you called it, because you were the boss, the leader, you could call the shots, have the women come into the factory. I think being in a leadership position does have that, you know, impact. So then I moved to Dr. Prativa, you know. What strategies would we need to, you know, recommend for companies in Nepal, and let's be a little South Asia now, you know, in South Asian context as well, to attract and retain more women in leadership position, not just have them at entry level, but also help them climb up the leadership positions.
Okay, sure. First of all, when we say South Asia, we need to also realize that South Asia 20, 30 years before versus now is very different. We are in very different planes. As Nepal versus Bangladesh versus India, we cannot do that anymore. So that's the first thing. As we're hearing from two of our neighbors, we are in a very different space. You know, that's something we need to realize that first, and that's where the contextualizing comes. And we need to also lead without assumptions. So one of the assumption is, one, either women are not tech savvy, or another is all young women are tech savvy. Both are our assumptions, right? And we were actually really tested on our assumptions recently when we were giving digital training in Kathmandu versus outskirt of Kathmandu versus rural area of Nepal. We have a vast gap, and we have to contextualize our not just the material, but also pace our material accordingly. That's one of the things that we learned. And it is across all ages also, you know. So that's one thing I would like to say. Another was, when we talk about South Asia, I was recently one of the panelists in LDC 5 conference that was held in Doha, as we were talking about graduation from LDC, and there was Bangladesh and there was Nepal. And we can see the difference of the planning and strategic planning on all the things that Bangladesh is doing. And there was a Prime Minister of Bangladesh who was a lady talking about technological innovations and what they're doing for the next 5 years to graduate, you know, and what is their transition plan versus us, you know. We only have plans, and that also we're making plans, you know. So there is already a gap in implementation, but like I said earlier, the consolidation of efforts need to be there, and also coordination needs to be there, right? And so I would also like to address that when we talk about, you know, we have these examples of women leaders in this room, but we also need to realize that in Nepal, these women leaders are not representative sample. These are outliers of Nepal, you know. So until and unless we make these outliers into representative samples, we have to talk about gender. We have to talk of it as women leader and men leader, because then only this question of equity comes, right? We do have certain policies around access to finance. And she was talking about 15 years ago, or after 15 years of experience in her role as an entrepreneur, she got 15 lakhs loan. Right now, we have this policy, collateral-free loan, 15 lakhs, and that's also very hard to get. You know, so how do we really start? Because if we're saying we need to make women entrepreneurs, it's not just women entrepreneurs in Nepal. It's a global context. We have to compete globally, which means we have to go to that scale also. So it's a long way forward, and for that we need equitable spaces, you know. When I get an email as an individual with this title as Dear Sir, that means there is a huge shift in mindset that we need to make. And I say, okay, and I address that. I say, you cannot do this. And still the next time, there's another person, because people move in the government all the time, and another says, Dear Sir. Because it's so much easier to go with the status quo and not change that status quo. To copy that template, and next one uses the same. So we need to work on changing that status quo also, right? And when we talk about, oh, we have these many women entrepreneurs, that's not enough. We have to talk about numbers, the revenue that they make. Are they going in a path of growth? Because it's halted at one point. She was talking about the reproductive years that women have to spend, 2 to 3 years. Doesn't matter if I have a PhD or I'm class 8 pass, you know. We all have to go through that. And there is 4 to 5 years of lag time for us as mothers. I also took my daughter to different paths with my nanny and all of that, or, you know, alone, and my husband was helping. But a lot of women do not have access to that. And when there is this gap, yes, younger women start their businesses early now, but they have to go through this gap. And then they come back to the industry, which has moved on much faster, especially in technology, right? So those are some of the things that we have to face. And also access to finance in terms of access to property rights, right? So in these kind of forums where a lot of forums like young entrepreneurs forums or business forums, women are asked to join. So I'm asked to join a lot of times, and I'm told, okay, so this is the kind of revenue your company needs to have. And when I go through the list of members in there, mostly men, they are continuing their family's business. And I'm not continuing my family's business. I mean, my family is not from business sector, but what we generally see is it's passed on to the sons, not to the daughters. And I said, you know, for me to have, you know, in the initial years, 10 crore of revenue, either I should be having my family's, continuing my family's business, or, you know, or I need to be, you know, starting. It's really important to talk about that also, because I also don't get that sort of investment, right? And another thing, I guess it starts from home. So when I say this, access to family property, am I ready to, so did I actually fight for my right to property in my husband's, my father's, with my brothers or not? That's one thing. Another, am I gonna be okay with giving that part of property equally to my sister-in-laws, my husband's sisters or not? Those are some of the questions we should be asking ourselves when we go home, when we talk about, oh, I don't have right to property, you know? So that's a huge mindset shift we need to work on. So with all of this, then only gender will be out of equation in ecosystems like Nepal. And that's where Mrs. Rita Bhandari was talking about, so bringing all the women from different sectors together and bringing women leaders. And we are showing how leadership can be moved forward, but we need to also be inclusive, and we need to have not just gender lens, but lens of intersectionality that covers not just women from urban regions or privileged women from certain castes, but women from all sort of, you know, areas and gender and caste and things like that, because that still exists in Nepal. I go through it, not just as a woman, but a young woman, you know, and going into the offices, you know, oh, you're so young, you know, they question my expertise, you know, so you can't be young, you can't be old, you can't be a woman, you know, so you can't be scientist, you can be entrepreneur, so all these things. And what really helped me through this whole journey, one thing was, even in the US, there is this ceiling sort of thing, and I got started early on that after my PhD when I was 26 years old and going into semiconductor industry, which was really cutthroat. And I got a lot of women mentors, and one of the things that my company had was there were women in leadership positions, and they would come to you and say, can I be your mentor? You know? So we need to also understand, if we're leading businesses or leading certain sectors, we need to go to other women and say, can I be your mentor? When you see some sort of potential, you know? So those are some of the things that we need to do to sort of change this ecosystem level thing.
See, she very rightly said that. When I started my business that time, and I was into the printing press line, I used to manufacture chemicals for printing. So every time I went, I was fed up of these questions. Are, how did you get into the business? How are you doing this? Because there were no women in the printing line. I quickly learned that my time with the CEO or something was over till I had come to the product. So, you know, learning how to pitch yourself and your product and services is very important. So I quickly learned I should first only go introduce myself and say, yes, I'm a woman, but you know, my husband was so-and-so, and that's why I'm manufacturing these and I do this. So, you know, cut their questions, personal questions short, and come to your product or what you are there for transaction or business. So that will give you more time, more focus, and tell the other person also that you mean business.
I think let's take a moment to soak in what Dr. Prativa just said. She's mentioned so many minute and, you know, things that I think need more attention, but really relevant and something that we really need to take account of if we really want to see the change that we are trying to, you know, make happen. Yeah, but I mean, this is a room full of women outliers, like she said. Though the panel is a little balanced with male and female, I hope, you know, an event like this has audience that's also balanced, you know, more male ears to understand female perspectives maybe. But then, yeah, I mean, even when we are talking about business, when it comes to women entrepreneur, the societal things do pop up, and You've heard it, why it pops up. So then I go to Ajit ji and Ameya ji. To both of you, my question, and please take it, is that what role do you think men can play to promote gender parity in business landscape and be champions for gender diversity? That's my question number one. And because both of you have that investor profile, you both are investors, what do you think the investment community can, and how they can play a role in promoting gender parity in our businesses, So that's the two questions, as investors and as males, champion for gender parity. Yeah.
Shall I go? Yeah? I think, the gender diversity in your workplace and is very important for your business to be very successful. Like you were saying, 51% of the Nepal population is female. And this group needs strong allies. Supporting female at a workplace, that the allies that supporting female at a workplace is it's not nice to have. I think it's a must-have these days. And there's a couple of things that comes to my mind when you mentioned that, but it's really important for us to realize that we're not really, it's not that we're helping the female gender, but we should not get in their way. That level playing field is there, right? And so in the process of bringing out the best, we really need to. There's a couple of things. So one is you can only fix something right now. We do believe that it's a generational fix that needs to happen. Though we may not have faced it ourselves, I'm sure there are instances whereby you've faced people, you've experienced people that's very close to you that have some sort of a gender diversity discrimination of some sort. I think it is a responsibility for us to sort of help them. And how do you help them? Basically, we need to learn, right? We need to communicate. There are ways that, if you really want to learn something, then there's multiple ways to really learn about that, and ultimately it'll help the opposite gender, the female gender, right? The other thing that I clearly see is, it's actually, we need to start at home, which I do agree with Dr. Pandey. There's research that says that if there are fathers who were involved with domestic chores, helping their spouse raise children, for that matter, automatically if it's a boy, if the baby is a boy, then he will grow up to becoming very gender inclusive in the future. And if it's a girl, there's actually research that says that she would have more confidence, more perseverance to get into even more complicated degrees like STEM, engineering, and whatnot, right? So it really, so it does make sense for people to be involved to help in all ways we can. And, and then one last thing before I give over the mic to Ameya is, we have all these laws and procedures and policies that are there that do support the women gender, but it's the execution, I think, where we struggle, right? And even, so that's one. And second, it's also our society, our sort of upbringing that we've come up with. The cartoons that our kids watch, Cinderella is actually, it's not a nice story to actually really empower women, for that matter, right? So there are conversations like this that I think really needs to start happening, and then later in generation, when our children grow up, then I think it'll be a much more better place for gender equality.
Very beautifully put, because as we are discussing the role of women at home, we are also discussing men's role at home in promoting gender parity, right from the stories that we tell our daughters in their younger days. Thank you for that. Moving on to Ameya.
Hello, yeah, sorry. No, I think just answering your question, so interesting snippet. So I also didn't come from a business family. My father was a chartered accountant who became a banker, then got into politics. My mother was a journalist, now chairs our foundation. And interestingly, so when I started my business, I actually started it with an investment from my mother. So she was the one who actually put in the initial capital, gave it to me. And even today, my mother owns half the business. It's own the holding level. It's both of us own it. So what we've tried to actually build in our organization, and while I understand that it may not be the norm everywhere, but we've actually tried to build a very gender-neutral organization. And what I mean by that is we have several women in leadership positions, and they do everything that a man would do. I mean, we have, like for example, we have some projects we're investing in rural India, in Andhra Pradesh, in places like Bhimavaram, in rural Maharashtra, in places like Akluj, which are very male-dominated sort of areas, which are the shrimp industry, there's a sugarcane industry where we're putting up, so we have an investment that makes kaitusan from shrimp waste. We're putting up another one where from the spent wash of sugarcane we make organic potash, and these are very male-dominated industries. Let me say, for example, the sugar cooperatives of Maharashtra, they don't have a single female director. It's all men, right? So where our girls go, I mean, our investment associates go there, they deal with it. And you know what? They deal with it very well. I mean, I've never, and they've never had an issue. The guys they deal with have never had an issue. And I think it's gone really well. So we encourage again, I don't want to be mansplaining. Who am I to encourage anyone? They are the ones who deserve to be in that job. They are qualified to be in that job. So they are in that job and they do a great job. So if you ask me. And going forward, I think just to answer your question on investing in female-owned and run companies, I think I think two of the best companies today in the consumer space in India are female-built and female-run. One is Nykaa and one is Mama Earth. I mean, today, everyone who wants to build a consumer business in India, they all want to be Mama Earth. They don't want to be anything else because that's I would say, the gold standard today in India for building up a business. And again, if you see, the reason Mama Earth succeeded or the reason Nykaa succeeded was not because they were female run. The reason they succeeded is because they were phenomenal businesses built by phenomenal entrepreneurs who are women. So again, so when we invest in companies, I think it's important that they are good businesses, as Archana ji said, that they are great businesses. And when they are female run, I mean, I agree that female entrepreneurs tend to be better than male entrepreneurs in the sense there is a focus on financial discipline that is greater. There is a focus, but again, the flip side is and I think we all should know that government. We all talk about financial inclusion for women, and the government of India, in the best of interests, set up something called the Bharatiya Mahila Bank in November 2013 with 1,000 crore capital. Would everybody agree it's a great idea, setting up a bank focused for women? Do you know the bank was shut down in 2017 because there was a female chairman of the bank. The bank in 4 years gave out loans of 198 crores. At the same time, State Bank of India gave loans to female entrepreneurs worth 45,000 crores in the same amount in the 4 years. The reason being because the bank was small, because the bank didn't have the reach, because the fact that nobody knew Bharatiya Mahila Bank, everybody knew SBI, and from 2015 to 2019, the chairman of SBI, one of the best chairpersons of SBI, was a woman, Arundhati Bhattacharya. And of course, government. So finally, Bharatiya Mahila Bank was bought over by State Bank of India, was merged because imagine 190 odd crores versus 44,000 crores of credit extension to women. So my point is, I think it's very important to focus on the goal. But at the same time, it's very important to reform existing institutions rather than going and creating a new idea which actually ultimately doesn't serve your purpose. So I think that's something and I think maybe that could be a great takeaway for us to go forward, because I think best of intentions, right? I mean, to set up a female-focused bank, a lot of female, and again, the interesting thing is eventually the State Bank of India had about 27% female employees. Bharatiya Mahila Bank only had 12% female employees. They couldn't, no woman wanted to work for Bharatiya Mahila Bank. Everybody wants to work for, who would want to work for a new bank at the end of the day? So this is the reality. You know, these are actual examples that have happened. So I think Nepal has the advantage of learning from our mistakes, also learning from what we did right, but also learning from our mistakes. So as you go in terms of, I liked what the Honorable Prime Minister said about having more, and again, and that's something Nepal has to aspire for, because Nepal today, and Bhutan is a new democracy, but Nepal today is the only country in South Asia that has not had a female leader. Sri Lanka has had a female leader, Bangladesh has a female leader, Benazir Bhutto, you have had a president, I mean, head of government. You have had a head of state, yes. No, I know, but head of government is what is, head of state, yes. But head of government is something which we really would hope have. I mean, that's something to aspire for, to have a female head of government in Nepal, and I look forward to the day that happens. Hopefully, she could be the first female head of government in Nepal, or one of the lovely ladies which are here. So, and I hope you will still remember us and invite Ajit and I to be a part of the panel at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maggie. I just realized while we were conversing that both our male panelists here have had their mothers pretty much pushing them. And so, yes, it begins from home, even though it's business conversation, but the home doesn't go out of the equation. Yeah, thank you for this lovely conversation to all the 4 panelists. Special thanks to Ameya and Archana ji. You know, you've shared your insights with us. Like Ameya said, we from Nepal, we could learn from your mistakes and from the good things that both of you have done, your wonderful work at Madhya Pradesh Association, Women Entrepreneurs, yeah, Mawe, the amazing work that you're doing. And I also thank Prativa ji, sold out your idea of it being, all the policies in our conversation having to be intersectional. You know, not just holistic, but we also look at the intersectionality of the conversations we are doing, business, home, policies, innovations, ecosystem, everything has to come together. And Ajit ji for, you know, being the male champion for gender parity in business landscape. I think I enjoyed the conversation. I hope it's the same with the audience. Thank you to the panelists once again. Let's end.
Invitation to all of you. This is the first Women Leadership Summit that's happening. So we at Mawe keep organizing international events. This September, we have an event called Business Beyond Borders at Jabalpur in Madhya Pradesh. A very good exhibition and conference. I heartily invite all of you, whoever would like to participate, your leaders, Chaya ji is here, everyone, the leaders can lead a delegation, and please be our guests. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, our moderator needs a big round of applause because she really the best in us. And we are very sorry. She was doing all the emailing. We're wanting all of us to. I think you did a good job of really coordinating and bringing us together. Thank you, WLF and CIN, for this. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Thank you very much for that interesting session. It was very informative, enlightening, and shows the path forward. But I have a concern or something in my mind, which is like we were talking about making strategies and policies. And my concern really, and some of you mentioned it, I think Ajit did, is the problem is in the execution. And Prativa, I think you mentioned that we don't have a proper representation, but outliers here. So considering that we have most of the time we have a platform where only outliers are representing and we make policies and strategies, the key question I have is how does that get filtered down to where things really matter. You know, and we make policies on the top, but if things, even information, let alone the execution part of it and how it gets executed, but even the information, the policy that has been designed, how does it get filtered down to everybody to whom it matters? And the other side is like, how do their concerns, really at the grassroots level, rural level, how do their concerns come up to that level where the policy addresses their concerns as well? So I think that's a big challenge we have.
Can I just address your first part of the question? Very important question. Many, many, many policies are made by the government. We are a instrument. How do they get filtered down? They do not get filtered down to the right people, and it's only associations and confederations like yours who can hold these awareness workshops and make people aware. And women, let me tell you, whenever we have a workshop or it's my personal, very few women attend. Why? Because you all are very busy doing your businesses and you think, hum to padh likh gaye. It's not the end of it. Learning is a continuous process. And I tell the government that whenever we have a budgetary allocation for a particular scheme, the first 3 years, 15% of that scheme should be allocated for only information dissemination, whether it's through advertisements, TV, associations, or whatever. So we have the associations play a big role in disseminating the information for the policies that are formed. And there should be a budgetary allocation for that.
To add to that, what I've seen when I go to policy stakeholder meetings or even be in the council, one of the biggest things we need to change, I guess from the government side also, is it can't be last minute thing. You know, just because we need to have a new policy, you just don't do it like really, you know, it can't be, okay, I see our Honorable Gagan Thapaji also here, so he's also hearing this. So generally, it's mostly last minute. Another is within the council or committee, we see very less gender representation, but also like, you know, representation from the marginalized groups. That's another thing. So when I was in the Council of Science, Technology, Innovation, in the coordination committee, I was the only female. And in my committee, there were 3 other females, you know, out of like 7 of us. So 4 female and 3 men. In all other committee, when I asked, why don't you have females? They said, it's so hard to find female representatives from sciences, you know, so that should not be the answer. You need to push more, and you need to also create an environment so that they can come to the meeting. You can't hold that meeting over the beer or over coffee at night, you know, so you also need to realize those things. Another, federations and forums have huge roles in this. And that's why earlier I said it has to be evidence-based. It cannot be based on my personal bias or assumption, right? And that's another thing all of us as forums and federations have to work on, work with knowledge partners to bring those ideas, those briefs, so that we can present it to the government to represent all the sectors and marginalized groups, right? So those are 2 of the things. But last thing I would also like to request, since we have government sector here, women need space, one of the things, because infrastructure is a huge thing, especially when we go into manufacturing, and all the SEZ spaces, special economic zones, are already allocated and seems like they've been staying there for 20, 30 years. So it's very hard to find new spaces for young entrepreneurs, men or female, especially female. Another is access to finance. We need to up this game of 15 lakhs. It has to go to women, but we need to also work around the bottlenecks of it, but it has to also increase. 15 lakhs is good enough for a seed fund, but then we need much more than that, especially in urban areas and for big scale companies. And another is we need an environment conducive to growth of females so that you make spaces, all of us have to make spaces in the boardroom and all of that so that we can make decisions. Female decisions. Females should be in decision-making positions. So there is obviously a huge difference between becoming a president and prime minister, obviously, because who makes the executive decision, right? Another is good that India has a female as a finance minister. That makes a huge difference. We can't say there is a gender lens inculcated in this, right? So those are some of the things we need to think about as we move forward.
Can I just add one thing, and I think Prativaji mentioned in your thing, there's a lot of forces. Say everybody knows what needs to be done. The execution is the problem, like there was rightly said. But what's happening is all this work is happening in silos. I am the current chair of the American Chamber of Commerce also, and there is a request from our members on a few things. And how we're trying to solve that is just by looking at who's doing the work and aligning and synergizing so the voice becomes louder and influential. So I think I think that's a model that could help in this process. Thank you.
We have more questions?
Brought out a very valid point. So, ma'am, I believe you're there. Just one small last suggestion I want to do in India, what we are doing. Space is really very important and is not available, and women can't go to industrial areas and zones. So, Mawe, I have been advocating, and we are there. We are proposing a multi-storied flatted factories complex. So, this is about 10, 15 stories being built up in a small area of 10,000 square feet. So you have about 15 lakh square feet, and just give shell spaces to women entrepreneurs or entrepreneurs, 1,500, 2,000, 1,000 square feet with a common facilities center and a creche to be built down below and industrial lifts and everything. So this is a fantastic project which we are furthering, a multi-storied flatted factory complex for MSME women entrepreneurs, and especially women who work on the SOHO concept of small offices, home offices, and have no formal working spaces. So that's a big suggestion that's happening currently.
Thank you so much. I'd like to, yes, thank you so much. And I'd like to request our panelists to kindly rise up, and we'd like to take a group picture, and I'd also like to go ahead and in the meantime request member of WLF, Shrestha, to kindly present a memento to our moderator as well as our speakers. Thank you. Please put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. This is our first WLS panel on business leadership. Our moderator, Santona Malakar, and our panelists, Ameya Prabhu, Archana Bhatnagar, Dr. Prativa Pandey, and Ajit Bikram Shah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right here at WLS, I'd like to go ahead and invite on the podium. We have with us none other than Member of Parliament, and well, he's somebody that I looked up to as well as admire, Honorable Gagan Thapa, to set the tone for the next panel, which is on politics.
Thank you, Sanjay. I am delighted to be here. Thank you very much. I went through your brochure for this summit, and one particular thing that struck me, that was the right note for me, was Women Leadership Summit is not about seeking recognition for women's leadership potential. Rather, it is about empowering and enabling women leaders for transformative impact. It goes on to say, we live in an age with profound proof that women's leadership in every aspect of development and innovation as equal partners had brought magnificent results. As an example stated in the brochure, peace accords led by women in their creation and execution are 35% more likely to survive for at least 15 years. The shared global leadership by women is staggeringly low at 8%. But if you look at the response to the COVID and the success rate, 40% of the success was garnered by the woman leadership. These are just few examples, and numbers don't lie. It's enough proof that women's leadership is just as capable, if not more. How does the women's leadership style stand out? What are the differentiators? The brochure further adds that there are certain traits of women leadership which helps them to stand out. And so to say, they are women's emphasis on consultation and collaboration, maintaining consistent communication, decisions coming from a place of empathy. If I may, I would like to add few on the list. Women leaders are like operating with certain emotional intelligence. Women leaders are good at navigating complexities. Adaptability, flexibility, and authenticity is their strength. They are more democratic than directive. And the list can go on. And anyone here in the room present can add on this list. Because we have all accepted that need for women's leadership, and we are only present here because we all agree unanimously. So as we all have agreed on this need, so I don't see any reason to go further on it. Now that will lead us to the question, how can we get more women in political leadership, business leadership, decision-making, and institutions? From my position, I think I can better put my view on women's leadership on the political front. So I'll just get on with it. Women's political leadership situation differs from a given country and varies with the society's structure. Even community receive women's leadership differently. For example, in the United States, women currently hold around 27% of congressional seats, which is an all-time high, but still falls short of parity. In countries like Norway, Sweden, and Finland, women make up over 40% of the parliamentary seats. In Rwanda, which is a fantastic example, women comprise over 61% of parliamentary seats, the highest percentage of any country worldwide. In underdeveloped countries, women often face significant cultural, legal, and institutional barriers to political leadership. So the numbers are pretty low. In Saudi Arabia, women were only granted the rights to vote and run for office in 2015. And as of 2021, women hold only around 20% of municipal council seats. In some Islamic countries like Indonesia, the world's most populous Muslim nation, women currently have around 20% of the parliamentary seats. While in Tunisia, which is a predominantly Muslim country, women hold around 31% of the parliamentary seats. If you talk about our closest neighbor, the Indian Parliament, the Lok Sabha women currently hold around 14% of the seats, which is lower than the global average of approx 25%. And if you look at how Muslim and Hindu women share the representation, in India, it's not fair. In 2019 Lok Sabha elections, only 4 Muslim women were elected to the parliament, less than 1% of the total seats. So as the situation differs from countries to countries regarding political representation, and it also differs if we talk about meaningful political representation, the approach to get them more in numbers and to make their participation more meaningful is certainly going to differ from society to society. So let me share a few of my views on how can we move forward toward increasing the participation of women in political leadership in Nepal. When you talk about developing leadership, it's a process. As my dear friend, Dr. Pukar, at one point of time in my conversation, I remember last time, he told me, he asked me, what is leadership? Is it a noun or a verb? I replied, noun. He said, no, it's not a noun, it's a verb. We all are mistaken by it. So I agree with you that leadership is a process, it's a verb, it's action. It's important to know where we are right now if we want to move forward with this on. When you talk about where we are currently, answers vary with varying perspectives. It's a classic situation of glass full or glass half empty. But I like to see it from third perspective, a realist eye, neither half full nor half empty. The glass contains half the required amount of liquid for it to overflow. If you look at this situation from a realist perspective, realist worldview, we can navigate this properly. We might find the correct discourse. As a realist, I have a few points that I want to put across today. One, when I look inside the Federal Parliament of Nepal, I can see that 33% of women hold those seats. They come from different identities and communities. And I immediately compare it to the parliament formed after 1991 elections. When we have 205 seats, only 6 women were elected to the parliament, comprising less than 2% of the seats. So we stand in a much better place and have the highest representation of women in parliament in South Asian countries. Something to be proud of. That said, I am also aware that male counterparts predominantly acquire the first few rows in the parliament. The people in those rows make almost all of the political decisions, leaving women out. This is concerning. This is alarming. And the government formed by the parliament, where our laws don't dictate the percentage, you only see some token representation. Second, Vidyadevi Bhandari, Right Honorable Vidyadevi Bhandari, just exited as the second elected head of the state. Her heading the state was a matter of pride for all who root for the cause of representation. While our country was a monarchy, we could not imagine a female head of state. Something to be proud of. But we have come a long way in this regard, but still a long way to go. Because another instance where you have failed in proper representation is the recent vice president election. When a male occupied the role of the head of the state, the vice president's office was supposedly reserved for women. But our politics, we found a clever loophole and managed to elect males in both the positions. Third, and when I look inside our party, my party, there has been a spike in representation of the women compared to previous committees. In 4th General Convention, which took last year, a total of 111 members were elected to the Central Working Committee. Out of them, 24 members were women, which makes the representation of women in our Central Working Committee around 22%, which is a record high. If you compare this to our first committee just after 1991 election, it was less than 2%. Something to be proud of. However, when thoughtfully gazed at, it is evident that the major political players in the major political parties that make decisions every day, almost all of them are male. When high-level political committees sit for the national level decision-making process, in any Gathbandhan, the female representation found in the images we see in the media is negligible. These instances give us an exact picture of where we are now. We are moving forward, but stuck in a glass ceiling. It's clear as day that our efforts in dictating the number of representation by law has given results, and where we still need to do so are deprived of it. Where we had thought things would evolve, it has been stagnant at most. So what's next? How do we move forward from here? How do we create a ripple in a stagnant pond? To me, it's simple. We have seen mandatory provisions giving results. For example, if a parliament with 33% of women forms a cabinet with 25 ministers, 33% of those ministries must be ensured to women by law. If this law is in place, we don't need to wait for equal representation of women in cabinet. Otherwise, nothing is going to work. Let's write, rewrite, and cancel any rules or provisions in our constitutions if needed. A party must bring in at least 33% of women in top leadership positions. It must be written somewhere. Or if you leave it to good faith, it won't just happen, which hasn't happened for ages, and it's not going to happen. Once we rewrite the law, then comes political party. What does the political party want? Political parties want to get to power through the power of votes. So let's say a certain percentage of women's representation in the first past the post election is made, compulsory for different political positions, which election commission is right now discussing. Probably in a month or so, they will table this bill in the parliament with this provision, where there will be some fixed percentage for women in the first past the post election. Not only the national election, but also in the local elections, such as mayors and MPs. If such provisions are made, then how will parties react? The parties will now start looking for female candidates that can win elections for them. Because parties want to win elections, that's for sure. They will begin to train those candidates. They will begin to find those candidates. They will begin to explore for those candidates and empower them. The compulsion to comply with the written rules will make them sincerely try to ensure authentic representation. Third, there are other things as well. Our public discourse is largely occupied by noise. The discussions are primarily polarized with extreme worldviews. But we need to bring more conversations like we just had today, this to our mainstream discussions, which is not happening. When that happens, when people are proactively talking about these issues at grassroots levels, it will create a natural demand for female leadership in politics. The political parties will fall in line because they must fit these narratives into their political process to win elections. Today, leaders casually blame female leaders for the underperformance, be it in parliament, be it in political party, be it at local level. They casually associate the underperformance with the presence of female leaders in it. It's astonishing how this kind of discussion sometimes takes place in the presence of female leaders. This reality is inside all the major political parties and at all levels. They adhere to this nonsense as a proven hypothesis. They try to prevent female leaders from getting more executive positions because they believe it's so. This hypothesis is not evidence-based. It can't be. It can never be. Just earlier we talked about, in reference to your brochure, those actual data and numbers that tells otherwise. But somehow, these notions are woven into widespread popularity amongst political parties, among political leaders, among political workers. This notion must be challenged at every front and at every chance by everyone who roots for this cause. Without breaking that notion, it will be hard to move forward. I want to return to the facts mentioned in the brochure again. Research and studies worldwide tell that women in leadership positions have brought tremendous positive results. They have delivered, fulfilled people's aspirations, more with fewer corruptions. Numbers don't lie. It has also happened in Nepal. It's just that those stories need to make more rounds in media. There is an imminent need for that kind of research and studies to be done in Nepal. In time, those research might tell us success stories of female leadership in any aspect of society. Be it the head of user committee for water supply at ward, be it a female principal, a ward president, or a mayor, or a vice mayor, an MP, or a minister. We must bring those stories out. We must tell these success stories of female leadership in action. If we can educate people and back them with data and research, the notion that women leaders aren't capable will dissipate. Another thing that I want to add to this discussion today is that women who are already in mainstream politics are sometimes misguided by the idea that women leaders must act masculine. Some take it too far sometimes. We don't need a female leader who tries to act like a male. We don't need more male leaders. We have them enough. We already have so many of them. Instead, women leaders must take pride in the inherent qualities as female leaders. Certain attributes are unique only to their gender and aren't found in male leaders. We should all celebrate our diversity, even as genders. We should take pride in being one, or as many for that matter. Women leaders must take charge on this front. Lastly, let's imagine a place where we are now past these discussions. With our collective efforts, we have reached the place we wanted, where more female leaders are in action and their results have spoken. The prosperity they bring will not only benefit the female leaders or a specific political party. The prosperity will be shared with all. All of society will reap its benefits. But we are not there yet. That's why we are discussing it today. But to bring that shared prosperity dream to fruition, we must all put our shared effort into realizing that dream as a society. All players in the community must work toward achieving it. The civil society, the business community, foundations, associations, media, parties, and of course the professionals. I think this summit is an excellent way to make way for more women leaders in action. We don't need any more effort to recognize them, as we have discussed it earlier. We need more actions to get more women leaders in actions to ensure the most crucial part of our democracy, and that is delivery. Because as political parties, we have failed to deliver. And when a woman brings a new creation to this world, it's called a delivery for a reason. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hon'ble.
Thank you so much to Honorable Gagan Thapa for setting the tone for our next panel as well. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is Politics, the Female Political Career. Moving ahead, I'd like to go ahead and invite our speakers for the panel. I'd like to go ahead and begin by inviting Dr. Bina Basnet. She entered Sikkim politics to bring about a new political conviction and public service, and co-founded a party called as Hamro Sikkim Party. Please put your hands together and help me welcome Dr. Bina Basnet. I'd like to go ahead and invite on stage Sunita Dangol. She's a politician. She's a language activist, media person, and to be precise, she's the Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. It's a pleasure to have her right here at this fantastic panel. I'd like to go ahead and move ahead and invite on stage Khushbu Oli. She's a young political leader who recently contested the elections as an independent candidate. As well as I'd like to go ahead and invite Sumana Shrestha. She is a politician representing the newly formed Rashtriya Swatantra Party. So we have with us a fantastic panel, as well as I'd like to go ahead and invite our moderator. We have with us a senior journalist, editor, as well as opinion maker of the country, associated with the media, as well as the media within our country, as well as international media. I'd like to go ahead and invite Yubaraj Ghimire. So I'd like to go ahead and one more time start off this panel. We have our honorable dignitaries with us. So one more time, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome them. We have with us Honorable Sumana Shrestha. My apologies on this. She's a politician, as well as politician representing the newly formed Rashtriya Swatantra Party. My apologies on that. My apologies. Apologies on that. Thank you so much. So, if you're ready, here we have the panel. It is going to be a 1-hour session, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Welcome to the members in the panel. We have about an hour. I think we don't need to. Everyone is so well known to the audience here. So I won't take time introducing the members in the panel. He's already done that. we are in a very, I mean, politics is always in turmoil. It comes with uncertainty. It also comes with opportunities. Women empowerment or, like representation in Nepali politics in a sizable number is a new phenomenon, no doubt about that. 2008 onwards we have 33% at least, but that 33% is a statutory guarantee, not in proportion to the population. And if we have right-thinking politician, the minimum statutory, mark should not be, holding against giving due or numerical representation to the gender that has a majority in the country. But that really needs a revolutionary approach. One of the speakers in the previous session was saying mindset, change in mindset. Change in mindset is not reluctantly or grudgingly accepting the quota set by the Constitution, but change in mindset requires to move forward in ensuring that there is proportional, at least proportional representation. And there is also a very willing approach in accepting not the participation, not only the participation, Gaganji was saying about that, I mean like that, but also encouraging women in leadership position. We have to make up, if there is 165 members under the proportion, on the direct first past the post system and 110, we have to make it up because they are not educated, number of women contesting and winning the election in the direct, not that they are not qualified. However, having said that, I would also say that there is a gradual improvement in that. There are problems, there are opportunities. How to ensure that those opportunities turn into reality is something we are going to discuss. I'll begin with Sumana ji, but I'll request all the panel members to make initial statement like 5 minutes each. Statement of, on the subject that we've been given, then we'll go into further discussion. Beginning with Sumana ji, thank you.
Thank you very much, Yubaraj. It's a pleasure to be here amongst a lot of powerful women. So here is where I think I agree with you, what you've said. While we have a higher percentage of women in Nepal, the statutory support given to women is 33%. But I should mention, I'm probably the first parliamentarian to call out in the parliament that 33% is minimum. And what parties should be striving for is to have parity. And I think that comes first by challenging the norms within the parties and challenging some of these deep-seated patriarchal thoughts that has been spoken of, that I'm pretty certain a lot of us have faced as well. I think that is where the conversation starts. Self-reflecting and asking some basic fundamental questions. Everyone, we had this conversation in our party amongst friends, who do we need to educate so that we can have equal, fair representation and fair chance? And these are some of the understanding or conclusions we drew. The passing marks for any minority, and today we're speaking about women, is much higher. We are held to a much higher standards than the majority, the men. So the passing marks, what we need to do in order to get acknowledged, the kind of work we need to produce in order to even fall in the radar is much higher. There are certain norms that we tend to fall into, to adhere to, so that we get noticed. That's some internal biases we need to work on. And especially within the party political system that we have in Nepal, some of the aspects that we really need to I would say shake the system up, might be the correct approach, would be to think about what is it going to take to have proper representation. There are some data that's out there, and I hope it's going to be published soon, that basically shows, statistically shows, offices that are run by women have less corruption. That I hope is, I hope we're gonna, not me, but the researchers are gonna be able to, are gonna get wide publicity, but because that's quite significant finding. And the other finding, and the other thing that we, while discussing this, we realized we tend to expect women to fall under a certain category, where women are supposed to behave certain way. And as soon as women don't fall in that specific guidelines society has built for us, they are labeled in various different ways. So I think the first thing we need to do, as we're talking about political representation, is have a self-reflection. Are we holding women to a different standards than we hold the male counterpart? Do we have implicit biases that you know, we put on when we are evaluating people? Or do we label women differently if they, or do we label women more harshly if they don't fall under the typical gender norms that has been forced upon us through society? I'll pause there.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's wonderful to be amongst all the powerful people inside this room. I have a different kind of experience to share because I participated in the election in a very suburban area of Japa, which was very, very remote internally. My experience is completely different, and I think speaks for a volume of women that are aspiring to be politicians. I was supposed to be participating in the election from a certain party. But at the very last moment, I had to voluntarily exit because my party decided to form an alliance at the very last day of nomination. I think a lot of women go through that because we are never the first ones to be prioritized when we compete for the election in the first passport system. So I decided not to go with the party's decision and stand for my people, because the promises I made was not about the party, it was to the people where my constituency was and where I worked. So I decided to stand as an independent candidate. Now, speaking about the grassroots experience that I had, it was unbelievable. I did not get elected in the election. I prefer to say it that way because a lot of people compare election to wars, like winning or losing. I don't think it's about that. I just did not get elected. That is more important to take election as such it is. I would like to share my experience from a very, 2 paragraphs from the poem that I created regarding the overall experience of women in politics. In the mountains and valleys of Nepal, women's voice rises through they face it all. The struggles and strife of inequality, but they push on with fierce tenacity. They fight for a place at the table of power, to break through the barriers hour after hour, to be seen and heard in a world that's male, to pave the way for a brighter trail. For too long, they have been told to stay in line, that their place was at home and not on the line. But they refuse to be silenced, to be held back. Their determination like an unwavering track. With every step, they march towards their goal, against the current with a fire in the soul. They strive for equal education opportunity to build a brighter future for all Nepali. Their struggles are many, but the spirit's strong. They won't give up through the road is long, for they know the power of their own voice and the hope it brings in a world full of noise. So let's stand with them in this noble fight to champion their cause with all our might. For Nepali women in politics are leaders true, with the power to change the world, me and you. Oh, reservation, a very fundamental aspect. I would not need a reservation if meritocracy were the only foundation. But in this world of inequality and bias, I need affirmative action to break the glass. As a Nepali woman, I face double discrimination in a male-dominated society and political system where gender stereotypes still prevail and women's voices are often deemed frail. Yet, I refuse to be a mere statistic, a token representation, a symbolic gimmick. I have a vision for my country and my people, and I will fight for it with all my zeal. I will not ask for pity or charity, but I demand respect and parity. I will not beg for a seat at a table, but I will claim it with my skills and able. I am a leader, a strategist, a thinker. I am a force to reckon with, a game changer. And at last, for the women who have missed it all, reservation is the only way to ensure that their voices are heard and our rights are secure. I dream of a day when equality reigns and women lead without any chains. We would not need a reservation then, for women would be considered leaders, not just women. I think this sums up my overall experience. And lastly, I would want to put up a scenario here. I competed the election from Jhapa constituency number 4. A girl gets married at the age of 12. She's pregnant at 13 and she dies at 14. There are little children who are coming for implants at the age of 14. So what do you expect from that kind of a scenario? What kind of voters do you expect from that kind of a scenario? So the main problem, I don't know about the urban areas which have seen little bit of progression, but places as remote as mine, which is completely a suburban area, which is not that remote compared to the West or the Supreme West. So the scenario is sad. There's lack of education, lack of conscious voting knowledge, and lack of education about their rights. So I truly believe the reformation is required in the very grassroots. Women have not understood the power of their votes, the way they should be using their rights. So I believe from the grassroots experience is completely different scenario. We are yet to conquer about the rights when women don't even understand who they are voting for. They are just told to vote in a pattern. That's why I think I did not get elected, but the journey is on. Thank you.
Thank you, Khushbu. We'll come into the issues that you've raised when you go into discussions. But this is a real issue of linking politics with ordinary people and women who really like all their potential is dashed right at the time when they are 13 or 14 and they really don't know how to contribute to meaningful transformation of politics and how to ensure the right they have lost because of the social and other circumstances. We'll come into that. Sunita ji, you lost it.
Thank you so much. Namaste, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to see you all together. And my apology, I'm not feeling that well. I may cough in between, so please excuse me. So talking about the women in politics and leaders, the discrimination, I guess, the discrimination starts from, announcing from the podium itself. It's not about MC. Maybe most of you have maybe it's MC. No, it's not about MC. It's about how we are called on the stage. We are called on the stage as women leader. Why do we, why do we need to be recognized as women leader? Why can't society consider us as leader, just leader? महिला नेत्री भनेर पहिले भन्दै हाल्नुहुन्छ के नेत्री भन्नै सक्नु हुँदैन महिला नेत्री भन्नुहुन्छ भने त्यहीबाट डिस्क्रिमिनेसन सुरु हुन्छ. And most of the people, they say, because you're women, make sure that you work for women. That's a good side. But at the same time, we are elected and we are leader, not just for women, for men, women, children, senior citizens, for LGBTIQ+, for everyone who lives in this society. So the narrative has to be changed, and it has to start from the podium itself. So it has to start from our dialogue, from our, informal conversation. And talking about the women in politics, especially because I am Deputy Mayor of Kathmandu Metropolitan City, I would love to talk about the Kathmandu Metropolitan City itself. Out of 32 wards, we have 0 women president, women ward president, 0. So only one of the party, so UML itself, there was a candidate in ward number 14, female candidate, and all the candidates were male itself, and of course the elected ward members are male. And how do we expect the equality, gender neutral governance, how do we expect it? And the next is, so in a simple greeting too, when we see a male leader coming in, we say like, oh, Mayor Sahab, oh, Manneju. And then when we see women leaders, we just say, Didi, Boini. Boini, aramai hununcha. Didi, aramai hununcha. So these are the dialogues that shows how discriminated we are and how discrimination is deeply rooted in our society. So as being a deputy mayor, I always wanted to make sure that women participate in decision making, not just with their signature, but also the meaningful participation. The first and foremost thing that I started when I went to Kathmandu Metropolitan City as deputy mayor, the first thing that I did was I started a women's cell in each ward. And the women cell is led by women itself. The women representatives in each ward, open women representative and also Dalit women representatives, they lead the women's cell. That shows that has actually, planted some sense of responsibility within the women representatives as well. They're happy because they say like, at least we have got some responsibility. Before 5 years, for 5 years we have been in wards, but we were not assigned with any specific work. We were not assigned with any kind of responsible duties, and now at least the women's cell has given them some sort of responsibility. They can work, they can decide, they can work with people directly. Not everybody has to go to the room of ward president to get work done. They can also consult with women representatives. That's something I being woman, I being deputy mayor, I have already started women cell in each wards of Kathmandu Metropolitan City. And at the same time, another responsibility, another work that I have started to empower the women representatives is we have a vision to establish mediation center in all wards, in all the 32 wards, and that will also be led by women representatives itself. So it's something that we have started, and we have vision that 32 wards will have well-managed, organized mediation center by OSAR, by June, July. So out of 32, 20 wards have already executed the mediation center, and that has also added one more responsibility to women representatives. And I guess there are a lot of things that we need to discuss, and it would be really nice if we can have two-way conversation. So I pause here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita ji. And now we have Dr. Bina Basnet from Sikkim. She was introduced, right at the beginning. She's a medical doctor, but switched over to politics and also into environmental activism. And now the floor is yours.
Hello. Namaste. Am I audible? Okay. Namaste, Nepal. Namaste. So, hello. Yes. So I'm delighted and audible. I would want to thank CNI, the Women Leadership Forum, for inviting me. It's such a pleasure to be here. So as Sir has already introduced me, I was a medical doctor. I was practicing in AIIMS, then in Lady Hardinge, later in Delhi. I was a human doctor before, but because the political condition of my state, like everywhere else, was in a very debilitating condition, very diseased, so I had to kind of take that plunge to come into politics. So that's how they call me a political doctor now. I started, I'll just share my political experience. We started our political party back in 2018. For me, when I started politics, everything was a blank slate for me because I didn't know the conventional way of doing politics, like how it is prevailing everywhere. For me, I was trained in giving service. Like as a doctor, the first thing you learn in your career, or when you start as a start your career in med school, the first lesson you learn is when you see your patient, you build a rapport with the patient, you get yourself into the patient's shoes, and from there, you don't look with the eyes of sympathy, but you feel them, you feel their condition, their state, and then when you are guided by that feeling, then that empathy, then you'll take that action. So that's how we were trained. And for me, politics, for others, maybe I wasn't like a very experienced politician, but for me, I was experienced in giving service. So when I started, the first thing I did, the thing only which I knew was to connect to people. So I started connecting to people at a very deeper level, to understand what their suffering really was, to understand what was their needs, their aspiration. Our state was entirely into drugs. Every sixth house has a person who is into substance abuse. It ranks almost second in the country in suicide rate, mental health illness. So all of these things were already there. So for me to just be there and understand, that is how my action were driven by the guidance which I got from that. And I think politics in today's time, you know, everybody just accepts the way the politics is. Oh, it is like that. Oh, it's bad. It's dirty. Oh, somebody would choose to be there and make a change. Somebody would just don't want to go near it. So for me, what I feel is, as a leader, the most important factor, the attribute which should be there is the person should be guided by emotional intelligence. I think Sir had mentioned about emotional intelligence, and that is the biggest attribute a leader should have. EQ-based politics, I feel, is the need of the hour. Not only our state, our country, the world, but the planet needs that, the EQ-based politics. I think everybody should for once just you know, go into a reboot mode, just make your mind a blank slate and just imagine that politics should be EQ-based, because unless and until you're not driven by that empathy and that feeling for your people, I really don't understand what is the other way of doing politics. So for me, biggest challenge, like, you know, in politics is what I see. It's not evolving with time. It's not evolving with time. Everything has evolved. We are technologically advanced. We are advanced in every manner. But when we say politics, we are even worse than animals. We have to keep people there, guarding our boundaries, our oceans, our air. And then, you know, it's just we are working on a survival instinct to just like survive, and survival of the fittest, or who's superior, who's powerful. The leaders just going into this power tripping and out of ego. I mean, how it's functioning. We have been hearing about war since time immemorial. And today also when we come here, we are thinking about war. We are thinking about, you know, the kind of ruthlessness in politics. So when do we evolve as humans? We are even worse than animals in terms of when we say highest institution, it's one of the most corrupt. At least I can't really generalize it, but most of the places it's corrupt, it's ruthless. And what people say is, yes, ma'am, you're in politics, you have to follow Sham Dam Dan Bhed. like, you know, the ruthless way of politics. And I said, I really don't know that way, nor am I going to follow that path. So that's how I started my politics. I was criticized for the way I did politics. In a way, I started in a very social way, associating with NGOs. I started in opposition, so it was very, very challenging for me to even implement things. So for me, it was, you know, I started it socially. And I feel today's politics, you know, I don't see women kind of should get justice, should be equally represented. It's there. It's always been there. That cry is still been there. But I feel now people should change their mindset, as Sir was saying, that it is not women who needs justice. It's the political system which needs justice. It's the highest institution that needs justice. It's the world that needs justice. So justice can be given by emotionally intelligent people working based on EQ. Now, when we say people working based on EQ, it's more of feminine element, and it's inherently present in a woman. It's inherently present there, so she does not have to kind of really, you know, go out of the way to do that. But for leaders who are men or working through a very masculine virtue, I feel for them also to express the emotional element of their side. Like, I would just want to quote Nirvana ji. Last time he told me that whenever he starts a day, he touches his daughter's feet. You know, I felt so overwhelmed, because that is the kind of emotion one men expresses. It's not that they are considered as weak. I feel that. So men today, maybe they are conditioned like that. They don't want to express, they don't want to work with that element of emotions. So, you know, for men to think that when they are leaders, if they act through emotional element, they don't become less of a man. They become greater of a man. They become Mahan. They become Mahatma. They become His Holiness. They become Shri Shri, they become Mandela. So, you know, you don't, when you take that feminine element even out and work through it, you become great. So feminine virtue or feminine element is one of the greatest virtue anyone can have. And that's why we need more women, because they have inherently that, and we need men who expresses more of works through the feminine element. So that is the need of the world. We can't continue for, like this for long. So I feel that's why, to give justice to the system, I feel there should be more women, and the demand should come from the public. They should just look at that way, that if we want a better future for our upcoming generation, the answer is the feminine element, and you have to get them, you have to demand for them. And even who's going to participate should kind of aggressively, in a graceful manner, but go ahead for it. That's what I feel.
I'll come back again. Thank you, Dr. Basnet. Sumana ji, I'll begin with you. You've been one of the active participants in parliamentary process. You are visible there. But in your past 3 months as a parliamentarian, entering into a new arena, let's say politics and parliament, how much the government and fellow parliamentarians have been responsive to the issues that you've raised?
I've raised many issues, so I'll focus on few. If you look at the new parliamentary rulemaking, Pratinidhi Sabhako Niyamavali, we finally have a space to create women's ikai. It was quite a challenge, and a lot of women worked on it, and to get it even in the draft stage. So we're going to participate on that as well. We're going to have discussion. So that I have found to be extremely collaborative. After my first speech, where I said, oh, you know, don't call us little, what's the correct interpretation of chili? I don't know. A lot of parliamentarians, women parliamentarians, walked up and said, a lot of us wanted to say it. You finally said it through the podium, right? But actually no men walked up and said, yes, that was a mistake. We should not do that. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done around how women are perceived. As a parliamentarian, for a lot of issues I've raised, some issues I've got a lot of support. For example, parliamentary calendar, introducing that and working systematically. There are other areas where, you know, I'm putting effort to form cross-party alliance to work on a national narrative of what's required for Nepal's development so that it doesn't become one party's agenda and it doesn't get lost. And there is a good institutional memory that gets established in politics as well. So I would say my first 3 months has been quite challenging. It's been a lot of learning by doing. But there is one thing I can definitely say. I think it's very common practice when new faces show up with very different way of working, where we are told you don't know how to work. Paripakwa bhayena. We've heard that quite a bit. I've heard that quite a bit. I've heard tapai ekdam aptharo manche quite a bit. I've heard quite a bit, why are you asking for this data? Or I've also heard quite a bit, yo particular bhayena. And I always keep asking why not. Tell me in the rule book, where does it say I cannot do this? So it's been a lot of asking this question, why not? And a lot of change, how would I say? A lot of challenging the old way of thinking, not just the old guards, but challenging a lot of old way of thinking and coming to a realization what we've been fed, because I don't know, 6 months ago, I was not in formal politics. What we've been fed, what politics is, how politicians should behave, how politics is done is quite inaccurate. And systematically, what I've realized is it is in favor of old thinking to keep the narrative the same way. It's no different than how patriarchy works. So it's been a lot of work. But I have found support because a lot of parliamentarians are not repeat parliamentarians this time, they're new, especially women. So it's been good working on the issues, especially related to women's representation and on some of the very pertinent issues I've been raising.
Thank you. So, this is always, you know, like media is always in an advantageous position because it can keep asking questions without being ever accountable. We discussed, in fact, privately, Sumana ji, she wrote in Twitter, I guess, when objective to the use of word cheli. This happened a few years ago when I was editor of one of the papers. And there was a headline in my paper that Sabas Cheli, that was Nepali, you know, women players, they had gone abroad, they won it, and the complimentary presentation of the event was Sabas Cheliaru. We had a meeting that day and we issued this, I as an editor issued the circular that is very condescending, and this gives a message that women should not be winning. If they have won some event, that is something very unusual. So that's how, I'm also in a basically introspecting and how media has promoted over a period of time that kind of disparity and denigrating the women potential. That is something, you know, like media has also contributed a lot. And we had a discussions on this. We had a kind of meeting of mine also. And Khushbu ji, you know, like you read out your poetry also. You raised certain issues which is not confined to your area, not confined to Japa, you know, early marriages, child producing age, and that entails that basically, you know, like squanders all the potential they have in terms of contributing to society, acquiring education, a basic ability to you know, like move forward. How do you, as an individual, as a civil society leader now, whether you are a politician or not, whether you belong to a political party or not is you know, like not a matter of concern, but how do you want to address these issues that engulfs the whole country, and that's a real crisis of the tragedy this country is facing?
I was the first ever women candidate of my area, Japa, since the electoral process ever started in Nepal. So you can imagine what was the situation like there. I think the grassroots problem is about the education, civic knowledge, the gender disparity. The structural system itself is a major barrier here. So if you talk about the first past the post system, I see it as a structural problem. Because due to this, independent candidates, women candidates like us, are left far behind for the direct elect. Next thing is, I have mentioned a few, I have noted down a few important things here. Substantive representation. I think that's a major challenge because substantive representation refers to the political representation should go simply beyond having women in powers. I think it is more about a women being there for the policies, for the reformations made for the women. But in Nepal, if you see the political parties' representation, the executive committees, for example, they do not even have 33% there, and they decide for the women candidates who are going to participate in the election or not. There are lots of संवैधानिक आयोगहरू जति पनि हाम्रो हुनुहुन्छ नियोग जति पनि नयाँ नियमावलीहरू बन्छन् हैन यस्तो नीति निर्माणहरू हुन्छ. In this kind of process you will see a room full of men with one or less women. So I think substantive representation is a major issue. Women need to be there in the policies that define the rights and the positions of women. So I think these are two major issues. Apart from this, yes, we are a patriarchal society, still with that mindset. As Honorable Member of Parliament said, they have a different, you know, way of addressing women. When I competed election, they were like, you don't look like an election, you don't look like a politician. I said, please define, how does a politician look like? You know, so they had a pretty image, they didn't have an image of a young woman competing in politics, so they had a different justification that I did not look like a politician and that they did not trust in me. I worked in the development sector for the last 14 years, and I have been running a charity for the last 14 years as well. Lots of people keep on telling me, you don't look like a social worker. So and some people even make comments like, you should be doing modeling and not politics or social work. So, you know, it's about the man's mindset that we will have to challenge. And all this comes to education. In my area, and majority of the areas from the western provinces, you'll have to understand that after the 5th standard, children don't go to school, girl childs. No matter how it is projected, I have traveled 77 districts, 7 provinces. I have seen women, girls after the 5th standard are told that you're eventually going to get married. If you remember, we saw this in Ujeli telefilm, which depicted child marriage, but no, it still prevails, and that's a harsh reality. If we don't come across that, it's never going to change. They are going to be the voters in the 10 years, and they don't even have the secondary education. How can you expect them to understand politics and the importance of their rights? After my experience, I realized voters' education that's conducted 3-4 days before the election is not what we need. We need conscious voting education to understand that this is the candidate you must be voting, and this is the ideology that you want to support. I think this is the education we need, and primarily starts from the grassroots, where women and youths both need to be educated on what the party system is, what politics is, what choosing the right path is. So I think, yes, sir, out of my experience, I believe education is the key factor, and acknowledging women not just as women and beyond that, accepting women as leaders, accepting women as individuals with their own identity, I think that's important. Recently, after my election, I went back to my constituency and made a documentary and asked a lot of women. I didn't ask whom they voted, but I asked them, how did you vote? And they said, like, you know, I just voted to the person that my husband asked. Or a lot of them said, my father told me to vote in these logos, or symbols. So, you know, so that is the condition in the grassroots. And if we just talk about the surface level, it's not going to work. The reformations are very much fundamental in the grassroots, and breaking the stereotypes, breaking the cultural barriers, educational barriers, it is foremost important. And I'm working on a project after my defeat in the election after not being elected. I've designed a project called Political Literacy and Participation for Women because I want women to understand that they need to know whom they would vote and they have to decide whom they want to vote for.
Thank you, Khushbu. Sunita ji, you raised certain, problems, like they can be called structural, behavioral problems of the society when you took over as deputy mayor of Kathmandu metropolitan. But you were determined to, perform and deliver certain agenda that you have, set in a time-bound manner. Definitely we'll come to that issue, you will be answerable to the people. But you also belong to a political party, very powerful political party. And have you raised these issues? Because political parties do play a very important role in correcting this kind of, this. Have you raised these issues, the issues that you find very distasteful within your party? And are there any promises by your party leader to address those issues?
Talking about the political party itself, so in Nepal, almost all political parties, when we observe the meeting of the political parties, we see more men and very less so they're just countable in our fingers. And the issue I have always been, especially when I talk to the political leaders of my own party, I have always said there should be women, more women, and make sure that you encourage more young women to follow the path and also to come into the politics through the party system itself. Because the country itself believes in multi-party democracy, and the behavior of political leaders, especially the senior leaders, towards the political leaders, immersing young women political leaders, young men political leaders, so the behavior actually defines whether they really want to choose that path or not. So especially on that aspect, I have always been raising the voice. Of course, there are a few people even within the party, and it's obvious too. You can't get 100% absolute perception from everybody, but especially in terms of women in my own party, of course a lot of women has to come in the leading position within the party itself, and party has to be sensitive towards the gender issue. So it should not just be limited inside the parliament. The 33% of women has to be in the parliament. It should not just be limited in the parliament. It has to be applied in the political parties too. So this is something I have always been discussing, and I'm sure I am like newcomer, newbie in the party itself, but slowly but surely the issue will be raised in a loud voice, and surely and slowly but surely we'll achieve that at least 50% of women and men in UML party too.
Asasi, we discuss about, women representation in Nepal, which is, we discuss about, women's representation in Nepal, which number percentage-wise is the highest in South Asia. Indian Parliament had one attempt to have this bill introduced, I think in the 80s, for 27% reservation, 1/3, 33% reservation. But somehow there was dispute because there was fear among different political parties and women leadership that this reservation, whatever it offers or guarantees, will be appropriated by more privileged women within the system, within politics. So that has been, pending ever since. Recently, I was just across the border, Gorakhpur. I did journalism in India for a few years. That was not what I used to see during the election. But this time, they were, in Gorakhpur area, there were posters, in favor of different candidates. But almost every poster had their son or husband, endorsing their candidature, for this person's mother, this person's wife. So that was, that's one. Yes, India has no doubt, women leadership, at least in the Congress party, not in other party. It also had prime minister. But do you think that is going to help in achieving what the target that you've set, like you presented so eloquently just before?
So this women, as Nepal already has reserved 33% seats for women, India is yet to bring that, pass that bill basically. It's been bought on and off the table, but it's just not been able to get passed till now. Hello, okay. So at local governing bodies, there have been already reservation systems done, and the researches which has been done has showed that there was a massive improvement in the performance where women were in the grassroots, in the decision-making position. So this certainly helps. So just to talk in this context, even Sikkim does not have reservation in legislative assembly, but we've been pushing as a party to for the assembly also to put this thing forth. So when we started this party, this was the first time in Sikkim that a woman was chosen as the president of the party, and this was basically to firstly to create a role model also, because the political system has not been conducive for women in Sikkim specifically. Sikkim in other terms, it's been a good place for women, but when we talk about politics, it's not been a very, the environment has not been conducive, because the politics mostly which runs is on muscle and money. So when this is involved, women want to refrain from coming into politics. Like even my family would not want me to join politics because of this prevailing system. So for us to start, we started it as a clean party. So ours was mostly corruption-free, transparent and accountable system that has to be created, so that we create a conducive system for women to at least aspire to come into politics. Secondly, we also had in our own constitution that we would reserve 1/3 seats specifically reserved for women, and I was quite vocal about getting women on board. So that's how also in the history of Sikkim, it was the first time there were maximum number of women candidates who actually stood for election, though they couldn't make it. But that was quite a progress and quite heartening to see at least women that were coming out openly. So I feel this reservation, like first, as we already said, like the barriers which exist, first, just to deal with these barriers, first, as everyone has already mentioned, the psychological factor, the mindset which already people that has to be changed, even in the people who are participating or are going to represent, and the people who are electing. So in people's mind, it has to change that women could be a good candidate. We need women, so that has to be there. And the second thing which we require is, of course, a forced system where at least till we reach that level to have quotas or reservation system, which we have been quite vocal of. And all socio-cultural things, I think, which exist everywhere, and like how we have been advocating on, not only advocating, but we have been associated with various NGOs, some in direct association, some in the background, because we are in the opposition, so people don't want to come up front and work with us. But we are training, we are kind of making them economically independent by having certain skills and some leadership development programs, making them, training. All of these programs are just going on. So as she had mentioned that education plays a very important role. In Sikkim, if you see, it's also among one of the highest states with literacy in India, but it has not been as such manifested when you see it in politics, that literacy is high, but they would look for a safer job, a government job, or, you know, something safe. So, you know, women has been made like that, that they should go for a safer, because the situation in politics was not conducive. So that's why we have been, and education, of course, it's important, but in our situation, but still we have been forcing for better education, and not only on a very tubular education, which is only giving you a tubular vision and not, you know, kind of making you participate in other areas. So we are also having school and leaders in the schools and colleges who would also kind of brainstorm women for how to like get into leadership positions, and you know, all of those skills and tools which are required. They already are efficient, but you require those tools to at least be an efficient leader. So those things, it's an ongoing process. So yeah, of course, this does help, and we should definitely have reservation till the, transitionally at least.
Thank you. One question, you know, like for all the three participants, there is our law doesn't put any ceiling on the number of political parties. But do you, when we are holding this summit, I know there are women leadership in this hall who have proven their competence and they have earned their position, leadership position. You all are in politics. Do you see, you know, like 10 years down the line or so, political parties, the big political parties, the existing political parties being led by women, one, and two, do you, you know, three of you are in this field, do you see yourself in that position, say in 10 years, 15 years down the line? You know,
sure.
Appreciate all.
So I have actually written an article, and it's on my website too. It's my third priority to make sure there's a very clear political succession, and the steps that I'm having to carve out right now. Other women or people from marginalized community won't have to go through the same kind of uphill battle to figure out what it is. So the answer to that is, it doesn't have to be me, but it will be fantastic to see major political parties to be led by women, because I do think then we will get a bit more compassionate policies, a bit more systems thinking than what we have right now. So that... हजुरको first part question के थियो हजुर? Right. Look, I think Nepal is in such an interesting junction where there are new political parties without a lot of political history, which means there is very little to no baggage that will allow people to ask questions. I think what the things that I'm doing, right? So some of the things that I've been told by parliamentarians from mainstream political parties, like, oh, table thataunu milदैन oppositionले भनेको कुरामा सत्ता पक्ष हो. And I'm like, says who? Show me the rule. So I think questions like this, like I'm not kidding when I say Nepal is in a very interesting junction, and you should expect, you should demand a lot of groundbreaking changes from each of the parliamentarian new faces that you all have elected, we all have elected, so that becomes a reality. That is a dream. Not just women, I would say, right? I would just like to echo, there are a lot of marginalized communities in Nepal, LGBTQI, Dalits, there are so many marginalized communities, and we should really dream of a Nepal where 10 years down the line, well, 5 years down the line, the minority communities can champion the political parties, so we have a bit more inclusive, a bit more compassionate, a bit more thoughtful policies that gets made and implemented. But I think Nepal is in right position, and we all need to demand that. It is not enough to verbally say it. It is not enough to just make a public commitment. I've written another article that basically says, don't buy what politicians say, look at what the politicians do. look at the amendments that they have put through in all the bills that get tabled, look to see whether it is friendly towards women, look to see whether it's friendly towards migrant workers, look to see it in action. I think if media picks up, academics pick up, universities pick up, and think tank pick up, then hopefully 5 years down the line, we will not be voting for party, we will be voting for the face that gets put ahead in front of us to vote in ballot paper. And that would be the start of a change.
So before I answer your question, I just wanted to give a certain landscape of where we are at the moment. Amongst the 91 women lawmakers in the House of Representatives, only 9 women have been elected in the 165 seats under the direct voting. Rest have come from the proportional arrangements. And in the provincial level, in 330 seats under FETV system, only 14 candidates secured their victory, including 2 in Province 1, 4 in Madhya, 5 in Bagmati, 2 in Gandaki. Surprisingly, 2 provincial assemblies, Karnali and Sudur Pashchim, have no female representatives elected through direct voting. This is the current landscape of Nepal. So talking about 10 to 15 years down the line, I definitely see there women like us will definitely make a remarkable positions. Because I think we've seen it the hard way. I've competed in an election, contested amongst all the political parties because everybody was in the alliance, so I fought alone. So I think I've built a thick skin. I understand what is needed. But the only problem that I see is, despite being capable, having that capacity, there are a few fractional difficulties that we will face. If I have to spend 20 million, there are people who will spend 200 million in the election. How do I compete that? And will the government support me to monitor the financial difficulties that the candidates like us face? There is 2 days of Maun Avadi, which I call Money Avadi, where the direct monetary engagements happen. So will the government stand with us? If they do, yes, we can. There's nothing a woman cannot achieve. I can do that, and lots of women like us can achieve that place and position. I just want to make a remark on Honorable Member of Parliament. Mr. Gagan Thapa said that women are generally portrayed for or blamed for underperformances. You know why? Because majority women come from the list of proportional arrangement. And you know how that list is arranged. There are hundreds and hundreds of people listed, and sometimes because of the clusters, because of the minority groups, because of the different requirements of the proportional arrangements, women from the least bottom have to be picked, which the party had never thought that would even come as a representation or would be able to come. And they're not prepared. They're not educated. They were just mere picked up so that their proportional arrangement is done for the cluster. So it was not prepared. So how can you imagine a woman to lead at this time? But in the 5 to 10 years down the line, if women like us, if platforms like us, this is given to different provinces at the grassroots levels, yes, not just in the House of Representatives, even in our parties, we will be at the top, we will be leading, and women will always have inclusive leadership, and they will succeed.
Thank you, Khushbu. I was under the impression that I have till 3:50, but it would be unfair if I don't ask one question. We had vice presidential elections very recently, and in such an important issue, the political parties were divided on the interpretation of the constitution. As a party, as a conscious citizen, as someone who has contributed, if you may not have been there in parliament, are you happy about the outcome or the way this decision was imposed? Because there won't be this is not something, there should be a confusion whether it should be woman or not a woman. I think very quick answer from 3 of you, because the time is running out, and I'll hand over the mic. Thank you.
Okay, so दुईटै question एकैचोटि छिटो भनिहाल्छु. Am I supposed to answer? Okay. To be very honest, I am not as happy as I should be because I couldn't see my face on the top list, on the top leaders, on the top, country heads. I can't see my face. महिला हुनु भनेको चाहिँ को हुनु कुन पार्टी हुनु हैन कतिको रिलेट गर्न सक्छ भन्ने कुरा पनि हो र मैले आफूलाई रिलेट गर्न सकिन त्यता यो पालिको पार्लियामेन्टबाट भोटिङ भएकोबाट खुसी लाग्यो माइनोरिटी ग्रुपबाट आएको छ तर संविधान बनाउँदाखेरि कतै धेरै लुप होल्सहरु राख्दिएको रहेछ अनि जहिले पनि महिलाहरु नै बलिको बकरा बन्नुपर्ने हो त त्यो कुरामा चाहिँ एकदमै दुखी लागेको छ संविधानको मर्म भनेको राज्यमा 2 जना मध्ये 1 जना राष्ट्रपति अथवा उपराष्ट्रपति मध्ये 1 जना महिला हुनुपर्छ एटलिस्ट 50% महिला हुनुपर्छ भन्ने मर्म हो भने हरेक राजनीतिक दल हरेक राजनीतिक पार्टीले आफ्नो क्यान्डिडेसी दिदा पनि त्यो मर्मलाई भुल्नु हुँदैन अनि अर्को कुरा लिडर्सको अघिको द्याट्स भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट क्वेशन सो ओके अबको few years ma in decades do you see women leading the party भन्नु भएको छ yes we see it because something that seems impossible today is not impossible in years to come thank you
very brief please
मैं शॉर्टमा मैले यसलाई भन्दाखेरि के भन्छु भन्दाखेरि यो उपराष्ट्रपतिको चुनावको डिसिजन हुने बित्तिकै मैले आफ्नो एउटा आर्टिकल पनि लेखेको थिएँ हिंसा भनेको घरमा मात्रै हुँदैन राजनीतिमा पनि हुन्छ र यो नेपालको राजनीतिक पृष्ठभूमिमा महिलाहरूले भोगेको सबैभन्दा ठुलो हिंसाको एउटा चाहिँ पराकाष्ठा हो र लोकल इलेक्सन ताका जब मेयर र उपमेयरमा एउटा महिला हुनुपर्छ भनेर हाम्रो संविधानको धारा 17(4) ले भनेको ठाउँमा पनि उहाँहरूले बठ्याइ गरेर चाहिँ अलायन्स भयो गठबन्धन भयो भने त्यो सिट महिलालाई दिनुपर्ने आवश्यकता रहँदैन भन्ने किसिमको जुन एमेन्डमेन्ट गर्नुभयो त्यो लुपहोलको कारण आज उपराष्ट्रपतिमा पनि महिला हुनुहुन्न र देशको कैयौं स्थानमा रहेको मेयर डेप्युटी पोजिसन्सहरुमा पनि महिला हुनुहुन्न यो एउटा टोकन पद थियो त्यसमा पनि तर अहिले यो लुपहोलले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी राजनीतिक हिंसामा परेका छौं
Deputy Mayor token हैन गजबको पावरफुल पोजिसन छ so let's recognize that it really frustrated me it frustrated the whole lot of us we thought we would do something but then we didn't end up putting a statement out but it was very unfair to women हैन अनि this also goes to show what I just said earlier don't believe in what a politician and right now I am in that table don't believe what we say about women's rights this that look at what we do जित्ने पोजिसनमा जहिले पनि पुरुष हुन्छ हार्ने पोजिसनमा जहिले पनि महिला हुन्छ this is something we need to challenge and I would say even in platforms like this challenge what did your party do what did you do भनेर त्यो गरे भने चाहिँ चेन्ज आउँछ कि I don't think we are going to see as women I don't think we are going to see change by being complacent we are going to see change when we start asking questions for us and for the representation that we keep talking about quota system sorry I have to say this is for the longest time men has had 100% quota so I'm sorry what is the problem if there are women and हरेक चोटी representation को कुरा आउँदा merit को कुरा आउँछ that is very unfair we never ask यो किनभने मैले धेरै जना विज्ञहरुबाट पनि सुने हैन समानुपातिकमा आफ्नो के वाइफलाई राख्यो उलाई राख्यो we never ask तिमीले उसको भाइलाई राख्यो भतिजलाई राख्यो we never ask that we need to start asking whether we hold different bars for women versus men and we do even bigyas do so we need to start questioning our implicit biases
thank you my job has really been very easy because so clarity and they were really all the panel members did articulate I was a bit unfair to Dr. Bina I couldn't give her time the time has run out I thank you all for participating this at least like the panelists are very clear about the problems that have come in the way of women leadership and their march forward. But real diagnosis of the problem itself is the first or the major step towards solution. I think that is achievable. And thank you for being in this panel. Thank you.
And I'd like to go ahead and thank the panel so much for allowing me this space to learn today as well. And as well as I'll ensure that I'll take this learning forward in the future, not just in my personal life, but my professional life as well. So thank you very much to the panel as well for such a wonderful as well as an educative panel. So thank you very much. And at this moment, I'd like to go ahead and request Vidushi Rana ma'am, member of the Women Leadership Forum, to kindly present a memento to our moderator as well as to our panel. Thank you. Our moderator, Senior Journalist Yubaraj Ghimire sir, as well as Deputy Mayor of KMC, Sunita Dangol, as well as Member of Parliament, Honorable Sumana Shrestha, Independent Politician Khushbu Oli, as well as Co-Founder of Hamro Sikkim Party, Bina Basnet. And I would also like to request of I'd like to request the request the representatives of SAARC regional panel to kindly join us on stage for a photo opportunity. We'd like to go ahead and one more time, I'd like to invite SAARC regional members to kindly join us on stage for the photo opportunity. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So as you can see, the stage is set for our next session, which is Fireside. It's going to be a very interesting one. So without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and invite up on stage for Women's Leadership Summit 23, Empowered for Change, for the Fireside session. I'd like to begin by inviting the Managing Director of Chaudhary Group, as well as Vice Chairman of the Chaudhary Foundation, Vice President of I'd also like to go ahead and invite for this session Javir Singh. He's currently driving corporate responsibility for PricewaterhouseCoopers in India through the PwC India Foundation. After you.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. About an hour ago, I was sitting over there, and Charu asked me to come and walk across this side. And I suddenly saw over 20 women, sitting across over here. I swear, I didn't have the guts to walk over here. I was like, my God, how am I going to do this? It's that the entire dilemma of having the courage on hindsight of what the entire narrative we've been talking about all this time, that on the other side of the table was always 20 men, and it took each and every one of you bold women with courage to walk in that path. So I remembered that, that just imagine in my mind, just walking this much, it took a lot of courage for me. Imagine in life what could have been done. So hats off and salute to all of you. Talking about the man of the hour, the topic today is that I've selected is Under the Stars. Before I ask him a question, I have to briefly tell you a little bit about Mr. Jaiveer Singh. Born into a very successful business, illustrious family. Could have been working towards making his $1 billion, but he decided to get on a path of touching 1 billion hearts. And that's the first conversation when I had with him, when I met with him, I had. Someone that I've known for a long time, but I really got to know him the second day of the 2015 April earthquake that happened in Nepal. We were put in touch by common friends, and the second day of earthquake that happened in Nepal, Jaiveer was here. And that's when I began to really closely monitor what he was doing as an individual, who could have chosen a path to get into the corporate life, changing the world through in the corporate way, business world, but he decided to choose a path of becoming a humanitarian. He climbed up the ladder and probably is the youngest vice chair of PwC Global for the foundation work, the disaster response work. Jaiveer, coming from Nepal that time, we've been in touch very regularly, whether it's the earthquake in Syria or the problem in Ukraine or the problems happening at the Rohingya camp. He's always there. He's right there coming up with solutions, creating an ecosystem of partners to addressing the problem in a sustainable way. But an underlying fact that he's always kept on doing is he's always had a very subtle, inherent perspective that wherever he goes, he must give more empowerment and must put leaders who are women on the front, because the way they would be able to tackle problems on disaster response would be completely different to men. And why Under the Stars? Because there are times when he could have decided to stay in the biggest hotels in the world, but he chooses to stay in a shelter that was probably bombed or has been destructed by earthquake. And to him, he says, I cannot get a better shelter than the stars. And here I am under the stars, trying to make a life, trying to make an impact on people's lives. So thank you so much for taking out time coming here. Jaiveer, you've been in your journey as a humanitarian. You see a lot of challenges, a lot of obstacles. Tell me, during the response work, the humanitarian work that you do, what are the challenges you see for leadership who are women in the humanitarian field that go through obstacles, challenges, and how do you overcome that?
No, firstly, thank you so much, Chaya ji, for having me, and CNI for having me here. I've had the opportunity to partner with CNI on not just this initiative, but we're doing some work together on climate as well, which hopefully you'll hear about soon. But Nirvana, you haven't left much of a story for me to tell, because you've told most of it. I think, I want to go a little counter to something, and I'm going a little macro and maybe then come to your question. But I think lots has been talked about representation. I think what's amazing to see is the level of representation that we have of women. So being the only male panel, I'll try to keep it as short as we can, because I think I'm here to learn more and hear more than I am to say. And the piece that I'd like to sort of concentrate on a little bit more is the recognition idea. We spoke of social taboos, we spoke of culture, we spoke of matriarchy I've heard earlier. These are not just true for us in Nepal or India or South Asia. This manifests in different ways in different parts of the world. The reason why I want to focus on recognition is because the age-old bias will not change till women don't get recognized for what they already bring to the table. So we can talk about the future. We can talk about what are the additional sectors that women should be represented in, government, not-for-profit, civil society, and such like. But if you were to actually, we heard GDP numbers earlier, right? So if you have women coming into the workforce, you know, global GDP numbers are going to go through the roof. But what if you were to calculate economically the work that women do already and use that as a metric for GDP calculation? What you will probably find is that they're pretty equal to men. And therein lies the bias itself, right? So I think as we think about the future, as we think about equal representation, I think the recognition for the economic value that women already bring to the table for what they've already been doing for thousands of years is the starting point for it. So I think that's, you know, that's one of the, I think, and it translates then in some ways to the comment around humanitarianism as well. And since we're talking about women leaders, I want to paint a picture for you. So think about 13 years ago, and we have a colleague of ours here from that part of the world who spoke this morning as a keynote. So think about 13 years ago, the Syrian conflict starting, you know, parts of northwestern Syria getting bombed, people having to leave pretty much the next morning. Think about, you know, think about the Rohingya crisis that has happened very close to where we are at the moment. People literally having homes being destroyed. You know, very large amounts of rape cases, especially in that context. Think about indigenous people in Colombia who get displaced because you have, you know, drug agencies which are there trying to take over their indigenous lands to be able to grow drugs. In all three of these contexts, and I've had the great pleasure of spending time with communities on the ground in all of these places, there are three women examples that I want to sort of bring to you. One is of a phenomenal lady, entrepreneur to some extent because she was doing that earlier, but she was really speaking a law student who had to leave her home in Syria and then come across onto the Jordanian side. And I met with her in a context where there was bombing going on in the distance. There was a Bedouin camp in no man's land between Jordan and Syria. And she had been given the responsibility in that setting where originally the family size was 25 or so. All of a sudden, because they were taking people in, you had a family which had grown into 5 or 6 families, over 150 people. So everybody got some type of responsibility. And she was the one who was giving the responsibility of educating the children, right? To me, that's a leader, right? So my good fortune is to be able to hang out with some of these people who typically don't get recognized and are leaders already, but they're not celebrated enough, their voices are not heard enough, and they don't get talked about in conventional media of the kind that we were just speaking about earlier. So I think, segue that a little bit into the Bangladesh context. Met a little girl crossing the border, one brother who could walk, 2 others, brother and a sister who she had in her arms. Parents, lost or killed. Eventually, a couple of years later, and I've been working in those in the Cox's Bazar refugee camps for the last 4.5 years now. We haven't found the parents, so pretty much assumed dead. She now is the lead of the family. I see her every time I go. I meet her every year. Today, she runs a little shop of her own. She supports 3 of her siblings and is making an income in a context of the kind of a refugee camp with the best that she has. That's a leader. Let me take you to the indigenous context as you think about displacement. Displacement happening in Colombia. You know, you've got 2.5 million refugees from Venezuela, but Colombia, oddly enough, has an internal displacement problem of almost 4.5, 5 million people, right? So these are indigenous people whose lands are being taken away because there's conflict in the region for various reasons. Again, young indigenous leader, the husband and the 2 sons had been left because they're taken on as male labor for some of the drug lords, and so the women are driven away. Again, 19-year-old girl, elderly grandmother, 2 children, 2 siblings, come to Cali, which is the place that I work in, and has to make a fresh start. Today, 2.5 years later, she's part of the Ombudsman's Office, which is a core office looking at rights of not just women, but of all people for the city of Cali, right? That's a leader. So for me, you know, as I see all of you, a lot of you, I think, come from an urban context, but my great fortune in some ways for the time that Nirvan's talked about for the last 10 years or so is to be able to spend time with, learn from, engage with women from a very, very rural setting. And to me, women's leadership in the rural setting is alive and well. It just needs to be celebrated more.
Thanks, JV. You know, he's just I think recently turned 40. So when I see people in my generation, my age group, who's doing so much of work, I just get such a amazing hope for our generation in general. You know, like in Nepal's context, when you hear of a lot of younger girls not continuing their school, you know, and we've had this conversation, it is also majority of the reason is because there are no independent toilets, you know, for boys and girls. And that's a very important, I mean, that's a major reason why they stop coming to school. Similarly, in another example, majority of the women don't give births in Nepal's context in hospitals. And that's how you need dedicated, low-cost maternity wards. You know, what do you feel? You've spent a lot of time in Nepal. I know you did a pro bono work for Bir Hospital as well. You're doing a lot of work on climate change. Tell me, in Nepal's context, given your global experience, what is it that we should be focusing on addressing some of these fundamental issues and a perspective of a public-private partnership?
No, I think it's a great question, but I think it has so many levels at which you need change to happen. I think some of the suggestions have been spoken about in the panels before us today, right? I mean, at the policy level, at the more execution level, we all, I think the common theme for all of us as we think about the developing/emerging world is that you have sections of society which are left out, and in that women are a very large part of that. I can give you our own example in the way that we, in some ways, connected what you spoke of in terms of dropout rates of girl children at a particular age. And how do you connect that to education to some extent? So we have some examples in Nepal already. I mean, I've seen in the social enterprise program that Nabil Bank, for example, has come up with, where the enablement of not just capital, but also skills comes collectively. Right, so and I'll use Mr. Prabhu's comments from before, that you know you've had gender and women be so far behind that there's a catch-up set of mechanisms that need to be created. So I think investment at the grassroots level, as you think about the combinations of skill and capital, needs to go hand in hand, because if you have one or the other, you won't have evolution happening. And so if you can match policy and private sector to some extent, because I think the private sector's role has been underplayed, and we in the private sector have not cared about it enough. In the world that we live in today, I think the interlinkages of the fact that you need far more private sector participation because resources and skills lie there is hugely important. And I think I see lots of entrepreneurs, business ladies in this setting. More of your time, right, is what's most needed. So if you can spend even a component of your time, the resources will come from government, they will come from multilateral agencies like ADB, but what's needed, really speaking, is that hand-holding and that mentorship. So the PPP model is a well-recognized model. It eventually comes down to the type of business model that you make, right? But what is most lacking is the participation of effort and skills, most of which lies in the private sector, which at the moment, I don't think is playing enough of a part.
So, you know, today we see a lot more participation of leadership in politics for women, right? Like, we saw such a phenomenal panel before. In Nepal's context, we've talked about, you know, a political background lady who's also become president, who's also become chief justice, who's also become the speaker of the house. So there is no stopping for someone to, if they have the capability and the right setting and the right, I would say, path forward, there's no stopping from them even reaching that level. You know, we have a lot of successful entrepreneurs over here in the room with us who are probably, I would say, a very small percentage of the population who are living in Kathmandu in the urban setting, who have far more access to finance, far more educated, far more, you know, they've probably gone outside or have access to collaborations, partnership, creating that ecosystem and doing something more. But the mass, the large percentage of the tomorrow's next 10 years from now, if you want to create more and more entrepreneurs who are women, more and more sports people who are women, you know, from every field, at the mass level, at the grassroots level, we talk about education being important. We talk about the importance of skills development. What else? We talk about culture, right? How important is culture, and what can play an important role for bringing in that massive drive forward?
So let me build that a little bit the other way around, right? And I'll bring it to life hopefully with an example that we've used recently over the last couple of years. What I've started working on a lot more is on tribal rights, right? So if you think about representation, for example, and that's true for men and women, tribal populations and indigenous populations in most parts of the world are left out of the conversation, period, right? At the moment, I don't know how many of you are following this news, but the Aboriginal community in Australia is about to get specific representation where they have an advisory board that will advise direct to Parliament, right? It's a massive move. The example that I was going to give you was that one of the things that we're doing in some of the livelihood and agri projects, of which now we're doing a lot through the India Foundation, is to say, what are the elements that we can add into our program which has women spend lesser time in the things that they conventionally do. So if you think about sub-Saharan Africa, if you think about the mountains of Nepal, if you think about the forests of India, women spend a very large period of their time doing household chores, fetching water, and some of the things that are so essential to life, but at the same time not recognized. And it goes back to my point about recognition. So how do you reduce the amount of time that is typically spent for women so that you free up time for them to do the things that need to be done to make them go to that next level that you speak of, right? So in one of our projects in Jharkhand, for example, again with tribal populations, through our agri tech project, so by adding technology into the agri process, we're being able to reduce the amount of hours that a woman spends in the fields, extraction of wood, sowing, harvesting, etc., by about 3.5 to 4 hours a day. Now just think about that in the context of productivity time, right? And if you can take that time then and take it towards skills, that's when you will have that percolated effect happening of skills as well as investment of a kind which is looking long-term, not the typical tick-in-the-box Band-Aid exercise that most of us have been used to historically in development, right? So if we can move a little bit beyond that, have a little bit more of a longer time frame in terms of investment and effort, I think you'll have that moving. But so much of this has to be curated to context, and I think what you asked of me was an example of Nepal. I mean, Nepal in the Tarai context and Nepal in the mountain context is quite different, right? So it has to be very, very locally curated to context, which is why this group is so important in terms of they're the ones who understand it best. All of you are the ones who understand it best. It is your FMCG company which has distribution networks of the kind that it does, so that reach is available, right? And that's true for the private sector as well. So for most of you who are entrepreneurs. So I think reduction of time to do the conventional things, to break the social taboo of the fact that women need to move beyond a certain set of things that were supposed to be their responsibility, and then using that time to be able to enable skills for the future which will help them move up that ladder.
So probably my last question, because I
have one for you as well.
You know, we've got this chat GPT and we've got the AI coming in, 5G coming in, technology coming so fast, evolving so fast, right? If you were to tell your niece who is just graduated from school to go and study what to study in a university or college today, which typically of relevance, say 5 or 10 years down the line, in the South Asian context, right? Nepal, Bangladesh, India, what would it be? And could be even a humanitarian topic as well.
You know, you know, it's this, by the way, my advice is not going to change. It's the same advice that I gave to her 3 years ago. I said, you know, you've been blessed to be able to see and experience the world in many different ways. And I had the opportunity to go and visit a few universities, look at a few programs and such like. I'm not an academic by any standard. I'm far better at the shovel than I am at, you know, theory. But when she eventually came back, she decided to study something called human geography. Just as a general sort of raise of hands, anybody know what human geography means? Okay. No? Okay. Okay, so human geography is a combination of economics, anthropology, politics, international relations, you name it, right? All bunched into one subject, and then it exposes you in little bits and bobs in your first couple of years, and in your third year you can specialize on 2 or 3. What does that do? It's hopefully made her a young lady who has an exposure to the world that is around her in many different contexts, so that she's able to rationalize about what are the things that are important for the future. And I don't think that in the age of ChatGPT, my view on that will change. The only view I would have in post-ChatGPT is a conversation we were having over dinner last night, is that, look, technology is supposed to be an enabler. It's not supposed to make you a dud over a period of time, right? And one of my fears of that is that what happens to human mental process in the age of being able to type in anything you want and for it to do all the thinking for you. So my advice wouldn't change.
So my last question or observation would be, you know, when I'm listening to all the speakers today, I started feeling a little embarrassed why did we have to actually put Women Leadership Summit? We should have just put Leadership Summit and invited a lot of women, right? So, I mean, it's a great learning for us as well. But frankly speaking, I'm very, very biased towards the other gender. You know, women. Personally, after the birth of my daughter, you know, I really hope the way things are evolving, I really hope that the way things are changing at the urban setting, let's say the people who are present over here, the way they're challenging the political, the way politics is being done, the way they're challenging how businesses are run. I really hope in 10 years from now, we're able to really do a men leadership summit, you know, where we are like, oh my God, we've become the minority now. You know, I just want to be able to tell you, we talk about gender equality, all of that was a joke, by the way. But tell me, what is the one message? You've been traveling to Nepal so much, right? What is the one message you want to leave everyone behind with your experience in the humanitarian field, with your experience of, you know, the different challenges women face, not only in the humanitarian field, but even the business field? What is it that us in Nepal, the women in Nepal should, the 3 takeaways we should take?
So we've heard some of the politicians, and I asked Nirvan before I got into this panel, how controversial do you want me to be? So I'm trying to like make myself a little bit more politically correct. But since I think all the politicians have left, you know, change governments less often. You know, that might be the starting point for everything else. Because stable policy will make stable execution happen over a period of time, right? So I think the really big one, the elephant in the room is really speaking that one. Because from all that I've heard this morning, and I'm sure all that we'll hear tomorrow, you seem like on the representation side, you're going in the right direction. I think there's lots of work to be done on the recognition side, which is what I was speaking about earlier, because that will help, you know, some men especially give a little bit more value to their better halves. But I want to flip that around a little bit and use an example which at least came to us. You know, I'm come from North India. I'm Sikh by birth. You know that the only development parameter which goes against economics is female feticide and infanticide. So oddly enough, if you look at India and if you look at Delhi, I was born in a place called Chandigarh, which is north of Delhi. Highest per capita north of Delhi, worst gender ratio. So it's the only parameter, and Punjab is the highest when it comes to female feticide and infanticide. So 20 years ago, my father started a small NGO, which was only going to look essentially at female feticide and infanticide and how to reduce that gender gap that existed. You don't have that problem here, right? So think about it. We have a social taboo of a particular kind because of an ingrained idea, which has happened over hundreds of years. Sometimes people attribute it to the idea that the male preference for northerners in India is because all the invasions came from the north. So it was preferable to have a stronger child because they could defend you, right? But in the world that we live in today, we've heard about bankers and we've heard about people in technology. You have women who are, leading large institutions, doing far better in challenging circumstances than men do. So I think for me, if I was to just take 3 takeaways, I think a stability in politics, larger participation of the private sector, and I think CNI is a great platform to make that togetherness happen. And I think lastly, individual movement, and I think there the media has such an important part to play. So if I know you're going to be having a call to action and you're going to give a set of suggestions to the government, but I think a set of suggestions perhaps to your large media companies to say, can you dedicate space for the celebration of women's successful models in Nepal for the next couple of years? If you can make that happen, I can tell you that you already have great examples that exist today. Can I flip my question to you and then maybe we can wrap up? So
before you ask, I just want to be able to, say hats off to Charu. She runs this business magazine called Business 360, and I always, that's one magazine I always look forward to receiving, because she's always got the younger generation talking about the amazing thing that's happening. I mean, we saw some of the panelists here that she recommended, which really she got a platform for them to tell their story. So hats off to you, Charu, for the work you're doing through your media and all of that.
I don't know how many of you know, but Nirvana also, apart from being the business person that he is, and I don't know if any of you have heard him sing, because the next time around, my one recommendation to CNI, Chayaji, if you'll indulge me, is that we'll get him on board here, and Ameya, you will be joining that too, with a guitar, and he doesn't need drums and any of that. It's totally unplugged, right? So just voice and guitar is what we're going to do at CNI, hopefully next year. But just to pick up on what he was saying earlier, and for me, the women in my life have been such an important and perhaps far more substantive influence, whether it be my mother or my sister or my 3 nieces. They are far stronger human beings than I think at least the men that I have around me. And some of that is Nirvana a few years ago wrote me a note, sent me a book, and I don't know how many of you know, he also has a set of short stories that he's written for his daughter on values and morals and such like. And so just considering we're talking about inclusion, and I don't want to leave your son out of this conversation, what's the message for your son as you think about the future, considering you've already been a little biased in terms of writing a book for your daughter?
So my wife asked me the same question, that, okay, you've written I wrote this 20 stories book based on moral values for my daughter as a birthday, and my wife thought, with the help of my mother-in-law, that was a really well-written book, and we landed up printing 5,000-10,000 copies and all sold out. So my wife's like, what about the son now? You got to do something for your son. So I said, he's just 3 years old, he'll be 4, so let me start writing a book. And I've actually started writing a book called Beyond Wonder Woman, right? And the book is, it's a very challenging topic, but very important, because as a father, how do I educate a 5-year-old of the importance of celebrating women's victory? The importance of gender equality, the importance of respecting women, the importance of, telling himself, saying that taboo we have of, oh, stop crying like a girl. Who made this taboo? Why would you like the color pink? I want to be able to write that in a book for him. So that's the book I want to write for my son. It's called Beyond Wonder Woman. Hopefully in Women Leadership Summit 2025, I'll be able to give it to you. But, you know, we guys have just, time is very, very important. Time management is very, very important. All of you have sort of really given away the one holiday we get in Nepal, Saturday. And we really want to stick on time. And the next session was due to start by 5:20. We're at 5:25. That's why Javeer and I decided let's try to shorten our fireside. But I especially want to thank each one of you for taking time out on Saturday, being part of this movement, you know, of the Women Leadership Summit. I really want to thank our guests who've come from all over the world, spending time with us over here, who we'll be hearing in different panels. Thank you so much, Javeer. You've been very kind, always great learning experience, and you know, wisdom to hear you speak and your experiences. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javisa, as well as Devansa. Thank you so much. We'd like to move forward towards our last panel discussion for today, our first day of the summit, and this is going to be empowerment, women's empowerment in rural Nepal, success stories from the provinces, especially challenges and opportunities. We will quickly be setting up the stage for our final panel discussion. I'd like to thank you very much one more time for being with us today. So as I mentioned earlier, the stage is set up. This is going to be empowerment, women's empowerment in rural Nepal, success stories from the provinces, challenges and opportunities. I'd like to begin by inviting the moderator of the session, Sajana Maharjan Amatya. Please put your hands together for her. She leads the Asia Foundation's data governance portfolio in Nepal. She is also a project director for UK aid-funded Data for Development program. Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'd like to go ahead and invite our speakers. I'd like to begin by inviting Archana Pradhan Bhandari. She's the executive member of the Federation of Women's Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal, Province 3. I'd like to invite our next speaker, Saraswati Sharma. She is the past president of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal, BAKE, and representative of Province 5. I'd like to invite our third speaker, Girija Sharda. She's a businesswoman and the CNI board member of Province Number 1. She is director of Pioneer Electrocables and Pioneer rubber factory. And I'd like to invite our fourth speaker, Meena Kumari Fulara. She's a member of the Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal, province number 7. Off to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sanjay, for the podium. So, सबभन्दा प्रथम त मलाई के लागिरहेको थियो भनेर भन्दा बिहानदेखि चाहिँ आउन पाइनँ क्षमा त्यसको लागि तर अहिले यो प्यानलको चाहिँ दिनको अन्तिमको प्यानल हैन मा चाहिँ के रे मोडरेसन गर्न पाउँदा खुसी छ लागेको सँगसँगै चाहिँ हल खाली भइरहेको देख्ने बेलामा चाहिँ यो महिला हुनुको प्रवृत्ति हो कि हैन यो चाहिँ हाम्रो आफ्नो प्रवृत्ति हो भन्ने पनि देखिएको किन भन्दा चाहिँ इफ वी कमिट टु समथिङ सो माई सेन्स इज लाइक let's be up to the end to see what we are coming up even at the end. So I request like whoever is actually standing up or outside, please come inside and listen to the fabulous women leaders here. So यति भन्दै गर्ने बेलामा चाहिँ अगाडिको दुईटा सेसनमा चाहिँ हामीले एकदमै धेरै चाहिँ महिला नेतृत्व नेता र महिला नेत्रीको भाषा भाष्यलाई चाहिँ विभिन्न ढङ्गबाट सुन्यौं हैन एक प्रकारले भन्ने बेलामा चाहिँ पोलिसी इन्भाइरोमेन्टको कुरा पनि सुन्यौं चेन्ज गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने पनि सुन्यौं तर यही सबै स्टोरीहरुमा चाहिँ हामीले एउटा के देख्यौं भनेर भन्दा यहाँनिर भएका समस्याहरु तर यही समस्याहरुसँग जुझ्दै हामीका थुप्रै महिला नेताहरु यस्ता हुनुहुन्छ अहिले पनि मैले महिला नेता भने तर लाइक किनभने यो समिटको नाम नै वुमेन लिडरशिप भएको भएर मैले भनेको अदरवाइज आई वुड हैव सेड लाइक लिडर्स अफ नेपाल फ्रम ऑल द प्रोभिन्सेस यहाँ मात्र होइन काठमाडौँ मात्र होइन सबैतिरबाट त्यो च्यालेन्जेसलाई फेस गर्दै यहाँसम्म आउनु भएको छ सो उहाँहरुको सक्सेस स्टोरी सुन्ने बेलामा चाहिँ हामी आज के भेटाउने छौं भनेर भन्दा यति धेरै चुनौतीको बावजुद पनि उहाँहरु यहाँ पुग्नु भएको छ यदि साँच्चै नै हामीले अपर्चुनिटी प्रोवाइड गर्न सकेको भए अझ कति धेरै नेतृत्व हामी चाहिँ के रे नेतृत्वमा हामी चाहिँ महिलाहरूलाई देख्न सक्थ्यौं भन्ने कुरालाई हामी यो सेसनमा चाहिँ उजागर गर्न खोज्ने छौं सो यो सेसनको अब्जेक्टिभ नै हामीले चाहिँ वुमेन एन्टरप्रेन्योर्सहरुको चाहिँ स्टोरीज अफ एम्पावरमेन्टलाई भनेर हामीले फोकस गरेका छौं सो दिनभरि धेरै हामीले अंग्रेजीमा सुन्यौं जस्तो पनि लाग्यो सो यो सेसनलाई चाहिँ सहजता प्रदान गर्न र हलमा भएका सबैलाई पनि अलिकति अर्को भाषामा चाहिँ आफ्नो कानलाई तिखो बनाउनलाई चाहिँ म निवेदन गर्छु सो अलिकति ब्याकग्राउन्ड भन्नुपर्दा हाम्रो ग्रामीण नेपालमा अझै पनि महिलाहरू हेर्यौं भने चाहिँ सामाजिक आर्थिक र राजनीतिक स्तरमा चाहिँ महिला सशक्तिकरण सधैँ नै प्रमुख मुद्दाको रूपमा रहिरहेको छ म आफै पनि यो डेभलपमेन्ट सेन्टरमा झन्डै 2 दशकदेखि काम गरिरहेको छु र यहाँ काम गर्दा चाहिँ मेरो जहिले पनि फोकस चाहिँ महिला नेतृत्वलाई अगाडि बढाउने भन्ने नै रहेको छ हैन नेपालको स्थानीय सरकार सञ्चालन ऐन नेपालको स्थानीय निर्वाचन ऐनले पनि वडा स्तरमा हुने निर्वाचनलाई हेर्ने हो भने 4 मध्ये 2 सिट चाहिँ महिलाको लागि सुनिश्चित गरेको छ एउटा महिला सदस्य अर्को चाहिँ दलित महिला सदस्य अब कति ठाउँमा चाहिँ ती सदस्यहरू साँच्चै नै भन्ने हो भने चाहिँ सशक्त छन् तर कति ठाउँमा हेर्यौं भने चाहिँ टोकनिस्टिक वेमा पनि छ हैन अहिले म एसिया फाउन्डेसनमा काम गर्छु यो भन्दा अगाडि म चाहिँ नागरिक संस्था सबलीकरणको कार्यक्रममा लाई लिड गरिरहेको थिएँ त्यतिखेर म विभिन्न जिल्लामा पुग्ने बेलामा झन्डै 67 नेपालको जिल्ला अघि खुशबुजीले 77 भन्दा चाहिँ मेरो कलिगले भन्दै थियो दिदी तपाईलाई त उचिनेछ भनेर सो आई नीड टु गो टु लाइक 10 अदर डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स दैट आई हैव टु गो तर 67 जिल्लामा जाँदा चाहिँ मैले जहाँ पनि देखेको एउटै कुरा चाहिँ महिलाहरू त्यहाँ आफ्नो सर्कलमा चाहिँ सशक्त छन् तर जब चाहिँ मिक्स ग्रुपमा आउँछ अलिकति हिचकिचाहट छ हैन अलिकति हेर्यो भने ती महिला अहिले जुन मैले हेरेका वडामा भएका महिला र दलित महिला महिलालाई हेर्यो भने चाहिँ उ कहिले कहिले त टिप्पणी उठाउने फाइलमा साइन गराउने अथवा चाहिँ अध्यक्षले भनेको वडा अध्यक्षले भनेको काम गर्दिने खालको भएको छ सो मेम्बर इज समवट लाइक फंक्सनिङ इन द रोल अफ असिस्टेन्ट टु द वार्ड चेयर राइट अथवा चाहिँ अर्को डेफिनेसन हेर्यो भने चाहिँ अघि बिहान सुनिताजी अघि भर्खरै सुनिताजीले बोल्दै हुनुहुन्थ्यो सो उहाँलाई हेर्यो भने चाहिँ डेफिनेसनलाई नै हामीले चाहिँ अझ डिस्कन्स्ट्रक्ट गर्नुपर्छ कि जस्तो पनि लाग्छ सो डेप्युटी इज नट द डेप्युटी टु द मेयर डेप्युटी इज डेप्युटी टु द म्युनिसिपालिटी डेप्युटी इज डेप्युटी टु द के भन्छ डेप्युटी इज द डेप्युटी टु द स्टेट को इन्स्टिट्युसन हो नट टु द इन्डिभिजुअल हु इज अन द त्यो प्रमुखको चेयरमा भएको सो यति भन्दै गर्ने बेलामा चाहिँ हामीसँग स्टोरिज नभएको चाहिँ होइन हैन यो व्यवस्था आउनुभन्दा अगाडि पनि हामीसँग वार्ड सिटिजन फोरमहरू थियो कम्युनिटी एक्सन ग्रुप थियो जसबाट थुप्रै महिलाहरू सबलीकरण भएर सशक्तिकरणको थ्रुबाट चाहिँ यो 2017 मा भएको स्थानीय निर्वाचन र अस्ति 2022 मा भएको निर्वाचनमा चाहिँ पार्टिसिपेट गरेका छन् केही उदाहरण मात्र दिन चाहन्छु म यसरी नै हेर्यो भने सिन्धुपाल्चोक जिल्ला जुन बागमतीको एउटा चाहिँ के रे जिल्ला हो त्यहाँनिरको वुमेन कम्युनिटी एक्सन ग्रुप चाहिँ एउटा ग्रासरुट अर्गनाइजेसन हो जसले लट्स अफ डेभलपमेन्ट प्रोग्राममा चाहिँ उनीहरूले के गर्छ भनेर भन्दा लिडरशिप र एडभोकेसी सपोर्ट गर्छ हैन त्यसरी नै हेर्यो भने मधेसको एउटा जिल्ला सर्लाहीमा पनि वुमेन डेभलपमेन्ट सेन्टर भन्ने एउटा नन गभर्नमेन्ट अर्गनाइजेसनले चाहिँ महिलाहरूलाई विशेष गरी महिलाहरूलाई लिडरशिप पोजिसनमा जानको लागि चाहिँ सशक्तिकरणको लागि ट्रेनिङ र असिस्टेन्स प्रोभाइड गरिरहेको छ सो यी त केही उदाहरणहरू मात्र भए अब हाम्रो प्यानलमा अघि नै के रे हाम्रो सञ्जयजीले चाहिँ इन्ट्रोड्युस गरिसक्नु भएको छ म प्यानललाई फेरि इन्ट्रोड्युस गर्न चाहिँ चाहन्न त्यसैले चाहिँ त्यो नगरिकन अर्को चाहिँ म के पनि भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दा यहाँहरुसित हातमा भएको बुकलेटमा चाहिँ हाम्रो रेस्पेक्टिभ प्यानल्सको चाहिँ बायोज पनि छ हेर्दिनु होला उहाँहरुको स्ट्रगलको केही ग्लिम्स चाहिँ तपाईले त्यो डेफिनेसन त्यो ब्रिफमा पनि पाउनुहुन्छ सो म त्यसो भन्दै चाहिँ म पहिलो प्रश्नतिर लाग्छु सो यो प्यानललाई चाहिँ मैले अघि नै भने म विशेष गरी नेपालीमा चलाउँछु तर केही प्रश्नहरू चाहिँ म अंग्रेजीमा पनि राख्छु सो दैट इट इज कन्भिनियन्ट फर बोथ नेपाली एन्ड नन नेपाली स्पिकर एन्ड ऑडियन्स टु अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड व्हाट वी आर टकिङ अबाउट With this, I would like to first ask a question to Girijaji on what are the major efforts that you are putting in to build women leadership? What about the women empowerment? And if you can talk a little bit about like your efforts in bringing entrepreneurship in the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sapnaji, for your question. So it was always about the struggles that women generally face. I've been hearing it since the morning that people are talking about struggles, but I would like to say that I'm the privileged one. Why privileged one? Because everyone has different kind of struggles. Some people will have struggles starting the business. Some people will have different kind of struggles. Like she just mentioned here that deputy is the deputy to the government, not to somebody else. It's not to a person. So when I used to go to the factory to visit for the daily visits, labor would be hesitant to call me madam also. They would be hesitant to call me, means face me in person. So agadi bata na herera side bata hernu huन्थ्यो र they used to call me madam sir. So it has to be sir always, it cannot be a madam. So who's leading? Anything that you would want to say, if it comes from the men who are on the dictating terms, it becomes easier. So if a lady is saying, they would have to think twice whether to do or not. So they would need those kind of things, but as I said, I'm the privileged one. So I had a very understanding and very loving father who taught me everything, started very young at 18. I was already working when I got married at 20 and a half, came to Nepal. I was a law graduate who couldn't pursue because of the language barrier that I had, but still, because I wanted to do a lot. So we were discussing many fields today. So we did discuss business, we did discuss politics. So when I was hearing those discussions, things came out. So people would not be very understanding in technology, especially when you talk of women. There could be many things that are assumed for women generally, which for men people don't generally assume. But with me as the privileged one, I got everything easy. So in CNI, working in CNI as a board member, generally what happens is bigger events, especially if they are not women leadership related, are given to men. I was a part of the CNI Expo, everybody knows because it was very, very recent. So as a co-convener, so which was a new thing for a place like Bhatnagar. We are here discussing rural Nepal. So Had it was Kathmandu, it would have been quite possible having Bhavani Rana as the FNCCI chairman. It was Kathmandu who could take it up. So kudos for that to Kathmandu. But then getting that, so I call myself privileged. Then later, not just doing the expo, so we had platforms given to women. Like I'm here to share what all I could do for empowering women. So when it was COVID times, I am working in various organizations, whether it is Rotary or it is a communal organization called Akhil Bharat Vashya Maheshwari Mahila Sangathan. So Nepal associated as a chapter in that organization. I am the vice president for that organization for the north, for the eastern zone. So we are part of the eastern zone. So during the COVID times, what we did was, the things we were lacking behind, we took that situation, that odd situation in favor of us by doing workshops on Zoom. We taught people how to work on Zoom, how to operate the phones, how to have the best utilization of those things. So that workshop we called Be Smart with the Smartphones. So we had to do those. So she was asking me numbers. So I was telling her, if I have to give the numbers, it would be vast, because we had around 1,000 people in those Zoom workshops doing those. Later, I had the opportunity to do an expo that was, again, on a 3D virtual expo done on a 360 degrees platform. So wherein we had 160 stalls from around 25 countries. So in those also, we provided a platform to women to showcase their products even during the COVID times, wherein the charges were as petty and as minimum as 5,000 rupees. So we did provide those kind of platforms. I was lucky to be able to share the privilege I have through the platform of Rotary. We were visiting the society. We were visiting the bastis that we have around. There's a community called Musar in our Tarai area. So there, what happens is they don't be able to send their girls, not even girls I should mention, it should be their kids. They would rather keep them home, let them do household chores so that they be able to earn a better living for their family. So they used to go, they used to not send them out to the schools. We be able to help through Rotary. I tried helping them. Around 30 students we picked up, we made them study, we arranged everything. So things like that we keep doing on various efforts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Girzaji. Yeah. So for that, like opening statement on what you have been doing to bring more empowerment and more entrepreneurship regarding women in this sphere. So my next question goes to Archana ji, like, and the question is like, you've been working on building women entrepreneurs. So what are your focus areas? And like, you have told me that there won't be data because I'm a data person, so I'm asking you again, like, if you can talk even a rough estimate of how many women do you think have been benefited from the works that you have been doing?
Hello. Thank you, Sajana ji. Regarding our focus area, हाम्रो चाहिँ focus area चाहिँ economic development of the women नै हो. हामीले चाहिँ लेडिजहरुलाई चाहिँ financially independent बनाउने हैन, त्यो नै हाम्रो focus area छ. र हामीले चाहिँ various जस्तै अब Federation of Women Entrepreneurs Association of Nepal हैन, र मा चाहिँ लागेपछि विभिन्न जस्तै Federation of F1 मा, Rotary मा लागेपछि चाहिँ अब हामीले चाहिँ कस्तो भने संगठित रूपमा अब इन्डिभिजुअली गर्ने भन्दा पनि संगठित रूपमा चाहिँ काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले धेरै सेक्टर्सहरुमा काम गर्ने मौका पायौं हैन। र अब ठुलठुलो नभइकन सानसानो ट्रेनिङ्सहरुले पनि हामीले चाहिँ त्यो लेडिजहरू जो घरभित्र त्यतिकै बसिराख्नु भएको थियो होइन, उहाँहरूलाई हामीले ट्रेनिङ दिएपछि उहाँहरू स्टाब्लिस्ड भएर अहिले उहाँहरू इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट भएको देख्दा चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ एकदमै खुसी लाग्छ। जस्तै अब हामीले भेरियस ट्रेनिङ्सहरू, जस्तै टु स्टार्ट विथ अब हामीले स्टार्ट गरेको भनेको भरतपुर जेलमा बसेका लेडिजहरूलाई पहिला हामीले ब्लाउजको पछाडि झुम्का, आजकल त त्यो चलन गइसक्यो होइन, त्यो झुम्काको ट्रेनिङ दिएको थियौँ। भरतपुर जेलभित्र हामी फर्स्ट टाइम भित्र जाँदाखेरि त्यो भित्रको दया एकदम भयानक त्यो स्टेटस देखेर म त एकदम टस्ट भएँ होइन, एकदम अब कस्तो ठाउँमा बसिराख्नु भएको रहेछ भनेर। अनि त्यहाँ हामीले त्यो ट्रेनिङ दिँदाखेरि त्यो महिलाहरू जो अब दिनभरि काम छैन होइन, अब बाहिर जान पाएन, सो दे वर प्लेइङ लुडोज होइन, अब के कामै छैन भन्दाखेरि हामीले त्यो ट्रेनिङ दिँदाखेरि दे वाज सो ह्याप्पी कि अब के गर्ने भनेर त्यो टाइम किल गर्नको लागि एकदम हेल्प भयो भने जस्तो त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो लागि एकदम ओभरवेल्मिङ थियो। त्यसपछि हामीले त्यो साडीको फल्सको ट्रेनिङहरू दियौँ त्यहाँ होइन, भरतपुर जेलभित्रै। त्यसपछि सानो सानो ट्रेनिङ जस्तो मेहन्दी लगाउने ट्रेनिङ, अब हेर्दाखेरि सानो बजेटको देखिन्छ, तर त्यो बच्चीहरू जसलाई हामीले ट्रेनिङ दियौँ होइन, उनीहरूले हाम्रो मेहन्दी फेलोसिपमा आएर या हाम्रो साथीहरूको बिहाको प्रोग्रामहरूमा गएर एटलिस्ट दे आर जेनेरेटिङ द इन्कम जेनेरेसन त भयो नि। अर्को सानो कुरा भन्दाखेरि अब हामीले जस्तै फुलको मालाहरू होइन, त्यो दुबोको मालाहरू, अहिले बिहाको कारको डेकोरेसनको ट्रेनिङहरू, इभन मण्डपको ट्रेनिङहरू दिँदाखेरि हामीले ट्रेनिङ दिएका 10जना जो लेडिजहरू थियो, त्यो जुन ट्रेनरले उसले नै अब्जर्भ गर्यो, किन बिहाको सिजन छ, त्यो दे आर अर्निङ 800 per day होइन, उसले नै हायर गरेर गर्यो भन्दाखेरि त्यो सानो ट्रेनिङबाट चाहिँ मतलब उहाँहरूले चाहिँ फिनेन्सियली इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट हुनुभयो। साथसाथै हामीले चाहिँ 10जना महिलाहरूलाई हामीले फुल 6 monthsको हामीले फुल स्कलरसिप, हामीले एउटा फेसन सो गरेका थियौँ, त्यसबाट उठेको पैसाबाट हामीले चाहिँ 6 monthsको हामीले चाहिँ उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ फुल स्कलरसिपको खाने बस्ने लाउने गरेर हामीले चाहिँ उहाँलाई फेसन डिजाइनरको ट्रेनिङ दियौँ र उहाँहरू अहिले स्टाब्लिस फेसन डिजाइनर हुनुहुन्छ, उहाँहरू एज अ इन्टरप्रेन्योर हुनुहुन्छ होइन। र मैले देखेको महिलाहरूलाई हामीले एजुकेट गर्ने मात्र पनि नभइकन अब एजुकेट छ महिलाहरूमा, तर उहाँहरूलाई सानो अलिक सानो मोटिभेट गरेर पनि हामीले इन्टरप्रेन्योर बनाएको छौँ। हामीले उहाँलाई फिनेन्सियली हामीले कुनै सपोर्ट नगर्दाखेरि पनि उहाँहरू फिनेन्सियली सक्नुहुन्छ, तर पनि कस्तो भने म सक्दिनँ कि मलाई आउँदैन कि अरूले के भन्ला कि भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो भावनाले गर्दा पनि उहाँहरू चाहिँ अगाडि बढिराख्नु सक्नु भएको छैन। र हामीले उहाँहरूलाई होइन किन नसक्नु, सानोबाट स्टार्ट गर्नु न भनेर हामीले सानो मोटिभेट गर्दाखेरि पनि उहाँहरू अहिले स्टाब्लिस्ड हुनुहुन्छ। सो स्मल मोटिभेसन होइन, र हाम्रो हेल्प त्यसले गर्दा पनि हामीले चाहिँ महिलाहरूलाई समाजमा स्टाब्लिस गर्न सफल भएका छौँ। र इन्डिरेक्ट रूपमा जस्तै रोटरी क्लबबाट हामीले चाहिँ खानेपानीको आयोजना गऱ्यौँ पुर्सुमा। त्यहाँ कस्तो देखियो भने खानेपानीको लागि महिलाहरू 6 देखि 8 घन्टा चाहिँ त्यो पहाडको उकालो चढेर जानुपर्ने, त्यहाँ गएपछि फेरि उनीहरू 2-3 घन्टा त पानीको धारा एकदम कम सानो, र त्यसले गर्दा त पानीको लागि चाहिँ वेट गर्नुपर्ने, अझ गर्मीको त्यो पानी नपर्ने मौसममा त त्यो सानो खाल्टोमा जुन त्यो कुवाकोमा त्यहाँबाट उभाएर गर्नुपर्ने। सो दे ह्याड टु स्पेन्ड 6 to 8 hours जस्ट टु फेच 1 गाग्री अफ वाटर। त्यो हामीले चाहिँ हाम्रो रोटरी क्लबको माध्यमबाट हामीले उहाँहरूको अहिले घरको धारामा पानी पुर्याएको छ। सो now they don't have to spend their time going to fetch water. Now उहाँहरूलाई हामीले अचारको ट्रेनिङ दियौँ होइन, तरकारी खेतीको ट्रेनिङ दियौँ भन्दाखेरि दे आर सो ह्याप्पी, उहाँहरूको आफ्नो त्यो फिजिकल स्टेटसमा नै चेन्ज आइसक्यो। सो स्मल थिङ्स कलेक्टिभली विथ अल दिज अर्गनाइजेसन्स हामीले चाहिँ वुमनहरूलाई चाहिँ अलिकति भए पनि इम्पावर गर्ने चाहिँ हामीले हेल्प गरेका छौँ, र लगभग हामीले 3000 जति भन्दा बढी महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ हामीले ट्रेनिङ दिइसकेका छौँ, र 100जना भन्दा बढी महिलाहरू चाहिँ इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट इन्टरप्रेन्योर ग्रुपमा डेभलप भइसकेका छन्। थ्याङ्क यू।
थ्याङ्क यू अर्पणाजी। सो उहाँले चाहिँ सानो सानो ट्रेनिङहरूले कसरी इम्पावरमेन्ट क्रिएट गरिरहेछ र हाम्रो यो सानो इनिसिएटिभले नै चाहिँ कसरी लार्जर पुल अफ वुमेनलाई चाहिँ हामीले बेनिफिट गर्न सकिरहेछौँ भन्ने स्टोरी अलिकति सेयर गर्नुभयो। अब म सरस्वतीजीतिर लाग्छु। सो उहाँसित कुरा सुन्नु पर्दा चाहिँ उहाँ लायन्स क्लबमा पनि इन्गेज हुनुभएको होइन, अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ अब उहाँ चाहिँ फेडरेसन अफ वुमेन इन्टरप्रेन्योर्समा पनि इन्गेज हुनुभएको भएर चाहिँ मलाई उहाँलाई के सोध्न मन लाग्यो भन्दा उहाँले के कस्तो कामहरू गरिरहनु भएको थियो अथवा गरिरहनु भएको छ होइन लायन्स क्लबबाट र यहाँको व्यक्तिगत तवरबाट, जसले गर्दा चाहिँ महिलाको जीवनमा चाहिँ सुधार आयो भनेर यहाँले भन्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यसमा पनि मैले पनि हजुरलाई फेरि भने केही डेटा त हामीसँग छैन, तर टेन्टेटिभ डेटा त छ नि त हजुरले गर्नुभएको, सो त्यसलाई पनि अलिकति सेयर गरिदिनु होला।
हस्, धन्यवाद। सर्वप्रथम त म यो सिएनआईलाई एकदम धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु। त्यसमा पनि मेरो आदरणीय छाया म्याडमलाई एकदम हृदयदेखि धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु जुन कि आज हामीलाई यहाँसम्म आएर आफ्ना चाहिने अनुभवहरू राख्ने मौका दिनुभयो र सर्वप्रथम त म के भन्छु भने म पहिला चाहिने हाम्रो नगरपालिकामा मैले रुरल अर्बन पार्टनरशिप प्रोग्राममा मैले काम गर्थेँ र मैले त्यो काम चाहिने 24 वर्ष गरेँ। त्यतिखेर मैले टोलमा गएर जुन चाहिने हाम्रो गरिबी निवारण गर्नको लागि दिदीबहिनी दाइभाइहरूलाई सानो रकम दिएर उनीहरूलाई बिजनेसतिर अग्रसर गराए र त्यतिखेर केही नभए पनि 15 देखि 2000 सम्म दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई त्यो काम गर्दाखेरि पहिला उनीहरूको स्थिति र बिजनेस व्यापार गरिसकेपछि उनीहरूको आएको परिवर्तन, उनीहरूको बालबालिकालाई पढाउन स्कुल पठाउने, उनीहरूको खानपिनमा चाहिने सुधार, उनीहरूको लवाइमा सुधार, त्यस्तोपना देख्दाखेरि चाहिँ नि एकदम खुसी लाग्थ्यो। र मलाई पनि त्यतिखेर कस्तो हुन्थ्यो भने हामीले यतिजना दिदीबहिनीहरू दाजुभाइलाई बिजनेसमा लगाएको छौँ भने म किन स्वयं बिजनेस नगर्ने भन्ने कुरा मलाई एउटा उत्प्रेरणा जस्तै मलाई त्यतिखेर आएको थियो। र यसको साथै फेरि म एउटा महिला सम्बन्धी संस्थामा जुन कि साथी संस्था हो त्यसमा पनि म आबद्ध छु र म अहिले पनि केन्द्रीय बोर्डमै छु र त्यसमा पनि जस्तो मानव बेचबिखन, लैङ्गिक हिंसा, घरेलु हिंसामा परेका दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई उद्धार गर्ने क्रममा उहाँहरूको पीडा सुनेर उहाँलाई एउटा स्किल दिन्थेँ र उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ एउटा आय आर्जनमा लगाउँदाखेरि जुन आनन्द हामीलाई हुन्थ्यो र उनीहरूले चाहिँ आफ्नो जीविका परिवर्तन गर्थे। त्यसको लागि पनि मलाई एकदम यो बिजनेसमा जाने उत्प्रेरणा मिलेको थियो र यस्तै तरिकाले अनि हाम्रो विन च्याप्टर जुन चाहिँ नि हाम्रो एफविनको सबभन्दा जेठो संस्था विन बाँके हो, त्यहाँ चाहिँ नि हामीले त्यसपछि मैले चाहिँ नि नगरपालिकाको नौकरी छोडेँ। म आफू स्वयं एउटा कता जस्तो हाम्रो छाया म्याडमहरू, भानी राणाहरू नेपालगञ्ज जाँदाखेरि मलाई पनि बिजनेस गर्न मन लाग्यो। अनि मैले चाहिँ नि केही त्यस्तो त्यतिखेर मलाई थाहा थिएन मार्केटिङ भनेको के हो, पहिला बजार बुझ्नुपर्छ, मलाई केही पनि थाहा थिएन। म जोसमा मैले एउटा चाहिँ नि सरस्वती कोल्ड स्टोर, अब मलाई त्यो थाहै थिएन, मैले त्यो सुरु गरेँ। त्यो गर्दाखेरि मलाई तलब जस्तै पैसा आउन थाल्यो। अनि त्यो हुँदाखेरि म झन् मोटिभेसन भएर मैले चाहिँ नि होटल स्नेहमा स्नेह सोभिनियर सप मैले अहिले पनि चलाइरहेको छु होइन। र त्यो गर्दै किनभने सामाजिक क्षेत्रमा एकदम लगाव भयो र चाहिँ नि हाम्रो एफविन त्यतिखेर हाम्रो छाया म्याडम नै एफविनको चाहिँ नि अध्यक्ष हुनुहुन्थ्यो। उहाँले चाहिँ नि मलाई केन्द्रीय सदस्य बनाउनु भयो र उहाँहरूले अलिकता किनभने मैले यो किन भन्न चाहेँ भने हामी एकदम ग्रास रुटबाट आएको महिलाहरू हो होइन। अनि म्याडमहरूले हामीलाई चाहिँ नि भवानी म्याडम र छाया म्याडमले हामीलाई ब्याङ्कक 29 जनाको टिमलाई लिएर जानुभयो। त्यहाँ हामीले बिजनेस गरेको महिलाहरूलाई हेऱ्यौँ, तिनीहरूले गरेको चाहिँ नि उनीहरूको हौसला, जाँगर, एकदम निडर, त्यो देख्दाखेरि झन् मलाई चाहिँ नि एकदम त्यसले चाहिँ नि मलाई मोटिभेट गर्यो है। त्यसपछि चाहिँ नि मलाई चाहिँ नि उहाँहरूले मौका दिनुभयो। म अहिले लायन्स क्लबमा पनि म जोन भइसकेँ, म रिजन पनि भइसकेँ र म अहिले जिल्लाको उन्नै हाकिरहेको छु। र त्यसपछि चाहिँ नि हाम्रो प्रदेश आयो। प्रदेशमा होइन पहिला अब छाया म्याडमहरूको पालामा त अब क्षेत्र थियो, अहिले पछि प्रदेश आउँदाखेरि अब जे होस् दिदीबहिनी यहाँ जुन हाम्रो चाहिँ एफविनको टिम छ एकदम सकारात्मक, दिन रात मैले थुप्रै अध्यक्षहरूसित काम गरिसकेँ र अहिले म प्रदेश नम्बर 5 को संयोजक भएको नाताले पनि अहिले मैले 12 वटा जिल्ला हेर्छु। र अहिले नेपालगञ्जको विन जुन कि पहिला चाहिँ नि व्यापार गर्ने महिलाहरू अलिअलि मात्रै व्यापार सङ्घमा मात्रै हुन्थ्यो भने अब हाम्रो विन भनेको त के हो जस्तो हुन्थ्यो। तर तिनीहरूलाई मोटिभेट गर्दा अहिले त्यहाँ चाहिँ नि हाम्रो चाहिँ नि 63 जना त बोर्डमै हुनुहुन्छ। अब महिलाको डाटा भनौँ भने हाम्रो चाहिँ नि केही नभने 500-600 जना पुगिसकेको छ। अहिले हामीले चाहिँ नि इकाइहरू गठन गरेको छौँ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि हामीलाई कति सजिलो भएको छ भने स्थानीय तहबाट हामीले स्वयं बजेटहरू ल्याइरहेको छौँ। र एउटा खुसीको कुरा आदरणीय म्याडमहरूले सिकाएर नै होला, म यो विन बाँकेले चाहिँ नि आफ्नो कोसेली घर, आफ्नो जग्गा जुन कि हाम्रो केन्द्र एफविनको चाहिँ नि घर छैन, तर बाँके विनको चाहिँ नि आफ्नो घर छ, 2 तल्ला हामीले बनाइसक्यौँ। र अहिले तेस्रो तल्लाको लागि पनि स्वयं हामीलाई मेयरले आएर पैसा लग्नुहोस् भन्नुभएको छ। किनभने बिस्तारै गर्ने हो, दिदीबहिनीहरूले बुझेको हुँदैन। हामीले त अलि दिन काम गऱ्यौँ, हामीलाई केही थाहा भयो, तर त्यो दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई मोटिभेसन गर्दा 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 अब अहिले जो पनि अब हामीले चाहिँ नि अहिले किनभने सस्तामा पैसा हुँदैन, त्यसलाई चलाउँदाखेरि चाहिँ नि अलिकता चाहिँ नि सङ्घर्ष पनि गर्नुपर्छ। अब मेरो चाहिँ नि अनुभव यही हो।
हजुर, धन्यवाद सरस्वतीजी। हामी सङ्घर्षको कुरामा फेरि आउँला एकछिनमा। सो अहिले चाहिँ म मिनाजीकोतिर लागेँ। उहाँले चाहिँ एकदम धेरै यो लाइभलीहुड र के अरे यो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेससँग रिलेटेड कामहरू गर्नुभएको भएर उहाँलाई म प्रश्न पनि त्यही आसपासको सोध्न चाहन्छु। यहाँले यो महिलाको जीविकोपार्जनमा सुधार ल्याउनको लागि काम गर्दा चाहिँ तपाईँको मेजर फोकस केमा थियो हैन? त्यसमा पनि अब राष्ट्रिय राजनीतिमा पनि यसो हेर्यो भने चाहिँ यो के अरे राज्यको स्रोत भन्ने बित्तिकै सबैको आँखा लाग्ने ठाउँ छ, तर हेर्यो भने चाहिँ महिला त्यसमा एकदमै धेरै कनेक्टेड देख्छु म चाहिँ जहाँ जाँदा पनि हैन। सो यहाँले त्यो एरियामा के काम गरिरहनु भएको छ र यहाँ फेरि पनि म यहाँलाई त्यही सोधेँ कि कति जति महिलाले चाहिँ यहाँले गरिरहेको इनिसिएटिभबाट चाहिँ फाइदा लिए होला अहिलेसम्म?
हस्, धन्यवाद यहाँलाई। र सिएनआईका आदरणीय अध्यक्षज्यू, आदरणीय दिदी छाया शर्माज्यू र मेरो एफओइनका आदरणीय अध्यक्ष, उपाध्यक्ष लगायत सम्पूर्ण टिम र एफओइनको संस्थापक अध्यक्षलाई सम्झिन चाहन्छु, शान्ति चड्डाज्यू र आदरणीय दिदी भवानीज्यूलाई पनि सम्झिनै सम्पूर्ण चाहिँ नमस्कार। म मिना फ्लरा, मेरो घर डडेलधुरा हो। म सुदूरपश्चिमको वासी हो, सुदूरपश्चिम 7 नम्बर प्रदेश पर्छ र थोरै मैले चाहिँ आफ्नो ब्याकग्राउन्ड अलिकति भन्न चाहन्छु यहाँनिर। त्यो सँगसँगै अलिकति म चाहिँ एउटा शिक्षित बुवाको अशिक्षित आमाको छोरी हो, त्यसमा पनि जेठो हो र म 12 वर्ष हुँदाखेरि मेरो बुवाले मानव बिहे गर्ने सिलसिलामा हुनुहुन्थ्यो। जुन ठाउँमा म जन्मेको थिएँ त्यो ठाउँमा अहिले पनि सडक पुगेको छैन। म त्यो दुर्गम क्षेत्रको छोरी हो र मैले त्यो सिलसिलामा 17 वर्षको उमेरमा एकदम बुढो भइसकेको थिएँ। जति बेला म इन्टर फर्स्ट इयर पढ्थेँ त्यतिखेर मेरो बुवाले दिएको घर होइन कि मैले अर्कै केटासँग बिहे गरेको थिएँ र बिहे गर्दा मसँग 25 रुपियाँ मात्रै थियो र जुन मेरो लागि सङ्घर्ष चुनौती भन्ने कुराहरू त अब कति भयो होला, त्यो जीवनको अहिले 22-23 वर्ष भयो र मेरो 2टा छोरी र एउटा छोरा छ। मैले बिहे गर्दाखेरि हामी श्रीमान श्रीमती कमाउने पनि थिएनौँ। एउटा एनजिओमा थोरै यो ब्याकग्राउन्ड भन्न चाहन्छु, मेरो बायोडाटा पनि यहाँहरूले हेर्नु भएको छ र हामीलाई एउटा क्यानेडियन भन्ने प्रोजेक्ट थियो जसले चाहिँ देशभरिका 12वटा एनजिओहरूमा काम गर्थ्यो। त्यसमा चाहिँ जेन्डर सम्बन्धी धेरै ट्रेनिङहरू चलाउँथ्यो। त्यसमा म पनि ट्रेनिङमा अलिकति भनौँ न अगाडि बढेको थिएँ। त्यो सँगसँगै मलाई चाहिँ अब बचपनदेखि व्यवसाय र मेरो बुवा चाहिँ खासमा टिचर हुनुहुन्थ्यो। व्यापारलाई चाहिँ बढी जोड दिने मेरो चाहिँ एकदम थियो, तर मसँग पैसा थिएन। त्यो सँगसँगै मैले चाहिँ व्यवसाय कसरी गर्नुपर्छ भन्दा ठ्याक्कै आज पनि लक जुडेकै होला। हाम्रो पहिला चाहिँ मोरङ अटो भनेर थियो, विष्णु अग्रवालज्यू नै हुनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँ। अहिले चाहिँ MWA भन्ने छ र त्यतिखेर चाहिँ यमाहाको बाइक मैले चाहिँ धेरै बाइकहरू बेचेको थिएँ जुन चाहिँ उहाँलाई पनि थाहा छैन र सुदूरपश्चिममा नम्बर 1 यमाहा बेच्नमा भएको पछाडिको ब्याकग्राउन्डमा मेरो हात थियो। किनभने मैले 1200-1500 वटा र 7वटा जिल्लामा घुमेर दैनिक 135 रुपियाँ एकजनाबाट कलेक्सन गरेर उहाँको बाइक 50% जब पुग्छ भनौँ पैसा, त्यसपछि बाइक दिने एउटा त्यो किस्ताबन्दीमा खेलाएर मैले उहाँका बाइक बेचेको थिएँ र पछि गएर त्यो व्यवसायको क्षेत्र भयो र अब अर्को चाहिँ जुन चाहिँ मेरो सुरुवात भनौँ व्यवसायमा जाने चाहिँ उहाँबाट त्यसरी जुड्यो। यो चाहिँ लामो स्टोरी छ जो चाहिँ यो 1-2 मिनटमा सकिँदैन। र अर्को चाहिँ जुन उहाँले सोधेको प्रश्न छ, म धेरै सङ्घ संस्थामा पनि आबद्ध छु र जहाँ महिलाका लागि मात्रै आवाज उठाउँछु। कहिलेकाहीँ यस्तो हुन्छ जुन दर्दले दिललाई छुन्छ, मुटुलाई छुन्छ, कि त त्यही परिवर्तन हुन्छ कि त त्यही जीवनको अन्त्य हुन्छ भन्न खोज्छु म। किनभने मेरो चाहिँ जीवनको सुरुवात भएको थियो र त्यसमा म विभिन्न सङ्घ संस्थामा जुड्दै विभिन्न महिलाहरू मात्रै सक्षम हुनुपर्छ। मेरो छोरी भयो भने बाबासँग पैसा मायाले मागिन्छ तर श्रीमानसँग पैसा सम्झौताले मागिन्छ भन्ने सोच्छु म। किनभने मायाले त्यहाँ अलिक कम नै हुन्छ, सम्झौता भनेको ल ठिक छ नि त भनेर हिँड्नु चाहिँ सम्झौता हो र साँच्चीकै तँलाई चाहिएको छ नि ल तेरो इच्छा पुरा गर भन्नु चाहिँ बाबा आमाले मात्रै भन्नुहुन्छ भन्ने लाग्छ होइन। तर म त्यसमा अभागी थिएँ सायद मेरो किस्मतले अर्कैतिर डोर्याएको थियो। त्यो सँगसँगै मेरो क्वेसन जस्तो उहाँले सोधेको चाहिँ म विभिन्न महिलाको क्षेत्रमा म जेसिसको पनि अध्यक्ष हो र जेसिसमा महिला हुँदैनथे। उद्योगसँग पनि म लडेको। मेरो आदरणीय दिदी भवानी राणाले चाहिँ मलाई धेरै क्षेत्रमा देखाउनु भयो। त्यहाँ महिलाको लागि देशकै पहिलो चाहिँ तैँले बन्नुपर्छ भनेर हिँड्दाखेरि पनि पुरुष हाम्रा सहयोगी हुन्, विरोधी होइनन् भनेर म सधैँ भन्ने गर्छु। पुरुषले सहयोग नगरे महिला अगाडि बढ्न सक्दैनन्। र अर्को कुरा जस्तो मैले गरेको कामको सिलसिला गर्ने हो भने 2066 सालमा मेरो आदरणीय दिदी सरस्वती यहीँ हुनुहुन्छ र छाया शर्मा दिजु हुनुहुन्थ्यो एफओइनको अध्यक्ष। त्यतिखेर हामीले महिला गठन गर्न सकेनौँ जिल्लामा, पछि गऱ्यौँ र त्यो सँगसँगै विभिन्न ट्रेनिङहरू चलाएर जहाँ महिलाहरू बाहिर निस्किन सक्दैनथे। अघि नै हाम्रो अर्पणा म्यामले भन्नुभएको छ त्यस्तै स्थिति अहिले पनि छ र भित्र सिपले धेरै छ जस्तो दुना टप्परी लगाउने, बत्ती बनाउने विभिन्न क्षेत्रहरू छ हैन। त्यस्तै हाम्रो ठाउँमा पनि भित्र छ र त्यसलाई हामीले बाहिर अहिले कसरी निकालेका छौँ भने म गएपछि विभिन्न स्थानीय चुनाव भइसकेपछिको कुरा स्थानीय निकायसँग कोर्डिनेसन गरेर विभिन्न ट्रेनिङहरू तालिमहरू चलाएर महिलाहरू हामी गर्छौँ भनेर एउटा अगाडि बढेको र विभिन्न क्षेत्रमा भनौँ न सिपमूलक कार्यक्रमहरू गर्दै अहिले चाहिँ एकदमै डडेलधुरा विन भनेपछि एकदम अगाडि छ। त्यो सुदूरपश्चिमको हकमा अरू जिल्लाहरू भनौँ पछाडि छ र सँगसँगै त्यो होस्।
थ्याङ्क यू बिनाजी। सो म मेरो के अरे 2017 देखि 2020 कोभिड सुरु नहुँदासम्म चाहिँ सबैभन्दा बढी गएको जिल्ला चाहिँ डडेलधुरा हो। त्यति चाहिँ भन्न चाहेँ मैले। सो म अब यो राउन्डमा चाहिँ हामीले अलिअलि चाहिँ यहाँहरूको स्टोरिजको बिट्स मात्र सुनौँ भन्दा पनि अलिअलि चाहिँ मोटिभेसनको कुराहरू पनि सुन्यौँ। तर यही राउन्ड अर्को राउन्डमा चाहिँ हामी यसलाई अझ डिग गरौँ जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई। सो म अर्पणाजीकोबाट जान्छु। सो यहाँले चाहिँ यो जुन अघि सुनाउनु भयो जुन महिलाहरूलाई सशक्तिकरणको जति पनि कामहरू गराउनु भएको छ, यो काम गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि तपाईँलाई केही न केहीले त प्रेरणा दियो होला। सो त्यो प्रेरणाको कथा कस्तो छ? छोटोमा अब चाहिँ मैले 2-2 मिनटमा राखेँ किनभने फ्लोरलाई पनि अलिकति इन्गेज गरौँ कि जस्तो लाग्यो। यसपछि चाहिँ हामी फ्लोरमा जान्छौँ भन्ने सोचेर। हुन्छ अर्पणाजी।
महिलाहरूको बारेमा के गर्नै पर्छ भन्ने त्यो बिउ रोपेको चाहिँ मलाई पाकिस्तानमा है। आई डोन्ट सी पाकिस्तानी डेलिगेट्स ओभर हियर। मैले पाकिस्तानको मुल्तानबाट फार्मेसी गरेको। 4 वर्ष पाकिस्तान बस्ने दौरानमा अब त्यहाँको आफ्नो लेडिज अब साथीहरूसँग क्लोज हुने मौका पायो। उहाँहरूसँग कुरा गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ अब हामीहरू चाहिँ कति भाग्यमानी रहेछौँ जस्तो लाग्यो है। अब स्पेसली पाकिस्तानको पनि त्यो गाउँको एरिया, नट लाहौर कराची इस्लामाबादकाहरू त इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट थिए र उहाँहरू फरक पनि हुनुहुन्छ। तर हाम्रो युनिभर्सिटीमा जुन अलिकति भित्री एरियाबाट आउनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँहरू चाहिँ एकदमै डिपेन्डेन्ट है। आफ्नो जस्तै म एक्लै गएँ पाकिस्तान, पहिलो थियो मेरो विदेश यात्रा। तर उहाँहरू चाहिँ 1 घन्टाको 2 घन्टाको दूरीमा युनिभर्सिटी आउँदाखेरि पनि कि बुवाले कि दाइले चाहिँ कि भाइले युनिभर्सिटी छोड्ने लिन आउने गर्ने, उहाँहरू एक्लै हिँड्ने चाहिँ पर्मिसन थिएन है। र साथसाथै अब हामी त पढेपछि के गर्ने, कहाँ इन्टर्नसिप गर्ने, कस्तो ठाउँमा जागिर खाने भनेर डिस्कसन हुँदाखेरि दे वर सो नाम के 4 वर्ष 5 वर्ष पढ्ने, गेट म्यारिड एन्ड स्टे एट होम। मलाई त त्यो कस्तो यत्रो ठुलो ह्युमन रिसोर्सको चाहिँ एकदमै वेस्ट भइरहेको जस्तो लाग्थ्यो। र त्यसपछि फर्केर आएर आफ्नो व्यावसायिक यात्रा स्टार्ट गरेँ होइन। फार्मास्युटिकल इन्डस्ट्रीमा काम गर्न स्टार्ट गरेँ र साथसाथै त्यो सँगसँगै अब रोटरी क्लबमा आबद्ध भएँ होइन। विन चितवनमा आबद्ध भएँ, एफविनलाई चिन्ने मौका पाएँ। त्यसपछि अब एफविनका महिलाहरू है, हाम्रो म्याडमहरू यहीँ पनि हुनुहुन्छ। एफविनका महिलाहरू किनभने त्यो बेलासम्म आफू एकदम प्रोफेसनल लाइनमा मात्र थियौँ, त्यो बाहिर त्यस्तो एकदम उसको बारेमा त्यति कुरा चाहिँ सुनिन्थेन। तर एफविनका हाम्रो बोर्डका मेम्बर्सहरूले उहाँहरू बोलेको स्टाइल देखेर म एकदम प्रभावित भएको थिएँ होइन। वुमनहरूको बारेमा के गर्नैपर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो जुन पाकिस्तानमा रोपेको बिउ चाहिँ त्यसपछि रोटरी एफविन विन चितवनमा लागेपछि त्यसपछि हामीले चाहिँ विभिन्न कार्यक्रमहरू गरेर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ गऱ्यौँ। र सायद मेरो सफलताको कथा चाहिँ ड्यु टु माई अब मेरो आफ्नो फ्यामिलीको सपोर्ट अभियसली एन्ड कमिङ आउट अफ माई कम्फर्ट जोन, टेकिङ च्यालेन्जेस। कुनै पनि च्यालेन्ज अगाडि आयो भने मैले त्यसलाई लर्निङ फेजको रूपमा लिन्छु र मेरो लगनशीलता र मेरो मेहनतै हो जस्तो लाग्छ।
थ्याङ्क यू अर्पणाजी। सो म यही प्रश्न चाहिँ सरस्वतीजीलाई गर्न चाहन्छु। तपाईँले अघि आफ्नो के अरे आफ्नो भावना राख्ने बेलामा चाहिँ धेरै नै भवानीजी र छायाजीको नाम पनि लिइसक्नु भएको छ। तर उहाँहरू दुईजना बाहेक अरू के कारणले गर्दा चाहिँ तपाईँ यो क्षेत्रमा हुनुहुन्छ र यसरी हुनुहुन्छ?
फेरि कुरा आयो फेरि एफइनकै कुरा आउँछ है म रुरल अर्बन पार्टनरसिपमा नगरपालिकामा काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ नि एउटा कागजको तालिम नेपाली कागजको तालिम दिन भनेर हाम्रो चाहिँ नि फाउन्डर अध्यक्ष शान्ति चड्डा पनि जानुभएको थियो हैन उहाँहरूलाई देख्दाखेरि ओहो मैले पनि त केही गर्न सक्छु भन्ने मलाई भित्रबाट चाहिँ नि हुन्थ्यो हैन अनि भवानी राणा त्यतिखेर त्यही अब किनभने हामी त नेपालगञ्जको बासी है अनि भवानी राणाले हामीलाई के भन्नुभयो भने ल तपाईहरुले अलिअलि पैसा उठाउनुस् हामी चाहिँ नि यो कागजको चाहिँ नि उद्योग गरौँ भनेर त्यतिखेर हामीलाई कस्तो नि 50,000 पाउन पनि हामीलाई गाह्रो है अब घरबाट पनि नदिने आफूसित पनि नभएको अनि त्यो गर्दा चाहिँ नि अब तपाईहरुले चाहे पनि गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ भन्दा पछि 50,000 1 लाख रुपैयाँ हामीले उठाएर चाहिँ नि 5 जनाको एउटा अब किनभने अब मेरो त्यो नगरपालिकामा त समूह नै बनाउने थियो त्यसरी बनाएर हामी सुरु गर्छौं भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो भाग्यले साथ दिएन हामीलाई चाहिँ ठुलो फ्याक्ट्रीमा जाने भाग्यै भएन किनभने त्यो कागजहरू पाउन अनि त्यहाँ द्वन्द सुरु जुन जतिखेर चाहिँ यो द्वन्द भयो द्वन्द हुन थाल्यो त्यसपछि त्यो कागज लोकताहरू पाएन र हामीले त्यो गर्न सकेनौं एउटा त्यो पनि मोटिभेसन मलाई भएको हो
Thank you, Saraswati ji. So such an inspiration like when I hear you talking about this, like you tried to raise your own funds to start what you wanted to do, right? So moving on next to like Girija ji. So again, my question to you is like what actually motivated you to be in this spectrum? Because in the beginning, you have already mentioned that I'm one of the person who has been like fortunate, right? Because I didn't have to face the challenges like other women, but I have like different layers of challenges. So what motivated you to be in this like spectrum?
So I am a firm believer of the fact that women also should have a right to choose, to determine her choices, to make choices. I am a firm believer who thinks that women must have self-worth. They should have the access to resources and possibilities opportunities that come to men very easily. So those things I think should be had by women also. So when I think of this like this, and I have been working in various organizations, whether it is Chamber of Commerce or it is Rotary, we do a lot of small trainings. So when these women come from rural areas and when they go with a broad smile on their faces that yes, we learned something. So we did Silai Prashikshan for women, a lot of it. So I was seeing that it's been helping a lot in Nepal. I got to know about women in Maharashtra. So they were facing a challenge because of their husbands committing suicide because and 565 machines Nepal. We have a center in Panwada also, Dharan Nira. So a very remote location. त्यहाँ पुग्न मेरो गाडी मतलब 10 चोटी त्यो मुनिबाट ठुकेर साइडबाट लागेर त्यहाँ पुगे and you have to see the smile. It is the smile that motivates me to work harder in this field. And if you talk of numbers, we've done many sewing camps across Nepal. Because of this, networking पनि भइहाल्छ किनकि सिङ्गर इन्डियासित मेरो डाइरेक्ट कन्ट्याक्ट हुने कुनै पनि कारण थिएन जब उहाँले यस्तो काम हेर्नुभयो उहाँहरूले पनि हामीले डिस्काउन्ट दिन थाल्नुभयो त्यो these are the things which motivate you to work harder, and the smile that you bring on the faces is awesome. It's next level.
So we need a big round of applause for that smile on the face, which actually motivated the women like us to work further in this area. So moving on next, like I would like to request like Minaji तपाईँले पनि लाइक अब अघि आफ्नो भनाइमा चाहिँ धेरै नै फेरि भने मैले दुईजना व्यक्तिको नाम र व्यक्तित्वको नाम, व्यक्ति भन्दा पनि उहाँहरू व्यक्तित्व हुनुहुन्छ भन्छु म, उहाँहरूको नाम लिनुभयो। त्यो यो साथसाथै मलाई के लागिरहेछ भन्दा चाहिँ त्यसमा जोडिएका अरू कथाहरू पनि छन्। किनभने सुदूरपश्चिममा जाने बेला मैले एउटा देखेको चाहिँ एउटा इभेन्ट सक्यो, एम्बेसडरसित गएको थिएँ, अमेरिका एम्बेसडरसित फोटो खिच्ने भनेको एउटा महिला बहिनी हुनुहुन्थ्यो मभन्दा सानै, तर अब गाउँको परिवेशमा हुर्किएको भएर चाहिँ मभन्दा अब ठुलो देख्ने, होइन बहिनी तपाईँ यता बस्नु न यता भन्छ। अनि मैले के भयो त लाइक आई थट लाइक मेल र वुमेनको सेपरेसन भन्न थालेको होइन रहेछ, उहाँको त जेठाजुसितसँग उभिन नमिल्ने रहेछ। सो उहाँको जेठाजु भएको भएर मलाई चाहिँ उहाँको जेठाजुको नेक्स्टमा बस्नुभयो भने उहाँलाई चाहिँ छुनु पर्दैन भनेको। सो त्यस्तो प्रकारको दुर्गम अवस्थाबाट आउँदै गर्ने बेलामा चाहिँ तपाईँको सशक्तिकरणको कथामा सायद अरू पात्रहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ। सो त्यसको बारेमा केही भन्नुहुन्छ कि बिनाजी?
हस्, थ्याङ्क यू। तपाईँले साँच्चीकै जो अब अलिकति देखेको कुरा त्यो बाहेक पनि जस्तो छुवाछुतका कुराहरू छन्, अहिले पनि जातीय विभेदका कुरा छन्, जुन जातीयको कारणले मैले इन्टरकास्ट बिहे गर्दा 18 वर्षपछि मात्रै मेरो बुवाले चाहिँ मलाई स्वीकार गरेको अवस्था छ, होइन? त्यो सँगसँगै धेरै कुरीतिहरू छन्, अझै पनि बाँकी छन्। अहिलेको अवस्थामा 22-23 वर्षको जुन चाहिँ मेरो पनि अनुभव छ अलि परिवर्तनको हो। र यसको पछाडि जुन चाहिँ हजुरले 2 जना मात्रै भन्नुभयो, 2 जना मात्रै त मेन भयो। जस्तो आदरणीय दिदी साँच्चीकै भवानी राणाले चाहिँ हामीलाई माथि तानेर ल्याउनु भएको हो। र अहिले पनि जुन यो अवसर जुटाउने चाहिँ छाया शर्मा दिजु हुनुहुन्छ र मेरो एफओइनको टिम हुनुहुन्छ, अध्यक्ष लगाए सम्पूर्ण टिमले चाहिँ मलाई सहयोग गरेर यो ठाउँमा पुगेको हो। र अर्को चाहिँ घर फ्यामिली, जस्तो एउटा श्रीमान चाहिँ सफल हुनमा हजारौँ श्रीमतीहरूका हात छ नि त, अहिलेसम्म त त्यो श्रीमतीको नाम आएको छैन भने यहाँ पनि म यहाँ पुग्नमा मेरो श्रीमानको हात हो। जसरी मैले बुवालाई मानौ एक ठाउँमा राखेर बुवाको माया पाएन भने श्रीमानको माया पाएर म यहाँ पुगेको हो। कहीँ न कहीँ परिवारभन्दा ठुलो अरू हुँदैन र त्यसपछि समाज ठुलो हुन्छ। समाजमा विभेदहरू छन् जसलाई चाहिँ हामीले अहिलेको पहिलाको भन्दा अहिलेको दिनमा धेरै परिवर्तन छ। अझै हामी अगाडि बढेका महिलाहरूले चाहिँ अझै गर्न धेरै बाँकी छ। जस्तै राज्यका कुराहरू छन्, स्थानीय तहका कुराहरू छन्, अहिले पनि महिलाहरूको धेरै व्यवसाय गर्नको लागि या विभिन्न भनौँ न ट्रेनिङका कुराहरू नै हामी पाउँदैनौँ। 4 जना बसेर जस्तो त्यो एउटा पालिकामा नगरपालिका या जहाँ पनि एउटा त्यो कमिटीले निर्णय गर्छ, आफ्नो आफ्नो ठाउँमा लैजान्छ, अझै त्यहाँ धेरै कुराहरू ल्याउन बाँकी छ भने त्यसको लडाईँ संयुक्त रूपमा सबै महिलाहरू एकजुट भएर व्यवसायी रूपलाई महिलालाई आर्थिक रूपमा सशक्त र बलियो बनायो भने मात्रै हामी महिलाहरू अगाडि बढ्न सक्छौँ र भोलिका राजनीतिक यहाँ हरेक क्षेत्रमा सफल हुन सक्छौँ भन्ने चाहिँ मैले सिकाइ भएको।
धन्यवाद मीनाजी। यो सँगसँगै हामीले सशक्तिकरणको कथा र केही उत्प्रेरणाको कथा पनि सुन्यौँ। अब चाहिँ म फ्लोरतिर जान्छु। सम्भव भए चाहिँ 3टा साइड देख्दैछु म, 3टा साइडबाट हरेकबाट एउटा प्रश्न आयो भने त्यो प्रश्न प्यानलतिर पठाउँछु, प्यानलतिर चाहिँ म त्यसपछि राख्छु। सँगसँगै म के पनि भन्न चाहन्छु भन्दा हामीले ठ्याक्कै 5:35 मा सेसन स्टार्ट गरेका थियौँ। सो आई प्रमिस टु एन्ड बाई 6:35। सो प्लिज बी पेसेन्ट एन्ड स्टे विथ अस। सो त्यसैले माइक चाहिँ कसैले लगिदिनु भयो भने प्लिज रेज यर ह्यान्ड्स हु हेभ द क्वेसन्स, अनि मिल्छ भने चाहिँ क्वेसन कसलाई डिरेक्टेड हो त्यो पनि भनिदिनु होला। थाकेर हो कि कसैले हात उठाउनु भएन कि मेरो आँखा कमजोर छ मैले नदेख्या हुँदैन? यसो लाग्दैछ कि हाम्रो कथामा सबैजना रमाइरहनु भएको छ, त्यसैले प्रश्न छैन, त्यसैले म नै फर्दर प्रश्न गर्छु। सो म प्रश्न चाहिँ अब अर्पणाजीलाई नै गर्छु जस्तो लाग्यो। हामीले केही बाधाहरूको कुरा त गऱ्यौँ, गऱ्यौँ, तर पनि लाइक स्पेसिफिक भएर भन्नुपर्दा नेपालको आर्थिक प्रणालीमा हेऱ्यो भने महिला अझै कम छन्। हिजो भर्खरै सेन्सस सर्वेको नतिजा पनि सार्वजनिक भएको छ। अहिले घरमुली महिला भनेर चाहिँ 31% जति महिलालाई चाहिँ घरमुली भनिएको छ। तर सेन्सस भइरहेको दौरान चाहिँ मैले केही जिल्लाहरू भिजिट गर्ने बेलामा त्यो अब्जर्भेसनको बेलामा अथवा क्वेसन गरिरहेकै बेलामा चाहिँ अगाडि बस्दा चाहिँ मैले देखेको कुरा के हो भनेर भन्दा घरमुली किन भन्छ त भन्दा हामीलाई मालपोतले चाहिँ 5% को छुट दिएको छ करमा, हैन? त्यो 3 देखि 5% को बीचमा चाहिँ स्विङ हुने बेलामा चाहिँ त्यो सानो फरफारकको लागि मात्रै महिलालाई घरमुली बनाइएको जस्तो चाहिँ मैले रियलाइज गरेँ। किन भन्दा बोल्न सक्ने महिला दिदीबहिनी हुने बेलामा पनि उहाँको छोराहरू छोरीहरू चाहिँ म प्रश्न गर्न तयार भनेर आइरहेको देखेँ, राइट? आई थिङ्क यु हेभ अ क्वेसन, राइट? Yes, उहाँको 2टा क्वेसन देखेँ मैले। प्लिज क्यान समवन प्रोभाइड द माइक टु देम?
हजुर यहाँको नाम र अनि त्यसपछि प्रश्न कसलाई भनिदिनु
मेरो नाम चाहिँ अर्चना कार्की हो मेरो प्रश्न चाहिँ मीनाजीलाई है मीनाजीले अघि के भन्नुभयो भने उहाँको अन्तर्जातीय बिहा भएको हुनाले बुवाले चाहिँ 18 वर्षपछि मात्रै घर भित्राउनु भयो भन्नुभयो तर यसमा चाहिँ नि आमाको भूमिका के थियो त आमाको पनि त्यही सोचाइ थियो आमाले चाहिँ नि कि आमाको भनाइको केही मूल्य नै थिएन यो के एउटा बाबुको मात्रै निर्णय हो त भन्ने मेरो जिज्ञासा
थ्याङ्क यू
हस् यहाँलाई धेरै धेरै धन्यवाद मेरो चाहिँ कस्तो थियो भने जस्तो म 7 मा पढ्दा चाहिँ कुनै केटालाई मेरो बुवाले पढाएको केटालाई बिहे गराउनुको लागि फिक्स गराइसक्नु भएको थियो र आमाले बोल्न सक्ने अवस्था थिएन किनभने घरमुली जस्तो उहाँले अहिले कुरा उठाउनु भयो नि त घरमुली नै बुवा जब भयो भने एक परिवारमा एउटा आमा शिक्षित भयो भने त्यो पुरै परिवार शिक्षित हुन्छ तर बुवा चाहिँ शिक्षित हुँदा त्यो बुवामा नै सीमित रहन्छ भन्ने चाहिँ सिकाइ म भित्र थियो र आमाले जुन कोसिस गर्नुभएको थियो तर एउटा शब्द भन्नुभएको थियो त्यो शब्दले म यहाँ छु आज मेरो आमाले के भन्नुभएको थियो भने तेरो बिहे गर्ने इच्छा छैन त नगर तर जीवन एकचोटि पाइन्छ मर्नु हुँदैन हैन र जहाँ जान्छस् जानु यति भन्नुभएको थियो त्यो शब्दले म यहाँ छु थ्याङ्क यू सो मच
सो अर्को पनि प्रश्नकर्ता हुनुहुन्छ यता कसैले माइक लगिदिनुहुन्छ 5th रोमा
नमस्कार म रोटारियन पनि हुँ म यो सिएनआईको कमिटीमा पनि छु टुरिज्म कमिटीमा पनि छु मेरो नाम लाक्पा फुटी शेर्पा म चाहिँ माउन्टेनियरिङ सेक्टरबाट आएकोले गर्दाखेरि र काठमाडौँमा जुन बस्दाखेरि हामीले विभिन्न ठाउँमा चाहिँ महिलाले एक्सन लिएर काम गरिरहेको हुन्छ तर डोनेसनको केसमा जहिले पनि डोनेसन कसले दियो भन्दाखेरि पुरुषको नाम मात्रै हुन्छ महिलाको कहिले पनि कहीँ पनि नाम लेखेको हुँदैन भोलिको इतिहासमा महिलाको योगदान त एउटा फ्यामिलीमा पुरुषले जति म्यानेज गरेको छ महिलाले पनि उत्तिकै म्यानेज गरेको हुन्छ तर इतिहासमा लेख्दाखेरि चाहिँ पुरुषको नाम मात्रै किन लेख्नु लाग्यो हामी महिलाको नाम पनि एकली लेख्नु पर्दैन हिजो जन्मिँदाखेरि पनि हामी सँगै जन्मेर आएको हुँदैन भोलि मर्दाखेरि पनि हामी सँगै मरेर जान्दैन तर हाम्रो योगदान त एकल छ नि त्यो कारणले गर्दाखेरि अहिलेसम्म हामीले देखेको चाहिँ पुरुषको मात्रै योगदान डोनेसन भन्दाखेरि जहिले पनि पुरुषको नाम मात्रै गएको देख्छ तर महिलाको नाम चाहिँ गएको देख्दैन यसमा चाहिँ हजुर सबैको विचार के छ र हजुरहरूको समाजमा पनि त्यही हो कि मेरो समाजमा मात्रै त्यस्तो हो म यही भन्न चाहन्छु धन्यवाद
थ्याङ्क यू लाक्पाजी सो यो प्रश्न सँगसँगै म चाहिँ प्यानलिस्टतिर फर्केर आएँ अर्पणाजीलाई नै सोध्न चाहेँ मैले उहाँले पनि डोनेसनलाई जोडेर चाहिँ महिला र आर्थिक अवस्था अथवा महिला र अर्थसित चाहिँ जोडिएको प्रश्न गर्नुभयो सो मेरो अघिको घरमुलीवाला उदाहरण पनि यसैसँग सान्दर्भिक थियो सो नेपालको आर्थिक प्रणालीमा यसरी हेऱ्यो भने चाहिँ कागज र लिखतमा महिला अगाडि देखिए पनि वास्तविक फिल्डमा चाहिँ महिला कम छन् हैन अहिले पनि माइक्रो इन्टरप्राइजेस कोअपरेटिभ माइक्रो इन्टरप्राइजेसहरूबाट पाउने लोनहरू हेऱ्यो भने चाहिँ महिलाको नाममा लोन लिएको देखिन्छ हैन संस्थाहरू बनेको पनि देखिन्छ मेरो नै संस्था र मेरो टिमले गरेको एउटा सानो रिसर्चले के देखायो भनेर भन्दा हामीले 3-4 महिना अगाडि मात्र यो इनिसिएटिभलाई स्टार्ट गर्न खोजेका थियौँ एउटा पोर्टलमा सबै महिला इन्टरप्रेन्योरहरूको लागि चाहिँ हुने गरी एउटा ड्यासबोर्ड क्रिएट गर्ने कुन ठाउँमा चाहिँ कति महिलाहरू महिला इन्टरप्रेन्योर छन् कस्तो कस्तो व्यवसाय गरिरहेछन् अथवा कोही न्यू एन्ट्रान्स आउँदैछ भने चाहिँ के कुरा चाहिँ प्रिपेयर गरेर आउनुपर्छ भनेर हेरौँ न त भनेर गयौँ एकदमै सानोदेखि सुनिआएको डेप्रक्सलाई गएर सोध्यौँ डेटा दिन हिचकिचाहट उहाँले के भन्नुभयो भनेर भन्दा 2017 को लोकल इलेक्सन्स पछाडि 2018मा चाहिँ स्थानीय सरकारहरूलाई डेटा ह्यान्डओभर गरिसकेको छ भन्यो यो मेडेप र मेडपाको प्रोग्राम UNDP को हैन त्यसपछि दिएको भन्यो तर त्यसपछि त्यो डेटा डोर्मेन्ट स्टेजमा रहेछ राष्ट्र बैंकलाई सोध्यौं छैन डेटा मिनिस्ट्री अफ इन्डस्ट्रीलाई सोध्यौं छैन डेटा FNCCलाई सोध्यौं छैन डेटा त्यही कारणले गर्दा हामी FNCCI सँग सानो इनिसिएटिभ पनि गर्दै छौं सो यदि भन्दै गरिराख्ने बेलामा चाहिँ एउटा कुरा चाहिँ के पायौं भनेर भन्दा महिलाको नाममा चाहिँ अर्गनाइजेसन अथवा के अरे इन्टरप्रेन्योर कुनै इन्स्टिट्युसन चाहिँ खुल्ने फर्म खुल्ने तर काम हेर्यो भने चाहिँ पुरुषले गरेर पनि देख्ने सो यो आर्थिक हिसाबमा पनि यो महिलालाई चाहिँ किन प्रोजेक्ट मात्र गरिन्छ यहाँको देखाइ र भोगाइमा के देख्नु भएको छ यहाँलाई चाहिँ के शेयर गर्न मन लागिरहेछ यो म चारैजनालाई राखेँ यो क्वेशन चाहिँ ब्रिफली सक्नुहुन्छ नि भन्नु होला नभए
आफूले चोइस गर्नु होला
थ्याङ्क यू मलाई महिला अगाडि बढ्न नसक्नु कारण त मेन त सेल्फ कन्फिडेन्सको कमी आत्मविश्वासको कमी महिलाहरूले म गर्न सक्छु भन्ने त्यो चाहिँ कस्तो भने हाम्रो समाज अरूले के भन्छ त्यसले गर्दाखेरि पनि गर्न सक्ने महिलाहरू पनि अगाडि आइराख्नु भएको छैन र साथसाथै मैले धेरै महिलाहरू देखाएको छु होइन बिजनेसमा उहाँ इक्वली जस्तै हस्बेन्ड वाइफले बिजनेस गरिराख्नु भएको छ तर फिनान्सियल सबै पुरुषले मात्र गरिराख्नु भएको छ उहाँले पनि त्यतिकै मेहनत गर्नुभएको छ तर पैसा चाहे पनि आफ्नो हस्बेन्डसँगै माग्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि उहाँ फिनान्सियली स्टिल though she is working, she is still financially dependent on her husband. उहाँको आफ्नो मन्थली स्यालेरी भन्ने छैन हाम्रो फ्यामिली बिजनेस त हो नि तिम्रै त हो नि पैसा भन्यो तर आफूले मन्थली कमाउने र हात थापेर कमाउनेमा आकाश जमिन फरक छ है र महिलाहरू चाहिँ कस्तो भने कम्फर्ट जोनबाट बाहिर निस्किने एकदम त्यो अब हाम्रो समाजले गर्दा होला सायद होइन त्यो कम्फर्ट जोनबाट बाहिर निस्किनु चाहिँ एकदम डराउने त्यो रिस्क लिन चाहिँ डराउने र के गर्न सक्छु भन्ने भावना हुँदै पनि त्यो चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्न नसक्नु पनि कारण मैले देखेँ र अब पढे लेखेका जस्तै मैले कतिपय ठाउँमा देखाएको छु कि बिहा अगाडि चाहिँ उहाँले के बिजनेस गर्नुभएको थियो या कहीँ जब गर्नुभएको थियो बिहा गर्दाखेरि अब अर्को सिटीमा जानुपर्नेको कारणले गर्दा आफूले आफ्नो जब छोड्नु पर्यो र त्यसपछि बिहा भयो बच्चा भयो भन्दा 2-3 वर्ष ग्याप भयो उहाँले पहिला फिनान्सियली एकदम इन्डिपेन्डेन्ट हुनुहुन्थ्यो राम्रो काम गरिराख्नु भएको छ तर 2-3 वर्ष ग्याप भएको कारणले गर्दा रिस्टार्ट गर्नुभएको छ मेरो यति धेरै साथीहरू छन् मैले धेरै साथीहरूलाई एकदम च्यार्ज गरेर उहाँले स्टार्ट पनि गर्नुभएको छ तर स्टिल कोही साथीहरू हो तैँले भनेको एकदम ठिक हो एकदम तैँले मलाई एकदम झकझकाइदिस् भन्छ तर स्टार्ट गर्न त स्टिल डराउनु भएको छ किन त्यो ब्रेक भइसक्यो आफ्नो साथीहरू धेरै अगाडि गइसक्नु भयो सो आई जस्ट वान्ट टु से इट्स नेभर टु लेट है स्टार्ट कतिपय महिलाहरूले स्टार्ट गर्नु पनि भएको छ तर स्टिल महिलाहरू चाहिँ त्यो अरूले के भन्छन् आफ्नो कम्फर्ट जोनभित्र नै रहन चाहने भएकोले पनि र अर्को चाहिँ जस्तै अब जो महिलाहरू अगाडि हुनु छ स्टिल इम्पोस्टर सिन्ड्रोम भन्छु नि हामीहरू जो महिलाहरू उच्च ओहदामा पुगिसकेका छौँ उहाँहरूलाई पनि कस्तो भने म त्यतिकै पुगेँ कि आफ्नै काबिलियतमा आफूले क्वेसन मार्क गर्ने के मेरो पुरुष पार्टनर भन्दा म चाहिँ अलिक कमै छु कि होइन मलाई कसैले आएर मेरो टेक्निकली के सोध्यो भने मलाई आउँदैन कि दोस इज टेक्निकली साउन्ड द्यान अ मेल पार्टनर स्टिल त्यो चाहिँ कस्तो भने हाम्रो समाजको कारणले गर्दा होला थाहा छैन आफ्नो सेल्फ उ गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ म अझ कम छु कि भन्ने चाहिँ त्यो इम्पोस्टर सिन्ड्रोमले गर्दा पनि महिलाहरू जो अगाडि आइसक्नु भएको छ सी कुड ह्याभ बिन इन अ मोर हायर पोस्ट होइन तर त्यो इम्पोस्टर सिन्ड्रोमले गर्दा अझ अगाडि बढ्नको लागि चाहिँ जहाँ छ त्यही ठिक छ किन अगाडि जाने भनेर पनि महिलाहरू जति रूपमा अगाडि बढ्नुपर्ने त्यति रूपमा अगाडि नआइरहेको पनि मलाई लाग्छ
थ्याङ्क यू अर्पणाजी उहाँले चाहिँ आत्मविश्वासको कमी अनि डोन्ट वान्ट टु कम आउट अफ द कम्फोर्ट जोन भनेको आफ्नो सहजताको सीमाभन्दा बाहिर आउन नसक्ने अथवा चाहिँ आर्थिक हिसाबबाट चाहिँ पुरुषबाट चाहिँ केही न केही कन्ट्रोल भएको जस्तो अनि विवाह विभिन्न लोकेसनमा हुने र इन्फेरिटी सिन्ड्रोमको कारणले गर्दा चाहिँ यो महिलाहरू यो इकोनोमिक सिस्टममा आउन नसकेको भन्नुभयो यो बाहेक केही थप्नुहुन्छ भने
I would also want to add something to it if I understood it right. So to me it sounded like what's blocking the women. So it is like it is a mental block that our community also has, not just women. Like she said, Arpanaji said, it's self-doubt that women are getting behind. They're thinking that we might not be able to do, whereas what I hear from her, if it is the women who are educated and intelligent, they surely can take their house inside their house also and outside their house also. They can take the society to a different path. But then there's a mental block. So I have a daughter who's a doctor. So it's not just in Nepal or it is in the Asian countries. She's right now in England and she has a complaint all the time. Ki mom, whenever they see a girl, they would call her sister. They won't even imagine that the girl could be a doctor. So first thing comes like that. Like a speaker earlier also said, that whenever they are addressing, they would say, dear sir. So it's never dear ma'am. So it could be, for me also, I get emails called, hello Mr. Sada. So it could be Mrs. Sada also, which people don't understand, and this is the mental block that our society is having, which has to be readdressed, reframed, and also we have to stop glamorizing and stop yammering about the self-sacrifices that women make. What happens is we keep praising the women when they are making sacrifices for their family. We keep glorifying the sacrifices made by them. Till we don't stop doing that, this is not going to change.
Thank you.
थोरै यसमा चाहिँ मलाई के लाग्छ जस्तो उहाँको प्रश्न र हजुरले भनेको मानौ अहिलेसम्म महिलाहरूले जति गर्यो तर पुरुषहरूको मात्रै नाम किन आउँछ भन्न मलाई के लाग्छ भने यो सामाजिक कारण पहिला हो र अर्को राजनीतिक कारण पनि हो र अनि आर्थिक रूपले महिलाहरू सशक्त छैनन् र अर्को कुरा शिक्षित पनि छैनन् जस्तो सहुलियत ब्याज दरको लोनको कुरा गरौँ त्यहाँ चाहिँ कस्तो थियो भने ल महिलाले यति पर्सेन्टमा 2%मा या 3%मा लैजाने भन्ने कुरा थियो नि त तर महिलाहरूले आफै गएर त्यो ल्याउन किन सकेन भने यहाँ एउटा नीति बन्छ अर्को त्यहाँ कार्यान्वयन हुन्छ के अनि त्यहाँ कसरी हुन्छ भने जस्तो महिलालाई लोन दिन्छु भने पुरुषहरूले के सोचे भने होइन कम ब्याज दरमा चाहिँ लोन लिएर अर्को काम गर्नुपर्छ तर त्यो महिलाले गरेन के अब अहिलेको परिवेश के हो भने जस्तो ब्याज तिर्न नसकेको अवस्थाहरू छ भने धेरै महिलाहरूको लोन भनौँ न नाममा लोन छ तर त्यो आर्थिक स्थिति यस्तो छ कि महिलालाई फोन गयो भने महिलाले तुरुन्त तिर्छ भन्ने चाहिँ बैंकको हुन्छ हैन अनि त्यो पैसा लगेर पुरुषले युज गर्छ किन गर्छ भने त्यहाँ धितो मागिएको छ त्यो धितो पुरुषको नाउँमा हुन्छ उले चाहिँ मन्जुरी नाउँमा दिनुपर्छ अनि त्यो आफ्नै नाउँमा केही पनि हुँदैन महिलाहरू तब मात्रै बाहिर निस्किन सक्दैन आत्मनिर्भर कसरी हुन जब आफू भयो तब मात्र निस्किन सक्दैन त आत्मनिर्भर त हुनै सक्दैनन् कसरी हुन सक्दैन भने उसँग 2 पैसा छैन मानौ अहिले कसै तरकारी खेती लगाएर बजार गएर बेच्छ भने उ त बजारबाट फर्किँदाखेरि घर आउँछ तर उसको श्रीमानले यदि त्यो पैसा मागेन आफूले लगेन भने उले त निस्किनु पर्छ कहाँ जाने त उसले नै युज यहाँ पहुँच र नियन्त्रणका कुराहरू छन् त्यसपछि अर्को कस्तो छ नीति नियमका कुराहरू कार्यान्वयन सही तरिकाले भएका छैनन् र नेतृत्व लेभलमा महिलाहरू पुगेका छैनन् तब मात्र यो समस्या बढी भएको हो कि भन्ने चाहिँ मलाई चाहिँ त्यो
थ्यांक यू सरस्वतीतिर जाउँ
अब मैले पनि अरू कुराहरू त आइसकेको छ हैन हाम्रो मीनाजी अर्पणाजीहरूले भन्नुभएको छ म के भन्न चाहन्छु भने हामीले चाहिँ नि माथि सबैभन्दा पहिला त म शिक्षाकै अभाव भन्छु र अर्को चाहिँ नि म लैङ्गिक विविधता पनि छ र अरू कानुनमा पनि हामीलाई चाहिँ नि विविधता छ किनभने कानुनमा अघि भर्खर पनि हाम्रो यहाँ चाहिँ नि उपमेयरहरू हैन सभासद आएर बोलिसक्नुभयो कस्तो भने कानुनले चाहिँ नि त अधिकार दिएको छ तर अहिले खै त नगरपालिकामा अब यो कुरा अघि आइसक्यो म त्यो दोहोर्याउन चाहन्न हैन त्यसै गरेर चाहिँ नि अब आर्थिक स्थितिमा पनि कस्तो छ भने अब कोही माथि पुगेको महिलाहरू त छँदैछ जस्तो चाहिँ नि हाम्रै 5 नम्बर प्रदेशमै भनौँ बढी मुस्लिम औदी भएको महिलाहरू छन् उनीहरूले चाहिँ नि केही गर्दा पनि पुरुषसँग हात फैलाउनु पर्छ उनीहरूलाई थाहा छैन उनीहरूले व्यापार पनि गरेको छन् तर उनीहरूलाई चाहिँ नि अवसरको कमी जस्तो चाहिँ नि अलिकता चलाक महिलाले त तालिम पनि लिन्छ उसले अवसर पनि पाएको छ तर जो वर्षौंदेखि काम गरिरहेको छ उसले कुनै पनि अवसर पाएको छैन त्यो हुनाले चाहिँ यो अवसरको पनि कमी हो भन्छु म र सामाजिक उसको पनि कमी हो जो पढे लेखेको छ त्यो त गइहाल्छ तर जुन परम्परामा उनीहरू हुर्केको छ अलिकता बाहिर बिस्तारै निस्किँदै छन् तर चाहिँ झट्ट निस्किन सकेको छैनन्
थ्यांक यू सो यो सँगसँगै हामी चाहिँ अन्तिम प्रश्न अन्तिम राउन्ड र क्लोजिङ रिमार्क्सतिर पनि जान्छौँ सो म सुरु चाहिँ मीनाजीकोबाट गर्छु यति धेरै हामीले चाहिँ सशक्तिकरणको कुरा गरिराख्ने बेलामा चाहिँ अब नयाँ आउने जेनेरेसनलाई हैन नयाँ अगाडि बढ्न चाहने युवा र महिला दिदीबहिनी साथीहरूलाई चाहिँ तपाईको भोगाईको आधारमा के सल्लाह दिन चाहनुहुन्छ 2 मिनेटमा भनिदिनु भयो भने त्यसपछि म फ्लोरलाई चाहिँ त्यसपछि म अरू प्यानलिस्टतिर जान्छु हस् थ्यांक यू मीनाजी
हस् धन्यवाद हेलो हस् धन्यवाद म चाहिँ के भन्न चाहन्छु भने सबैभन्दा पहिला चाहिँ घरबाट सुरुवात गरौँ घरमा छोरा छोरीलाई बराबर गरेर छोरीलाई चाहिँ शिक्षित बनाऊ सबैभन्दा पहिला र छोरीको चाहना अनुसार के शिक्षा हासिल गर्न चाहन्छ या व्यवसाय गर्न चाहन्छ उलाई चाहिँ अर्कासँग भोलि बिहे गरेर हात फैलाउनु पर्ने हैन र उले दिनुपर्ने अवस्थासम्म चाहिँ हामीले पुगाउनु पर्छ किनकि हामी महिला आमा श्रीमती सबै भएको कारणले हाम्रो त्यो मेरो भोगाई चाहिँ त्यो छ अर्को कुरा हामी महिलाहरू इच्छा जे छ त्यो काम गरौँ चाहे त्यो व्यवसाय हो चाहे त्यो जागिर हो जे पनि हो आत्मनिर्भर बन्नका लागि आफ्नो सो इच्छाको काम चाहिँ गर्नु जरुरी छ र विघ्न बाधाहरूसँग सङ्घर्षसँग चुनौतीसँग लड्नुपर्छ चुनौतीलाई चाहिँ एउटा अवसरको रूपमा लिएर अगाडि बढ्नु गर्दा सबैभन्दा सहज हुन्छ र हामी सक्षम हुन्छौँ र एकजुट भएर चाहिँ अगाडि बढ्नुपर्छ। अहिलेको परिस्थितिकाल जुन चाहिँ छ एउटा बैंकले सताएको कुराहरू यसमा पनि महिलाहरूले एकजुट भएर लाग्नुपर्ने अवस्था चाहिँ मैले देखिरहेको छु। हस्त धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Sardaji.
So, the question here is...
what advice do you have for the people who want to do more, especially the younger generation?
Yeah, so people who want to do more, the younger generation knows it already, that they are the creators, they are the nurturers, and they are the ones who can transform. What we need to understand is that only a can-do attitude and believing in your own self without having self-doubts is something that can help us. So we better have a belief in our own selves, then only we can go further, and younger generation is smart enough to take care. It's we who have to understand that we have to give them a proper opportunity, proper chance, and proper position to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Saraswati ji?
मैले त के भन्न चाहन्छु भने मैले आफ्नो बिजनेस गर्दा आफ्नो अनुभवको आधारमा आफूले बिजनेस गर्दाखेरि मैले मार्केटै बुझिन हैन, तर मैले चाहिँ नि अहिले आउने भावी भाइ बहिनीहरूलाई के भन्छु भने कुनै पनि बिजनेस गर्नुभन्दा पहिला त्यसको बजार कहाँ हो, त्यसको कच्चा पदार्थ कहाँ पाइन्छ, त्यसलाई चाहिँ नि भनेर चाहिँ नि बुझेर मात्रै र उसको इच्छा मैले के गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ नि यहाँ गर्न सक्छु भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ नि त्यो आफ्नो बिजनेसको बारेमा पनि राम्रोसित बुझेर अध्ययन गरेर सबै चीज गरेर मात्रै उसले चाहिँ नि व्यापार गरोस् र त्यो व्यापार चाहिँ नि दिगो होस्। त्यो बिचमा चाहिँ नि एउटा गर्ने यसबाट फाइदा भएन यो म छोड्छु भन्ने नहोस् भन्ने मैले चाहिँ नि एउटा चाहिँ नि सुझाव उहाँहरूलाई दिन चाहन्छु।
Hस्, thank you. Archana ji? Ajit.
I want to start with a quote, Martin Luther King Jr. को, if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But whatever you do, you start moving forward. So you don't stop. तपाईं जे गर्नुहुन्छ आज भन्दै एक कदम अगाडि बढ्नुस्। तपाईलाई भित्री इच्छा के छ? यंगर जेनेरेसनलाई, those who are yet to start the career, हैन, तपाईलाई भित्री इच्छा के छ? के सब्जेक्ट पढ्न मन लाग्छ? त्यो तपाईं पहिला स्योर हुनुस् र तपाईलाई जुन इच्छा छ, जुन बिजनेस गर्ने इच्छा छ, त्यो बारेमा तपाईले व्यावसायिक शिक्षा हासिल गर्नुपर्छ भने व्यावसायिक शिक्षा हासिल गर्नुस्, हैन भने ट्रेन योरसेल्फ। र कस्तो खालको बिजनेसमा तपाईं जाँदै हुनुहुन्छ, एकैचोटी आफ्नो बिजनेस ठूलो स्केलमा स्टार्ट नगर्नुस्। सक्नुहुन्छ साथीभाइहरुको आफ्नो त्यस्तो खालको बिजनेसमा काम गर्नुस्। त्यो भयो भने तपाईले आउने च्यालेन्जेसहरु तपाईले फिल देख्नुहुन्छ, त्यसलाई त्यो आको च्यालेन्जलाई कसरी तपाईले त्यसलाई सर्ट आउट गर्ने त त्यो बुझ्नुहुन्छ र त्यसैले चाहिँ त्यो अनुसार तपाई अगाडि बढ्नु भयो भने तपाईलाई पक्कै पनि सजिलो। तपाईको प्रोडक्टमा त राम्रो भएर भएन, त्यो प्रोडक्टको प्याकिङ कस्तो छ, त्यसको मार्केट भ्यालु कस्तो छ, तपाईको कस्ट अफ प्राइस कस्तो छ, मार्केटमा अहिले पैसा उठ्न जुन रोल ओभर पिरियड छ, त्यो रोल ओभर पिरियडमा तपाईको 3 महिनापछि बल्ल पैसा उठिरहेछ भने त्यो 3 महिनासम्म तपाई सस्टेन गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ कि सक्नुहुन्न, तपाईको फाइनान्शियल तपाईले सस्टेन गर्न सक्नुहुन्छ, त्यो सबै तपाईले याद गर्नुपर्छ। सो इफ यु हैव टु कट Abraham Lincoln ले भन्नुभएको थियो, if I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I'll take 4 hours sharpening my axe. So sharpen your skill first, then only move forward. Thank you.
With this, I would like to conclude the session, and since this respected panelists have shared so much of their stories of empowerment and also given their words to encourage the youngsters to come into this spectrum, so I would not dare to actually summarize the whole conversation. You all are there to witness what we have talked today, and I hope tomorrow we'll have more sessions continuing the conversation that we had today. And thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers and our moderator. I'd like to request at this moment, I'd like to request a member of WLF, Pomfa Dhamala ma'am, to kindly present a memento to our distinguished speakers and our moderator. Moderator, Sajana Mathe. And on this panel, we have Archana Archana Pradhan Bhandari, Meena Kumari Fulara, Saraswati Sharma, as well as Girija Sharda. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, we've come towards the end of day 1 of Women's Leadership Summit 23. And as I mentioned earlier, it was a learning opportunity for me as well. And I'd like to thank our speakers, our moderators, our honorable guests, and I'd like to thank all of you for being here. Join us tomorrow. Tomorrow, our panel discussions are going to be on climate change, digital age, change agents, media and entertainment, regional cooperation policy, as well as we'll head on towards the closing ceremony tomorrow. So do join us tomorrow, and thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you.